try it out. I'm sure it'll be. That's the one.
Have you turned yourself off? Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm right now. Yeah. Timaru. Well, the bow man from Timaru takes a look across. We look across. I tell you what, this is the way to row races. When you're this far out in front, man, it builds your confidence when you're going to go into the final. They have got a commanding lead over the rest of the field. I tell you what, I wouldn't even like to guess who the rest of the field is coming up. But down the inside, St. Thomas of Canterbury, they've got a chance of qualifying. Alongside them, we go 2 out by the look of it. It is the crew from Ashburton. Ashburton, have a wee look across there from there. You can see the wash of St. Thomas of Canterbury down the inside. They've got a chance. We go right out the very far side. They've also got a chance out there. St. Bede's got a chance also. They are 3, and then there's a crew right in the middle of the course. They'll certainly be up in second place, and that's Otago. So John McGlashan boys are showing their colours nice and early for the season. So there's the first 3. You've got Timaru out in front. You've got Otago in the middle. You've got St. Bede's on the far side and Ashburton. There's the first 4. So the race is on now to get the 5th qualifier, and it's it's Ashburton. Thomas of Canterbury is the 4th qualifier at this stage. It's going to be Ashburton, between Ashburton also and a second Timaru crew. But cruising, absolutely cruising down to the buzzer is the crew from Timaru, which is the number 1 crew. So they'll take the first qualifier straight through to the final tomorrow. Otago will be the 2nd qualifier. St. Bede's the 3rd qualifier. St. Thomas of Canterbury the 4th qualifier. And Timaru will get 2 crews through into the final in the middle of the course. And unfortunately going through the B final is the crew from Ashburton. North End. And right across the far side is that second crew of St. Andrews. Right, your program now moves on to the girls under 15 Octo. Wow, now there's 2 heats in this. When this came into the program, most likely about 8 years ago, there were most likely at Mardi Cup, there was most likely, I think, only 3 entries. But of course, since then, clubs have bought Octies or had their boats converted to Octies, and coaches are finding them absolutely brilliant to coach novice rowers, that's for sure. I know our own coach and the club I'm associated with, I know he likes putting senior members amongst novices when they go out in the Octie, and they learn so quickly when they're in amongst the senior rowers and they can get up the lake. They're not paddling around 100 metres up the lake and turn around and coming back. They get away up the lake, and it's a great way of coaching. And now you'll see there's 2 heats, and I would imagine at Mardi Cup there could be 3 heats in this event, if not more. It's race number 10, and it's the girls' Octie, and it's been kindly sponsored by Sharon Bennett Photography. So if you are here, Sharon, we appreciate your sponsorship. In the first heat, we have out of lane number 2, Marion College, first call for you. Villa Maria, first call for you this morning. Then Christchurch Girls, North End, Otago Girls, first call for you. Hope you got them firing. Matt and Lucy. And Rangiruru out in 7 and Wanaka out in lane number 8. We now can tell you that the boys under 16 race number 6, heat 1 went through in 7:28. Wowee. Tell you what, that's as quick as one of the under 17 heats. So that was a big row from that Timaru crew, as quick as the under 17s. Looks like they've all gone to the... Gosh, we've had an updated system here in the tower as far as times and crews going to the start and that, and it's just taken a wee while to get used to it, so... The big 8-packers, 16 blades, 16 oars. Everybody thinks, oh, they'll rattle through the course very quickly, but in actual fact, they are not as quick as a sweep oared 8 because of the weight of them. when they're in the racing zone down there, if you're a novice spectator, you'll find they sit very deep in the water because of the heaviness of the boat and the riggers and the oars. And of course the rowers have to get them up when they get the buzzer at the start, have to get them up and running, so they have that racing start, which means they just be a lot more upright with their rowing and a lot quicker on their slides. They can get up to anything from 38 to 42 going in the racing start, and once they get the boat up out of the water and it starts to run, you'll find that the crews start to lean over and reach out, and they just drop that rating, which rating, of course, if you're a novice spectator, is strokes per minute, and they just ease it down a little bit because all they have to do is keep that boat running on top of the water. A good rating for an 8 and an Octo is around the 36 mark. So we're looking 2 in from the inside, which is the crew from Villa Maria. So it looks like Villa Maria have said to the rest of the crews, we're going to show our colours out very early in this 2022 Otago Rowing Championships here on the Mighty Lake. You see how that wind has almost dropped right away now. So Villa, a tidy looking crew too. Under 15s that could be full of novices and may not necessarily be full of novices. Statistics show that 90% of people in the under 15 grades at Mardi Cup are on the dais. 90% of them are on the dais are second year rowers. So they could be second year rowers or they could be novices depending, but they certainly look like second year rowers to me. We go out to the far side, we have Wanaka on the far side. Inside Wanaka, Rangiruru's just back off the pace a lot. We have Otago girls, so they're going along pretty well, Otago girls. In fact, Otago girls may even have their nose in front of the crew down in Villa Maria. So Otago girls, the team's going along well. Of course, they're on a big build, Otago girls. They got a lot more members last year, a lot more again this year. And of course, the job being done by Matt and Lucy and Mike, of course, with the senior squad. You'll see that Otago girls are going to be a force to be reckoned with in the regattas this year, and it looks like that's the crew that's in front. It is Otago girls. Meg's in the coxswain seat. Matt Thompson and Lucy Merriman are doing the coxing. Both got an awful lot of experience with rowing. And they are convincingly out in lead over Marion College. It looked like Marion when they went through the 1,000, but I think maybe Otago may have had a slight advantage over them to get when we got closer to the angle. So it's Otago girls over Villa Maria, and then that outside crew, Wanaka on the far side. Great work to see the Wanaka crew on the far side. Dave and the gang there, Chris, Rob. And then we help down. We're looking at 5 crews to go through. So we've got the 3 sorted out. Then we go down to the inside lane, which is Marion College off the Avon River in Christchurch. They'll go through and qualify. And then 2 out from there, it looks like Christchurch girls. Christchurch girls will go through and qualify as well. Could be North End. So it's North End. Well done, North End. That will be St Hilda's. Tarina, of course. Tarina Crampton coaching the North End girls, of course, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to hang on to Tarina. She'll be going up to Methven. Next time you hear her being called will be at the Methven Trots. She might be in one of the sulkies. Marion is the last qualifier, and unfortunately the rest are eliminated. So unfortunately Christchurch girls, Rangiruru. Rangiruru, Christchurch girls, well unfortunately hopefully got another row somewhere. Right, your second heat has Columba College on the inside, Wakatipu alongside them, Cromwell, Christchurch Girls 2, Union. Welcome along, Union. St Andrews and Timaru. Oh, they've only just gone out from the start, so we'll pick them up very shortly. We'll give you a time. We gave you the boys under 16 double scull and 7:28. The girls under 18 octo. The girls under 18 octo went through in 7:59. Gosh, she's a great sight as we look down the lake and see these octies. 4 from the inside, unfortunately, is St Bede's number 2. That's Max Welsh coaching them. They've just slightly drift off inside that first 500. They won't have even gone 500 yet. So the outside crew's got away to a really good start. That's Timaru. Surprise, surprise. St Andrews just inside them. They would be a good length away, good length and a half away from Timaru already. Locked up alongside St Andrews. Nothing between St Andrews and Union as they head the second 500, and then slightly ahead of them is Christchurch Girls 2. Oh no, we had them back a bit, didn't we? It was Cromwell. Maybe Cromwell back a wee bit. We'll just check that for you. No, it's Christchurch Girls 2. Christchurch Girls 2 just back off it a little bit. Just ahead of them is Cromwell. Cromwell went really well at the St Otago Rowing Championships last weekend. And inside Cromwell is the 2 crews on the inside, which is Wakatipu and Columba College. So good sculling from these 2 heats of the girls under 15 octo here. Down on the inside, there's nothing there between Cromwell and Columba College on the inside. Now, we did see Cromwell go very, very well inside the last 1,000 on the second day of the St Otago Championships in their octi, and they just looked as if they were showing a little bit of promise. They came home exceptionally well on the leading crew at that stage, which I think was Columba College. And they are locked up right alongside Columba College. So they're going along well, Maud. Brendan, they're going along pretty well. And then right on the very far side, Timaru. That's the crew. Timaru, I go to Cromwell. Cromwell's up into second place, I'm pretty sure, over the crew on the inside of them, which is Columba College. I can't see any colours, so I hope they've got them in the right lanes. Good sculling, went through in a good time, that first heat. Going through in 7:59, so we'll keep an eye on that to just see if they can go any quicker here, 7:59. That's not a bad time, they're going into that slight head breeze. Ticking along very nicely on the outside. Timaru, they're going so good, we're going to get a clocking on them for you. Well, they're down a wee bit. They're down on 34. So there's no urgency coming from them, that's for sure. Anything lower than that, the old boat will drop into the water a little bit. Cromwell will get one on them as well. Yeah, they are on 35, 35 and a half. And then down the inside, Columba College. Columba College are on same as Cromwell, 35 and a half. That's the first 3. We're looking at 5 to go through. They've gone through the 1,000 metre peg. They're in the third 500. For the novice spectators out there that are down supporting your siblings, if they've taken up rowing for the very first time, this is a very, very competitive event at Mardi Cup, which is the New Zealand Nationals at school level. And you'll find that this year they'll most likely have anything up to 3 heats in this grade. Like it says, it is big business now, the octo rowing. And it is great for these smaller clubs if they've got an octi to be able to put the crews out in them, and they really improve 100% every time they go on the water. So we still have that Timaru crew out in front. There's still nothing between Cromwell and Columba College. I did have Cromwell in front, but I'm now getting a better look at it. I think Columba College on the inside. But Cromwell a lot closer to them than what they were at the Central Otago Championships. Maybe they're about a length and a quarter down, Cromwell, up in the third. Then we're looking for the other two qualifiers from there. We go the crew in between them. Wakatapu, they will qualify barring any accidents. And then we go out to St Andrews. Oh, yeah, not St Andrews, it's Union. Union might qualify. St Andrews number 1, about a length and a half off Union. They'll need to put in a big fight. Oh, no, there's a crew away back. That's the Christchurch girls. So out of this first echelon, apart from the crew that's way back off the field a little bit, it looks like the crew that might miss out is the crew from St Andrews. But I tell you what, if they put in a big 500, because they're 3/4 of a length down off qualifying, so you St Andrews porters down there, give them a big yell, the St Andrews supporters. They might get your crew up for qualifying. They're only about 3/4 of a length down off Union. And they are novice crews. They tell me that they are novice crews at the back, but certainly this crew out in front will be a true under 15 crew, second year rowers, you can guarantee it. Either that or the Dean and the team at Timaru have been doing a pretty good job with them. 100 metres to go, and they will get the buzzer. Oh, Cromwell's got the lead back now over. And this is what happened at last weekend. Cromwell came on Columba College very quickly in the last 500. They've done the same again, and they put their nose back in front again through the 100-metre buoy line. Oh, they will be extremely happy in the Cromwell camp. There's only down to about a canvas now. There's the buzzer for the winner. Cromwell's going to take the second buzzer, but coming home very quickly. Columba College on them. Oh, it's going to go right down to the wire. I think Cromwell has got it. Columba College will take the third buzzer. Then we go to Wakatapu, and it looks like the qualifier will be Union over St Andrews and Christchurch girls. Right, your crew coming down through the course now. It'll be a straight final tomorrow, so there's only the race. It's the boys under 18, Cox 4, boys under 18, Cox 4, Rosalind Podiatry. So thank you very much, Lauren. Rosalind Podiatry. Lauren is the chief umpire here. She's in charge of that, Rosalind Podiatry. We appreciate your support. We have Christchurch Boys 2, we have St Bede's 1, Christchurch Boys 3, St Bede's 2, St Andrews, Christchurch Boys 1. And it looks like this is only one heat in the under 18s, which is a big surprise. It's coming out of lane number 4, which is the St Bede's number 1 crew. Dale Marr, of course, does the coaching for these guys. St Bede's going, oh, this looks like a powerful looking crew. They head down inside the last 100 metres. So it is St Bede's on their right-hand shoulder, but back quite a wee way is the crew from St Andrews. That's Christchurch Boys. That's St Bede's number 2 crew. So St Bede's number 1 crew, St Bede's number 2 crew. They sitting out in front there. They got St Andrews on their right-hand shoulder, and they're right close to them. There's nothing separate them. On the right-hand shoulder of St Andrews is Christchurch Boys down the inside to Christchurch boys, nothing separating those crews, and then just only a length back there to the crew out of lane number 5, which is Christchurch boys number 3 crew. A big surprise to be a straight final for the boys under 18, which is the elite event at Mardi Cup, of course, race number 12. And it's a straight final, so that's a huge surprise to me. It may not be to you guys, but it is to me to only have 6 crews entered in the under 18 at a championship regatta. Men's Club Double Sculls, race 13. Their start time was 8:48. We should see them away. And Club Double Skull, Club Double Skull is kindly sponsored by Specialised Structures New Zealand Limited. So we appreciate your sponsorship, Specialised Structures New Zealand Limited. And we now can give you the time of the boys under 18 4, St. Bede's number 1. Oh, Luke Hickling. Well done, Luke. Went through in 6:51. So it looks like Luke's in the stroke seat of the gun crew this year, Luke. Rachel, I hope you're out there supporting your boy. Ripping them down in less than 4 minutes apart, but that's for sure. Coming out of lane number 6, it is Dunstan Arm number 2. Joe Wellams and Simon Lloyd under the coaching of Simon Smith, I think you'll find. We'll just take a look and check there the colours when we see them. Here they are, Dunstan Arm colours. Cure Boating Club is out of lane number 2. Wairoa Composite, that's with Nelson, is out of lane 3. Canterbury is in lane north end 5. Dunstan Arm out in front in 6. Wanaka in 7 alongside them. Canterbury in 8 and Ashburton in 9. Dunstan will be enjoying this sitting out in front. Wanaka just quite a wee way back from here, and then a yellow boat across the far side is the boat from Ashburton right across the far side. I don't see Canterbury there. I haven't got Canterbury. I've got Wanaka, so Canterbury are obviously not there. And we see the singlets of Canterbury just back off the pace a little bit, and down here number 2 is the crew from Wairoa Composite. So there's obviously a couple of scratchings, and our computer hasn't picked them up by the look of it. So somebody hasn't got to the start on time, but sitting out in front is Dunstan Arm. Then we come down the 2 inside. We're looking at 5 to qualify as well. By gosh, this makes it good. If you're not in the top 5, you'll go through to the B final where there's a lot of entries. If not, you'll be eliminated, and hope you get another run in another regatta. So the next 2 to qualify after the leader, Dunstan Arm, with about a 3-length advantage. We go to the inside, which is Cure Boating. Oh, no, it's lane. Yeah, Cure Boating Club will qualify, and right alongside them, Wairoa Composite with Nelson. That's the next 2 to qualify. They're having a wee race of their own down on the inside. Don't burn yourself out too much, guys. You've got a lot of racing over the weekend. Nelson just moved up alongside the crew from Cure. Cure know how to do it. Under the guidance there, of course, is Theodore and Ashton. They'll be under the guidance of Alex Kennedy, I would imagine, and the coaching panel there, Armin Saboda. So there's the buzzer for Dunstan. The 2 are locked together as they go across, which is Cure Boating Club and Wairoa Composite. And the next 2 across is Ashburton and Wanaka. And unfortunately, Canterbury, like I say, will be out the back. We'll get a time on that very shortly for you. In the meantime, the second heat's got Timaru 1, Wairoa 2, Canterbury 2, Dunstan Arm 1, Wairoa 1, Otago University 1, Cure Boating Club 3, and Otago Boys 1. inside the Otago boys is Cure Boating Club. That's the crew that's out in front. Then we go to Dunstan and another couple of crews ahead of Dunstan, which is Wairea and Dunstan. So must be two Dunstan crews out there. So one of them, obviously, yeah, can't see why there's two Dunstan crews. I must have the colours wrong. So it looks very much like it is Dunstan Arm again. So they've won the first heat. It looks like they're going to win the second heat. A great tassel on their right-hand shoulder, Wairea. So Wairea's about a length and a quarter down off Dunstan Arm. Then we go out to the far side for the next qualifier. Otago University in the middle. They've got a chance. Otago boys just back off the pace a little bit. It is Cure Boating Club. So again, we're going to see Cure with two crews through and Wairea down on the inside. Might get through. We might see two Wairea crews through as well. So the club double sculls, the men's club double sculls, the first heat went through in 7:24. 7:24 for the first heat, so we'll keep an eye on that. So it was Dunstan Arm in the first heat, Dunstan Arm in the second heat. Oh, these two boys are doing it exceptionally well. Greg McLaughlin and Simon Smith, and Simon Smith's the coach. So this is a Masters crew, I can tell you. It's a very, very, very good Masters crew. Greg McLaughlin, Simon Smith sitting out in front. They must have paid the handicappers to get into the club grade, that's for sure. That's immediately followed up by Wairea. So Wairea getting two crews through. The Wairea number 2 crew will qualify. Cure Boating Club has Wairea crew. There's 4. And we're looking for the next qualifier, which will come out of lane number 7, which is the crew from Otago University. And unfortunately, the rest will be eliminated. On through, and I haven't quite got the time up for them yet. Number 15 on your day sheet, Women's Club Singles. You're going to go 1, 2 and 3 to the A final. Big change now, so there must be 4 heats, I would imagine. Could even be 5. We'll just do a wee check for you and see. So what they do, if you're a novice spectator out there, they'll take 1, 2 and 3 and the next fastest time from each heat. And then they'll take 1, 2 and 3 for the next fastest time for that heat. And then they'll take 1, 2, 3. No, they can't, because they're not going to have 4, 8, 12 in the final. We'll work it out.
It's 1, 2 and 3 and the next fastest over the 3 heats.
Yeah. 19. Yep, that's it. Okay, so we've got 3 heats, and it'll be 1, 2 and 3 of each heats gives you 9 if you're a novice spectator with a day sheet. And the next fastest time out of those 3 heats will go through as the 10th qualifier. We've got a pleasure to be able to say that C&R Insurance are the kind sponsors again, like they were of event number 1. They are also the kind sponsors of the Women's Club Single Sculls. First heat well down through the course. And we have Marion 2, Union 4, Cure 1, Avonside 1, Union 3, North End 3, Dunstanarm 1, Marion College 1, and Timaru 1. And we have a sculler that's way out in front showing Dunstanarm colours. So the young lady that's Soldier, she's a Norwegian girl that's come and rowing for the Dunstanarm Club under Simon's guidance, and she is a country mile out in front. But the story is coming out of the shed that she's a very, very good sculler. So she's out in front, and she's made no bones about wanting to go straight through to the first 3 to get into the qualifying position. And then we go to lane number 4, which is Avonside. I'll just check that. It doesn't look like Avonside colours. Yeah, it's Avonside. Yeah, this young lady out of Avonside off the Avon River in Christchurch, of course, Libby Greaves. Marrera is doing the coaching of her, and I'm sure she'll be happy with her girl to go through to the final. The next is coming down from the inside on the left-hand side, Cure Boating Club and Union. Marion College got a chance to qualify, but she's going to have a very quick last 150 metres, because in the middle of the course it looks very much like it is the crew from the leading crew is Dunstanarm, 3 in a row for Dunstanarm. Avonside will qualify, and it looks like Marion College trying to bridge the gap on Marion College is Cure Boating Club, clear. Then we go right out the far side, the yellow blades. That's Ron Carley girl out on the far side with the yellow blades. I think she looks like she'll have to go through to the B final if they have a B final. Or sit around and wait for the next fastest time. There's your first qualifier, second qualifier, and oh, it could be Ron Carley College could get up for the third qualifier. Oh, I wouldn't like to say. You'll have to sit back and wait for the results there. Anything. It's good racing though, because if you can't qualify in the first 3, long as you're right up behind the next quickest time. Then we go to Union 3. Alongside Union 3 is North End 3. Then we go out to the far side. There's a couple of scratchings again, which our computer's not picking up, which is Marion College 1. So they have gone through. We can't give you that. We can give you that men's double scull, which is 7:26. The second heat of the men's double scull went through in 7:26. And that is 2 seconds slower than the first heat. We'll see if we can get the time for the single scull as soon as they come up. In the meantime, the second heat, kindly sponsored by CNR Insurance. The second heat is Waihopai. Welcome along, Waihopai. We didn't see you at the Central Otago Championships. Good to see you here. North End 2, Otago University 1, Union 1, Wairau 1, Burnside 2, Otago Girls 1, Oamaru 1, and Timaru 2. Women's Club grade, these are the guys that have most likely had 3 or 4 years racing that quite possibly haven't been able to get themselves up into the premier and senior grades. It's coming out of lane number 8. It looks like the gold Oamaru. So it looks like Oamaru on the very far side. Now, on her right-hand shoulder, you've got Timaru. She's about 3 or 4 lengths back. On the left-hand shoulder, got Otago Girl. She's Oamaru, about 3 or 4 lengths off the girl from Oamaru in front. Now, trying to see if I can put any pressure on Oamaru as the cruise down on the inside, which is Waihopai, off the Ariti River in Invercargill. That's down there in where they grow pineapples. That's Burtman Row area. So Waihopai girl, she's got a chance of qualifying down there on the inside. Who's looking after the Waihopai girl? Oh, Danny Young, of course, who's is the top coach in Southland, and has been coaching the Waihopai rowers for many, many years with huge success. So Danny, good to see you keeping up the good work. On the right-hand shoulder of theirs is Otago University. I think you'll find Otago University or got a chance of qualifying, which is the North End sculler. Okay, Bridget, that's your girl down there. Christy. Christy's got a chance of qualifying, which is clearly up into third qualifying. So Bridget doing a pretty good job with the North End colours as well. There's your first three. Now, from there, we go on the inside. We go Otago University, Union. Then we go to those two crews on the far side. There's a crew missing somewhere. Otago Girls, Timaru, and Burnside. Oh, I've picked up the other crew. That's the crew. Could be Wairau. So out in front, Oamaru, off that little harbour down there in the harbour. Oh, they do a lot of their training here on Lake Ruatanava, so she may know the shortcuts on the core 2,000 metre course. Then coming out of lane number 7, Otago Girls. She unfortunately will need to be a little closer than that to see if they can get a quicker time. The first heat went through in 9:04. So it tells me that there is just a slight headwind there, which is making it a little bit slower on the times. Oamaru still comfortably out in front. The two next qualifiers have sorted themselves out. It's Waihopai and North End. These two girls quite happy to go across and qualify well ahead of anybody else. Then we're looking for the quickest time is the crew out of lane 7, which is the Otago Girls. She'll be looking for a quicker time out there. Mike and Lucy, you'll have the stopwatch on it, Mike, just to make sure. Otago University, who rode well at the Central Otago Championships. And out the far side, we go to lane number 9. She hasn't looked around to see how far she has to go. That's Timaru, and there's 2 or 3 extras there as they go across and get the buzzer. That's Union, and just back to come up to the buzzer is the crew from Wairau and another crew from Wairau. We'll get you that time as soon as we can to compare it with the first heat, just to see where all the action's going to come from. We've still got one more heat to go, which has Burnside, North End, Cure, Ashburton, Union, and Otago's number 2 crew. Gosh, they're banging them down through the course. We've got 3 races going all on in the one go, guys. I've got a crew out in front again. Coming out of lane number 6 it is. So it is Ashburton. Sophie Gibson from Ashburton, Justin Wall and Mary Helford doing the coaching. And we know how good that coaching team is. And that looks like she's sitting out in front. It's the Ashburton number 3 crew. Good disciplines from the leader. She's under no pressure at all. She's got about 3 or 4 lengths advantage. The crew on her right-hand shoulder, which should be Waihopai. That's the number 1 crew, Caitlin Whitaker from Waihopai. I check, yeah, that's Waihopai colours. Good for your colours. And she's got on the left-hand shoulder, but quite a wee way back, is Keely Begg from Cure. So Ashburton over Waihopai by 3 lengths. Waihopai over Cure Boating Club by 2.5 lengths. And they've opened up those 3 qualifiers. Have opened up can't see anyone getting close enough to be in contention for a time. The second heat went through in 9:18. So the first heat went through in 9:4. The second heat went through in 9:18. So that gives the crew that got fourth in that first heat a very good chance of making that final. And behind the qualifiers, we've got the distance back. We go to the crew from Oamaru. That'll be the number 2 crew from Oamaru. And then we go to lanes number 4, which is the crew from North End, and in between them is Burnside. So that's the next group along. And then we have to go out to the middle of the course to Union number 2 and Otago Girls number 2. So down towards the line they go, and the buzzer's definitely going to go from the crew that's been in front since we picked them up, is the Ashburton crew, Sophie Gibson from Ashburton. By Hopeye's Caitlin Whitaker will take the second buzzer. All three will go through to the final, and Cures Keely Begg will take the third buzzer, and all go straight through to the final. And I think you'll find that time might be slower again, only not because they're any weaker, it's just because of the wee breeze that they're going into. Then we go back to Oamaru, North End. Burnside. Across the far side to Union and Otago Girls. Men's novice double. Oh, these will be trying conditions for the men's novice double. Oh, they're coming in from the 1,000 metre peg, right? So they're bringing the men's doubles through, the men's novice doubles. This is exciting stuff, spectators. If you're a novice spectator, novices, of course, are first-year rowers. And at this stage of the game, we were early in the season. There's usually mistakes made, crabs caught, capsizes, boats going off course. And this is the best time for it to happen, of course, because you build up confidence as you go through. Towards the end of the season, you never ever see it. You only see it in these early regattas. And they're going into a little bit of a headwind, so the wee just splashing, and they've let them go. They've let them go out of the 1,000 metre peg. Your day sheet might say 2,000 metres. Oh no, it might. Yeah, no, it says 1,000 metres. And we'll just see who the kind sponsors are of the novice. It's Otago Community Trust. We know how good Otago Community Trust helps out sport in Otago. We appreciate your sponsorship. So let them go. Twizel, first call for you this morning. Otago boys, Timaru, Ashburton, Dunstanarm, Waihopai, Oamaru, Avon, Otago boys 2, and St Thomas of Canterbury, a full field. And the qualifications again must be 3 heats. Is 1, 2, and 3 from each of the 3 heats, which is 9, and the next fastest time out of that whole 3 heats. So you ideally need to be in the top 3 to qualify. Don't worry about your fast time. So we've got a crew down showing the Timaru colours. Oh, they'll love these conditions. Timaru got a chance of qualifying. Dunstanarm got a chance of qualifying. Waihopai got a chance, and right out the far side, Otago boys. There's your qualifiers. Then we go from there. We go down to the inside of Timaru, the yellow boat of Ashburton or Wakatip. Then we come right down the inside. You can see Twizel. And then in the middle of the course we have Oamaru 3, Avon. And that's about the field. So nice and easy for Timaru, nice and slow on the rating, making sure they've got the blades buried under the water. The longer they keep them under the water, the more chance they've got of not making any mistakes, getting caught up in the wind on the recovery. Inside the goal boys, down next minute they'll be inside 100 metre boys, and the Timaru boys have just opened up a little bit of a gap now over the crew on their right-hand shoulder, which is the crew from Dunstanarm. So the 2 young fellas from Dunstanarm all going along, Christopher and Max. Max Smith, that's Simon's third family member rowing, and Christopher McIntosh. So again, Simon out to the fore over there. So Dunstan Arm up and clearly into second place. Who's the next qualifier? Looks like Waihopai at this stage. But Twizel flying down the inside. Kelvin Maker has got his crew going along well down the inside. They're trying to pick up. They have picked up Waihopai. Kelvin will be happy. So Twizel have picked up Waihopai. They'll go through the next qualifier. And looking for time now is going to have to be the crew from Waihopai off the Aridi River. Ashburton in the middle. They'll be the next buzzer down the inside. Otago boys. This is really good racing and really good quality of sculling from the novices. Then we go to Oamaru, right out the very far side, St. Thomas of Canterbury, or it doesn't look like their colours, Millsy. It's Otago boys, and then St. Thomas of Canterbury. So we'll immediately pick up the second heat for you. Don't forget the sponsors, Otago Community Trust. They have gone through in the double over the 1,000 metres. Your second heat, same qualifications, 1, 2, 3, the next fastest time out of the 3 heats. Oh, there must have been a capsize. They're just bringing a boat back there. I hope they realise there's a race on its course. They do. So Invercargill, first call for you this morning, going along pretty well, Invercargill. George, Shane Wilkes and George Kempton doing the coaching. God, George, so good here to see you back coaching novices. They got a chance of qualifying as well, but it's the crew 3 in from the outside. It looks like Otago boys colours. Otago boys, yeah, they had a very strong novice squad at the Central Otago Champs last weekend, and it looks like they're carrying on with it. Otago boys, of course, under the guidance of Beth Anderson and Thomas Ryan. So Thomas, Ryan and Beth both had Otago boys last year, and they were starting to build on their members, and they certainly had 2 octies at the Central Otago Championships last weekend. So it's Otago boys. It's a lot closer here, and a good row coming from Twizel. That's their number 2 crew. Otago boys on the outside, Twizel on the inside, and right alongside them, Invercargill will qualify on the right inside. Otago, that's Otago also trying to qualify. Oh, there's a deep one across the far side in the leading crew. Otago boys only there by about a foot in the end. Twizel only a foot away. Twizel qualify, Invercargill a canvas away. Great racing, guys. Top side of Twizel, Otago 1. Then the yellow boat of Wakatapu. Oamaru in the middle. The golden Oamaru down the inside. Dunstan Arm. You can just see what I was talking about, and then it's problems across that very far side with the crew from Avon. Or it could be Burnside. So we still haven't got the time. Yeah, the first heat went through. The first heat went through in 4:01. So that was great racing and good finish in the end. So maybe that 4th crew that went through will be looking for time. I'm sure the coach will have stopwatch. We'll give you a more of an accurate idea of what's going on as far as the times go. We're just waiting for that. We've had that. Just waiting for that 3rd heat to go through. In the meantime, we still can't get that time off you. 3:57. So that's the quicker heat so far. The crew that was 4th in that heat has got a great chance. Great chance of making that final, whoever that was, I can't remember now. Yep, so that's 3:57, which is, like I say, the quickest heat. So whoever was fourth, the coaching of the crew that was fourth in that last heat, he'll have his timer on to make sure that his crew may get to the final on that fastest time out of the three heats, because they're into a headwind coming out of the 1,000 metre peg. This will be immediately followed up by the single sculls for the Masters. They'll love these conditions. Just haven't got that third heat away yet. We're waiting for it to go. They're certainly having problems. Again, if you're a novice spectator out there, the novices have to free stand up at the 2,000 metre peg. Of course, there's got buoys up there and they are being held. But from the 1,000 metre peg, they don't have buoys to hang on to here. So it's a freestand race, and being novices, they're a little bit experienced about lining their boat up. And of course some of them don't know how to back, some of them don't know how to straighten their nose up, so it's quite difficult starting them from the 1,000 metre peg. They've just got crews backing down into the start zone now, and you'll find that they're all over the place. There is a volunteer sitting in a single out behind them, just making sure they're getting all in line. They're getting some sort of line now. They're just waiting for the inside lane to come through and a crew in the middle to come through. The good old days, of course, all starting was free starting. There was an awful lot of tricks that you could do to make sure you got the advantage over the rest of the crew. Oh, he's got a nightmare. He's got a nightmare, Mr. Justin Wall, chief starter. Got a nightmare trying to line these crews up. They're all backing out now. They're all backing back down again. So we have Invercargill 2 out of lane number 1. We have Dunstanarm 3 out of 2. Otago 2 out of 3. Oamaru 2 out of 4. Timaru 2 out of 5. Cromwell 1 out of 6. Wakatip 1 out of 7. Burnside look as if they're scratched out of lane number 8. And Otago Boys 3 out of the outside lane. All right, he's got a pretty good line on them now as they all come in. Oh, lane number 3's just really not too sure what to do. Lane 2 has got a half a length advantage on the rest of the squad. Lane 5's backing up. This is what it used to be like. All freestanding starts. Now 5's well out of line. I think you'll find they're going to back them up again. So we're getting a little behind time. What they do is they take them 100 metres up the lake and they let them row up very slowly to the line and then stop them before the line. And if they're in some sort of line, they'll let them go. They'll let them go, and there's a huge advantage out to lane number 4. They have let them go from the 1,000 metre peg. It's most likely the best they could do. It's unfortunately, they aren't held there at the 1,000 metres, and I think you'll find that lane 4 got away to a really good start. If that's lane number 4 would be Oamaru. It looked like a Timaru crew actually. Okay, pretty hard to tell. The outside crew's got away very well in that first 1,000 metres. So the outside crew should be Otago Boys. It don't look like Otago Boys colours. Invercargill down on the inside, just back off the pace a little bit. Right alongside them should be the crew from Dunstanarm. That's Dunstanarm number 3 crew. They're going along pretty well, and then 2 out from there is Oamaru. That's Oamaru's number 2 crew. Well, I know they had a few problems. Oamaru on the top side of Oamaru. It is the crew from Timaru. That's the crew that's, I think, got themselves a good start. Then we go right out to the far side. It should be Otago boys, but it is not Otago boys. It's in a yellow boat. It must be a Wakatip. I don't see Otago boys there. So it's Wakatip. So Wakatip got the advantage over the rest of the field. They're mostly not quite halfway through the course. They're coming up with 500 to go. Remember, they came out of the 1,000-metre peg. And then I think you'll find the other crew that's up there in qualifying, as well as the crew from Otago. So it's Otago that's up in a qualifying position as well. Just inside them is the crew from Dunstanarm, should be. Dunstanarm just back off the pace a little bit. It's Rivet. It is Invercargill. So we'll go back to the leaders. We'll go out the far side. It's Wakatip over Otago. Invercargill got a chance of qualifying as well. And then in the middle of the course, because they went away, they've been pushed out of lane a little bit, is the Timaru crew. And it should be in the dark colours, Cromwell. And then we go back quite a wee way from there. We go to Otago number 2. Otago's there. We go back to a couple of crews I can't pick up for you in the colours. But we go to Wakatip on the far side. In the yellow skiff, all those kilometres round and round in Lake Hayes. Oh, they caught a bit of deep water there. They're certainly novices, but boy, quite tidy for novices. We'll just see who's doing the novices. Charlie. Charlie Wallace is doing the coaching with the novice squad out of Wakatip. Well done, Charlie. These guys are going along pretty well. They've got a commanding lead over now. Invercargill have moved out into the other lane, and one's come across. Otago have come over into the north lane. They'll be banging with crews going up to the start shortly. The novices, pretty strong, these two young fellas out of Lake Hayes. They look really strong through the water as they head down as the buzzer. Country mile ahead of Otago. Just check your course, Otago. Otago, need to check your course. They're just starting to straighten it up now. They'll get the buzzer, but they might end up going head into a couple of crews. Haven't got the buzzer yet, boys. They've got the buzzer now, and it looks like Invercargill are just Timaru coming on Invercargill pretty quickly. Invercargill, looks like Timaru have moved right up alongside Invercargill and taken the qualifier. Oh, Invercargill really knocked off by the look of it. Cromwell will go across now. I think the team will be happy with that. Then we go Oamaru, Dunstanarm, Otago boys, and that's the field. Now the Masters singles are on their way down through the course, and don't forget they are a handicap depending on age bracket. So they let the old fellas go first, and then they let the younger ones follow up behind them. And the Masters, Meridian Energy are the kind sponsors of Masters, and of course Meridian Energy are the kind sponsors of South. So they'll get away to it. The Women's Masters Coxless Quadruple Sculls have followed up after these. This is the Men's Masters straight final. They'll come back and do it again tomorrow. Wanaka is number 3 crew. Union, Avon, Canterbury and Invercargill. The Men's Masters Single Sculls B final. They've obviously sorted themselves out. Wanaka Canterbury, Wanaka, Union, North End, Twizel. So they've left the first race go, 21, kindly sponsored by Meridian Energy. And there's the handicap. We'll just see who goes off the go mark. Nobody goes off the go mark. Oh, the Wanaka Sculler, yeah, he looked pretty impressive at the Central Otago Rowing Championships. He was a new name into rowing that we know nothing about. Kane Court. He must be one of the older ones. He went away off an 8-second go. Union, Lincoln Cell for Lincoln, went off the go mark. Alexandrios, he's off the 7-second mark. Blair Catworthy, Canterbury 2, and Grant McKenzie. That's that race coming down, and it's Wanaka. It's Wanaka that's out in front over Union. And then the two, the dark colour on the outside will be Avon and Canterbury. And where's the Invercargill Sculler? No, that's Canterbury right out on the far side. So he's the guy that's in front, the Canterbury Sculler. Blair, he was off the go mark, of course. Now they've just got to, Wanaka guys got to try and pick him up as they come inside the yellow boys. But if he's off the go mark, he had a pretty good start by the look of it, and he is clearly out in front over Wanaka. Then we go Union, then we go Avon. That third heat of 56, oh, that third heat of the men's novice double sculls, Wakatapu went through in 3:56. 20 seconds quicker than Otago. So I can't see the next fastest time in the 4 heats coming from there as well. Canterbury, Wanaka picking them up nice and slowly. They're being very, very tentative in the waves. In fact, the Wanaka Sculler is stopped to try and straighten his boat up. Canterbury gets the buzzer. Same distance back to Union, same distance back to Avon. It's like Indian file. It's like being at the night trots at Addington. The next race through, the two Dunstan crews, Wayne Gloag and Quentin Annan, have been scratched by the look of it. Come on, guys. Have you scratched? Most likely, they both cycled over here from Alexandra, so they're feeling a little tired. Wanaka down in lane 1, Canterbury in 2, Wanaka in 3, Union in 5, Union 2 and 6, North End in 8, and Twizel in 9. So that'll be Kelvin Maker for Twizel. North End's David Hanna. They both used to be in the same lightweight crew that took the Nationals out many years ago, both Hanna and Maker. Russell Watson for Union, Stuart Wade for Union, been around a long time, Tristan Hughes for Wanaka, Andrew Thompson for Canterbury, and Chris Brooks for Wanaka. Wow, we've got a star-studded line-up in the second heat. Superintendent Brooks going along pretty well. I think you'll find this will be a handicap job as well, yeah. So it looks like Wayne Gloag should have gone off the go mark. Gloagie, this was a chance to win a race, along with Quentin Annan. And then all the rest are off second. So those two go mark guys are scratched for the look of it. Yep, they are. So it's coming down on the inside, or the favourite inside. They get the good water, of course, Wanaka. Brooksy down on the inside for Wanaka, and Kelvin Maker and Dave Hannon, the two club mates that used to row in the lightweight 4 many, many years ago. I think they were lightweight New Zealand trialists too, these two young fellas. They both rode out of the Twizel rowing sheds. Kelvin, of course, now is the caretaker here on the course and has done a brilliant job, absolute brilliant job in getting the course up to the standard that we're all used to. So there's not much. Kelvin on the outside, Dave Hannon on the inside. They'll be eyeballing each other, those two. Dave Hannon, I think, is coaching Queens, I think, this year. Kelvin Maker really ripping into it across the far side. He'll know the 1,000-metre course here. He'll know the shortcuts. He'd be like won the 100 metres. He had the quickest time in the world. And he told the reporters that he had the quick time because he knew the shortcut. It'll be like Kelvin Maker. Over 1,000 metres, he knows the shortcuts right out on the far side there. He looks across at Dave Hannon on his right-hand shoulder. He says, come on, Hands, give us a hand, see if you can get a little closer. Chris Brooks is now starting to feel the pinch, and 2 out from him will find that it is the crew from, I think it's the second crew from Wanaka. No, it's the Union Sculler. In between them is the white of the Canterbury Sculler. Then we go back to Wanaka, second crew. So the guns are out there, and they're first, second and third at this stage. Kelvin Maker trying to Dave Hannon. Dave Hannon coming at them. There's a Dave's trying to get a little bit closer to Kelvin. It's down to about 3/4 of a length now, maybe a length. Kelvin Maker, look at the work he's doing out there on the outside for Twizel. He is really ripping to it. I wonder if he knows. He won't know that his novice boys have made the final either. Down towards the line they go. He's going to hang on to it, Dave. Dave can't pick him up. Couple of big ones from Dave, trying to get a little closer. Oh, he's caught a deep one on the stroke side. Dave's got within 3/4 of a length of him now. Kelvin's come to the end of his run. Dave Hannon's picking him up with every stroke. He's down to almost a half a length now. They cross the line. Chris Brooks, he'll go across in third place. The Masters just as good as anyone on the lake. Union, Canterbury, and we go back to the second Wakatip Sculler. Your program now moves on to the Women's Masters Coxed and Coxless Quadruple Sculls. 2 crews are going to go to the start. They're just start time is 9:28, so they're virtually about 20 minutes behind time. But knowing Mr. Justin Wall, Barry Clydesdale, the starters up there, they will quite possibly try and catch that up. And talking about the starters up there, we had lost one of our very, very honest and long-time volunteers there about 4 weeks ago. A big stalwart of avid rowing, Warren Blasey. If anyone knew Warren Blasey, he's been a guy coming here volunteering to South Island Rowing for many, many years. He'd be a life member of Avon Rowing Club. And unfortunately, the last year he hadn't been feeling that well, and we lost him about 4 weeks ago. So we all send our condolences out to any family members on course of Warren, any friends of his, and he would be sadly missed in South Island Rowing volunteers. This is the way it was at the Canterbury Composite with Union that's out in front over Wanaka. There was a crew at the Central Otago Championships from Port Chalmers that were very, very classy indeed. Wanaka are a lot closer to the leaders today. The kind sponsor, of course, is Promo X. We appreciate your sponsorship, Promo X. We think that you've done a very good job for rowing over the years. Now the Women's Masters single sculls are next out of the 1,000-metre peg, but we don't have a we don't have a sheet here for the commentators to know who's entered in it. And next race up is 24, 23, 24, yet they're lining up a Women's Masters single scull. Promo X are the sponsorship. Our sponsorship page says the Women's Masters from the 1,000 metres. Promo X are the sponsors. It's the B part of it, but nothing on our sheets. Okay, we may have to just wing this one for you guys, unless they can bring something up on our computer to let us know who's in it. It's a coxless pair race. So it's the girls under 18 coxless pair, first 5 to the final. We've just picked it up for you, okay? So they're obviously not rowing the Masters Women's, and that's why we haven't got a sheet for it. Wake up, wake up. We've got the girls under 18 coxless Nelson Kellerman. We all know Nelson Kellerman, of course, boat builders. Nelson Kellerman are the sponsors, and we've got 2 heats, Villa and Ella. Unfortunately, the crew out of Christchurch girls number 1, they will be eliminated, so we hope that they got another row in a quad or a 4 or an 8 later on. Cromwell also, the chance for them later on, and also the crew from Timaru. Normally when they go across the gun like that, we can look around to our computer and get the time straight away, but the time's coming through very slowly, guys, so we do apologise that we can't get, like we have other years, been able to swing our head as soon as the buzzer goes and get that time. It may not have been overly accurate, but we certainly can get it. Nelson Kellerman for the second heat. 5 to go through again, well down through the course. They're trying to pick up that. They've got races, 3 races going in the course in the one go. Trying to pick up that time that was lost from the novice sink doubles. Oh, we've got another Rangi crew out in front. So it's Rangi, this time it's their number 3 crew. Arabella and Polly. And they're out in front on their right-hand shoulder. They've got Wairau, Lexi and Emma from Wairau. They'll be in a qualifying position. Then we go out, one out from the outside is another Rangi crew. It's the Rangi number 1 crew, so they've got a chance of qualifying. That's Molly and Caitlin across there. So there's your first 3. Then the other 3, we're looking for a qualifier. We've got Avon. Right across the far side, we've got North End 2, the Avon crew. The Avon crew is Olivia and Felicity. North End 2, Perry and Ruby. One of those 2 have got a chance to qualify, and then we go back to, I think it looks like 7, which is, or it could be Ashburton. Sheena and Isabel for Ashburton across the far side. I don't think they'll be able to qualify from there. So Avon go down. The first heat went through in 7:58, so there's the time, 7:58. We're not looking for quicker times, but we're seeing who's the better crew. Rangi Ruru number 3, their number 4 crew won the first heat. There's their number 3 crew, they'll go through. There's the Wairau crew, they go through now. There's your 2 qualifiers, Rangi's number 1 crew. They'll go through and go through the final, and then in the middle of the course, Avon, and it looks very much like the 5th qualifier is going to be Ashburton, who have got up over the North End crew. Target down the inside, and as soon as we get a time for that, we'll give you an idea as well. Men's open double sculls, they are right on the back end of that race. Specialised Structures New Zealand Limited, we appreciate it. We're looking for 2 heats, Cure, Dunstanarm, Avon, Wairau Composite with Oamaru, Avon, Timaru, Otago boys. First 5 to go through, 2 heats. So it's Dunstanarm. Who's in that Dunstanarm crew? Jared Wall and Jack Pearson. Oamaru and Wairau Composite are the crew in front, Dunstanarm, and then on the top side of Wairau Composite is Avon. It's Avon 3. Oh, they've just caught some trouble down here on the inside. That's the Cure Club. Oh, they've regained that very, very quickly indeed, Alex and Will. That keeps them up into 4th, so it's going to keep them in a qualifying position. We go through, and it's the composite crew, Wairau and Oamaru Composite, Logan Doherty and Fred Vavazur. Dunstanarm will go across the second qualifier, Avon the 3rd, down the inside to Cure the 4th, and belting home to get up into the 5th qualifying position is the crew from Timaru. Right, 8:10. 8:10 is the second heat of the girls under 18 coxless pair, considerably slower. Second heat of the men's open double sculls should be well down through the course. Dunstanarm, Harry and Angus, that's the crew that should be in front. Otago University, Quinn and Edward, Cure Boating Club, Louis and John, Canterbury, Angus and Thomas. Dunstanarm's number 3 crew, Denzel and Hamish. Avon, William and Lawrence, and Kashmir. First call for you this morning, Kashmir. Welcome along. Oscar and Sam. Good to see you got your crews going again, Matt. Open. One in from the outside, showing the Kashmir colours. It's Avon 2. Looks like Avon 2, and right down the inside, Dunstanarm. That's the 2. And this, the open second heat of the open double sculls. This very young crew of Dunstanarm was very impressive at the Central Otago Championships in the open last weekend. Harry Wilkinson and Angus Kenny, because Angus Kenny originally out of Otago Rowing Sheds. And they will have their boat in front over the crew and from, this is Avon. Avon 2, William and Lawrence, Avon 2 up into second place. They're dragging with them Kashmir. That's pretty good for a school crew. Oscar and Sam out there in the school crew. And then inside them, inside is Avon's number 3 crew. They're going along pretty well indeed as well. And then Cure Boating Club, and then there's a crew back a wee bit further. That is Otago University. And just see how that wind has dropped right away now, so we should see the time sizzle through the water now. Dunstanarm, they do all their kilometres on Lake Dunstan under the guidance of Simon Smith, helped along by Natalie Wilson and Jeff. You along there, Jeff? Do you help these boys out? They haven't got much of a lead, Dunstanarm. We'll take a look at this row of boys here. It looks like they go through. Oh, yeah, they've got a good 3/4 of a length lead over Avon. Avon bringing with them Cure Kashmir. That's a great row from Kashmir. 2 young fellas from the school squad out of Kashmir. And they are picking up ground on that Avon crew as they come down inside those last 100 metres. It's Dunstan. All happy to qualify. Dunstan go through and take it. They get the first buzzer. 3/4 of a length, Avon, half a length, Kashmir, Canterbury, and then the next qualifier is the second Dunstan crew, which is a couple of names I've never called before. Unfortunately, the other 2 crews will have to go out the back de-rigging boats. That first heat of the double sculls for men, and the opens went through in 6:57. We had an under 17 crew go in 6:57 earlier on in the day, so it just shows you what the wind is doing to the time. That little, I wouldn't call it a wind, a breeze. Looks like Rangi Ruru showing their colours early for 2022 here at the Otago Rowing Championships. Whoever's in charge of that dog that is walking around campus, it should be on a lead. Can we get that dog on the lead straight away? Girls under 16 Cox 4, race 28 of the regatta. They've just picked up about 10 minutes of that 20 minutes of time. Okay, the intermediate eights, I got on my program, it's Kapanua Rowing Activewear, first call for you as far as sponsorship's going, so must be down at Dunedin somewhere. Kapanua Rowing Activewear, we appreciate your sponsorship for the girls under 16 Cox 4s. There is 2 heats, first 5 through again, of course, Marion, North End, Wakatipu, Oamaru, Rangi Ruru and Rangi Ruru. Clive will be coming on for a call as soon as we get this race out of the way. 2 hours gone very, very quickly. The commentators are working 2 hours at a time, and then we just, whatever we lose behind time, that last half hour, we'll toss a coin to see who does the last half hour. A double-sided coin. It'll be my coin. Rangi. We can see the multicolours. I was saying the crews that are showing that they want to be very strong throughout the season is certainly Rangi Ruru and the woman. Dunstan Arm look as if they are as strong as normal. Wakatipu are starting to show their way as well. Avon look as if they have plenty of members. So Rangi Ruru. And the crew out of lane number 5, which is Oamaru, going along exceptionally well. It would only be about a length to a length and a half advantage. And then down the inside, Marion. So under 16, it just says the time for those open doubles went through in the same time as the under 17s went through earlier on in the day. They have got the intermediate 8s in the lineup. No, they haven't. Must be the second heat of these under 16 girls. So Rangi Ruru, they have showed their colours today, all right. They've almost got all their crews they've had on the water through to the finals. So Rangi's got about a 2.5 length advantage. The crew on their left-hand shoulder is Oamaru, off that harbour down there in Oamaru. 500 metres of it, and then they come up here to Twizel and get the big rowing course. We go back to another Rangi crew, but it's down on the inside, lane number 2, Marion College, who have moved up into 3rd position, and there's only going to be one crew that drops off. I think Rangi across the far side are up, and then the other 2 crews, the back off that is the boat of Wakatips, and just in front of Wakatip is the crew from, I just don't know who it is. It's North End. Yep. Down towards the line they'll go, inside their last 100. Rangi Ruru, the gold capture, always can put a spirit level across the girls' heads in the Rangi boats. They're beautifully balanced. You don't get the big tall one and the wee short one. So the coaching panel do a pretty good job with their crews off the Avon River. There's your first qualifier, Oamaru. Good to see Oamaru showing the colours. Let's see who's coaching in Oamaru, the Oamaru team. That's one good way of putting it. The Oamaru coaching team does a good job taking over from Owen. Tandem rig boat will go across from Marion. If you're a novice spectator out there and you don't know what Millsy's talking about, we'll mention it later on when we see one come down through the courses. You can get a look at it. Then Rangi Ruru, and it looks like Wakatip qualify, and it looks like North End unfortunately won't. Clive will come on now, guys, and take over the second heat for you.
Heat 2, yeah. So girls under 16, that's that one there. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely to be here, back in Twizel at Lake Ruatanifa. Thanks, Millsy. I'll be with you for the next couple of hours as we're picking up here race 29, girls under 16, Coxed 4. Just picking them up now as they're coming through the 1500. We've got let's look a quick look at the crews. We've got Christchurch Girls High School, Rangi Ruru Girls School, Waihopai, Timaru, Christchurch Girls High School, and Villa Maria. This is the girls under 16. Obviously, the sponsors, Kapinua Rowing Activewear. So thank you to those sponsors. As we see who's coming through now, we pick them up through the binoculars, and we just pick them up. Go. That's looking like a Timaru crew. Timaru in lane 5. They've got a good lead. A good 3 lengths. Second place is looking like Villa Maria College. Villa Maria have got a comfortable second, and then we're going back into third is the Rangi crew, Ruru crew. Comfortable third, remembering that the first 5 go through to the final, and first 5 coming through. As we come down now to the last 100 metres coming through, we've got the crew in lane number 5. Emily, Olivia, Lily, Annabelle and Tessa, coached by Dean Milne. They're going to take this comfortably. They've got 3 4 lengths over the crew from Villa Maria, Avania, Gemma, Ava, Caitlin, and Ella. Ralph is coxing. There they go. They're over the line. That's our first crew through. Second are going to be Villa Maria College. So they're going through into the final. Coming through in third. Still about 50 meters or 25 meters to go. We obviously have Rangi. And fourth place, lane number 2, the Christchurch Girls High School crew. They're going to come through, and now it is going to be, because there's 5 crews go through here, and there's a reasonable battle going on with these other 2. Yeah, they're just looking like the crew in lane 7, which is Villa Maria 1. They've just got their noses in front, but they appears they have a break. Oh no, they've caught a crab, but then she's back rowing again now. But it's all closed up. It's all closed up. In fact, they've just got in front of them lane number 4, Waihopai. Lane number 4 have got their noses in front. Oh yes, Villa Maria, all their boat speed has gone. I think they caught a big crab there, and it was a boat stopper. And lane number 4 have gone through. So they're going to go through to the final. As they're closing it down, they're stretching out a length ahead. They're really coming down, and they were looking like they were going to be eliminated, but they've carried on through, and unfortunately that Villa crew in lane 7. Just caught a crab there. That can happen early season. So well done to our qualifiers there. There's a next race. Let's have a quick look what we've got here. We've got the women's intermediate 8, I believe. Let me just check I've got that right. So race number 30 is the girls under 17 quad. Girls under 17. Let's just quickly check. The sponsors are High Country Lodge, so thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to all of them, but this race here, the girls under 17, is sponsored by High Country Lodge. Let's make sure I'm not missing. Great, so let's see who we've got rowing here. We've got Avonside Girls, St Andrews College, Columba College, Timaru, Wairau, St Andrew College 2, and Rangi Ruru. This is okay. We seem to have a an octuple in this as well. That's a that'll be the that's the St Andrews octuple there. So they've gone in this as well. So out front, I'm going to. It's the green and white of Wairau in lane number 6. Outside of them is Rangi Ruru. And Rangi are just dropping back slightly. Our leading here, we do have the St Andrews crew in the octuple. Sorry, in the 8, I apologise. Sorry, in the 8. In the 8, and they are not quite sure why they're rowing in this, but there obviously is a reason. So we've got the girls under 17 4, Coxed 4. So coming through now in the lead, I'm going to call lane number 6, Wairau, lane number 6, and then outside of them we've got Rangi Ruru. So St Andrews are coming through here in the 8, and they're going to go over the line shortly. But in the girls under 17 4, we've got in lane 6, there's St Andrews over the line in the 8. Then coming next, we've got the 4 from Wairau. Over they go, and then Rangi comes second. Coming into third in lane number 4. Lane number 4 is the Columba College crew. And then further back, we've got a lane number 7 is St Andrews. So there we go. Lane number 4 go through. That's Columba College. Now we have out on the far side St Andrew College 2. They're going to cross the line shortly. Then we've got another 8 down here, which is in lane 2. That is the Avonside Girls High School. And out the back, unfortunately, we have lane number 5, which is Timaru. So Timaru are going to bring us through to the end there. So there's the 8 coming over the line shortly from the Avonside Girls. Lane number, Avonside Girls. I just checked 1 2 1 2 1 2. There we go. Just a quick sound check here. We just got a little bit of issue with our system, but I think we're okay now. We're just peaking now. So there, here we go. Let's have a look at this next race. This is the men's intermediate double schools. The first 3 go through to the final, along with the next fastest crew from the 2 heats. So the men's intermediate this is sponsored by the Aotearoa Gaming Trust. So thank you to the Aotearoa Gaming Trust for their support at the Meridian Otago Rowing Champs. Great to be here. Now let's just pick this up here and see who we've got coming through. We've got Cure, Ashburton, North End, Ashburton 1, Otago Boys High 1, Otago Boys High 2, Oamaru 1, Dunstan 1, St Bede's College and Canterbury. And out in front, in lane number 7, is the Oamaru crew of Nye Jones Hogan and Patrick Spillane. Fantastic thrillers. And they're doing well. On the inside of them, though, putting them under pressure, in lane number 2, we have the Ashburton crew of Isaac Carr and Tim Connolly White, coached by Justin Wall. They've closed it up, but just holding out. And in fact, they've upped the rating out there. The lane 7 crew of Oamaru, they've answered the call, and they're both stroking quite well. They're just about half a boat length in front. It is closing down with every stroke, but are they going to hold on? Let's stay with this right out the front because they've really closed it down. Oh, they've nicked it. The crew on the inside there, I'm going to call that the Ashburton crew of Isaac Carr and Tim Connolly White, they really powered through at the end there. They take first place with the Oamaru crew taking second. Coming through in third is the lane number 9 crew, St Bede's College, Jamie Warren Thompson and Quinn O'Sullivan. They take third. Fourth place is going to be the Dunstan crew in lane 8, Aidan O'Doherty and Angus Hanning. And then coming through just now in lane number 3, there they go. They've gone through and stopped rowing. That's the North End crew, Rain McKenzie and Charlie Melville. Well done there. Still a few lengths to go. We have in lane number 4 the young guys from Ashburton, and then down on the inside is the Cure boating crew of Samuel Watkins and Thomas Reed. A couple of young lads there going through now as well. So well done to all those crews. The first 3 go through, and obviously the next fastest. So we're on to the next heat, the men's intermediate double schools, heat 2. First 3 going through to the A final. Sponsored by the Aotearoa Gaming Trust. Thank you very much to them. We have in this heat, we've got Cure, Otago, Oamaru 3, Otago 2, Wanaka 1, Otago Boys High 4, Oamaru 2, Ashburton 4, Ashburton 2, and Otago Boys High 3. So, see if we can pick it up reasonably early through the binoculars. Looks like there's 3 crews, 4 crews actually. This is going to be a good close race here. I can see we've got Cromwell out there. Who's down on the inside? Looks like we've got Cure down on the inside. Joshua Howden and Jack Shape. They're probably sitting in third. In first place, we're going to call the lane number 5, the Wanaka crew, Anton Jones and Torben Craig. They've just got their noses in front. Outside of them is the Oamaru crew, and then out on the far side, let me get that number there, make sure I'm calling it right. Lane number 9 is the Ashburton crew of Geordie McGillan and Ashton Brook, and there's a race between the 3 crews here. Out on the far side we've got lane number 9, the Ashburton crew. Lane number 9 is Ashburton crew. Inside of them, in lane number 5, we're picking up Wanaka 1, and that is Anton Jones and Torben Craig. They're being closed down by that fast finish. It's a strong finish. They've upped their rating. Lane number 9, Ashburton have closed that up. It's going to be neck and neck. Down on the inside, holding third at the moment, is the Cure crew in lane number 1. That's Joshua Howden and Jack Sharp. So as we come up to the finish, 25 metres to go, and they have got their noses in front. They're trying to answer. Are they going to hold on? It's it's closing right down. But too difficult to call. But I'm gonna say Ashburton have held on, and Wanaka really came back at them. Cure do come in at third. In fourth place, in lane number 7, is Oamaru. That's Connor McLeod and Scott Hay. Well done there to those guys. Out on the far side, lane number 8, crossing in about 10 metres. Ashburton 4, Charlie Howden and Travis Amos. Back further down the field, they've lost a number, but that must be the Otago crew. Otago are coming across next, and then we have some young crews here coming through now. That's another Oamaru crew with a Otago 4 crew just coming in behind them. So some good racing there. That was the second heat of the men's intermediate. Heat 1 went through in a time of 7:28, and it was very, very close there. Ashburton being pushed into second place. So Oamaru held on, and St. Bede's College came in third, 24 seconds behind the winners. So well done to Oamaru there, and Ashburton getting second. I'll let you know the time of the next heat. Coming up next, we have the boys under 15 double schools. We've got Wakatipu 3. Timaru 30, Wakatipu 2, Burnside High School 2, Burnside High School 3 and Otago. And this is the boys under 15. Boys under 15, let me just find the sponsor for you because we do need to thank these sponsors. Oh yes, boys under 15 is Nielsen Kellerman. So thank you to Nielsen Kellerman. They're a sponsor for the Meridian Otago Rowing Championships. And we do need, obviously, all of our sponsors to be recognised. Support them where you can, because all of our rowing, our sponsors, we need our volunteers, we need our sponsors, and let them know when you do use their services that you've seen them supporting the rowing. I think that becomes the best way that we can ensure that they continue as being sponsors is when you do use their services or buy products from them, to let them know that you've seen the name there and that you drop your own thank you in, and that always goes down very well with our sponsors, and it means we can bring them on the following year. So once again, a thank you for the boys under 15 sponsor, which is Nielsen Kellerman. Thank you. So here we go. Let's have a look at these crews. As they're coming down to the 1500 metre mark. It appears to be Otago. Let's just run through the names on these crews. We've got down on the inside lane number 2, we've got Mike Perry and Hogan Brown. Timaru, we've got Tim Bartlett and Riley Dan. Wakatipu, Finley Woods and Max Davis. Burnside High School, Mitch Cowan, Riley McMorran. Burnside High School, Oscar Roberts, Thomas Carey. Otago 1, William Light and Noah Hamilton. So as they're coming down here, I will also just quickly check, because obviously I know there's a lot of people keen to know. The Netherlands-Argentina score is 2-2. It's 2-2, and they literally scored, Netherlands scored a goal in 10 minutes of extra time, and I think we're going to have another game going through to penalties. But let's come back to the rowing for a second, and let's pick up this leading crew here in lane number 7. Lane number 7 is the Otago pair of William Light and Noah Hamilton, and they've got a very big lead. They must be at least 8 lengths, and there they are, quite comfortably having a look around, and they are going to take that win. In second place, in lane number 4, we have the Wakatipu crew. And those two crews really are another 10 lengths back, 10 lengths ahead from the next couple of crews coming through. Looks like we've had a couple of scratchings here. But over on the, down on the inside, in lane number 3, we're picking up Timaru. And they're going to pick up 3rd place. And over on the far side, we've got a Christ College crew there in lane number... Well, it says lane 5, but they're not in lane 5. That's a Burnside crew, Burnside crew. I think that's Mitch Cowan and Riley McMorran. But anyway, as we come through here, the first two have well gone through, and this young crew in lane number 3, the Timaru pair of Tim Bartlett and Riley Dan, they're going to take 3rd place. And over on the far side there, who've ended up in a different lane, they're not in lane 5, but assume that is the Burnside crew of Mitch Cowan and Riley. They come over the line now. There we go. So that was the first heat, heat number 1 of the boys under 15 double sculls. We have the second heat now. Let me just come back to the, see if I've got that heat 1. No, I'm not getting the timing coming through. So just back to the football for a second to see if I can update you. It looks like the game has ended, half time. 106 minutes, peep peep. I'll just keep an eye on that because obviously we do like to follow the football as well as the rowing. It's a unique mix. So coming down now, we have the second heat of the boys under 15 double sculls. In this one we've got Wakatipu, Timaru, Twizel, Dunstan Arm, Burnside High School and Timaru. So, putting a shout out at Wakatipu, Jasper Crawford and Harry McNay, Timaru, Stratford and Fraser Goff, Twizel, Kobe Narun and Luca Mains Upson, Dunstan Arm, Christopher McIntosh and Max Smith, Burnside, Nissel Singh and Roman Stevens, and Timaru, AJ Caldwell and Link. So, I can see they're coached there by Brian Smith. A big shout out to Brian. Hope he's well. And also Jamie Harrison is coaching. So, let's have a quick look here and see what we can get. There's a... Timaru crew are up there. Timaru are up there with Twizel. Twizel have just got their noses in front. I can see a crew on our side, but I have a feeling that might have been from the previous heat. I'll need to, once they get closer, I'll need to pick up their number and just check, because we are racing in race H. So apologies if they're they are leading, but they're definitely on H. See if I can get their number. Yep, they are indeed from the previous heat. So, as we're coming down, the locals, the Twizel crew, have just got their noses in front. But it is neck and neck. And in fact, there's a good drive there. They've got their rating, the Timaru boys. Timaru boys in lane 3. Let's have a look. Lane 3, Lachlan and Fraser, coached by Antonio Francis Rees and Jan Cooper. They have really pulled away. And I tell you what, they did that in about 10 lengths. They have been absolutely charging through there, and they are going to take the win. They've got 100 to go, but they've put a length on the Twizel crew. The Twizel crew and their home paddock, I tell you what, they'll still be happy with that first 5 that go through. So they could be foxing a little bit there. But well done to the Timaru crew, Lachlan and Fraser. They've got that by about a length, clear water. They're going to come through first. Twizel are going to come through second. Twizel in lane number 4. Coming in third, it looks like a mixed crew in lane number 5. Lane number 5, Dunstan Arm. Well done, Dunstan Arm. Are they going to hang on, or are they just being closed up? Ooh. They've just hung on there, and it's the crew in lane 2 who put them under pressure, which was Wakatipu. That's Jasper Crawford and Harry McNay. They've just closed them up. So they're all through. And in fact, it is the first 5 that go through. So let's have a look. Who's going to nick this 5th spot? It is in lane 6. Lane 6. Burnside High School. Nashil Singh and Roman Stevens. They're going to come through for that 5th spot. So they'll get to do it all again. Well done, gentlemen. That's the boys under 15 double schools. And we thank the sponsors once again. So there's another race on the water. Let me pick that up for you. The boys under 18, Coxed quadruple schools. We've got Christ College, Christchurch Boys High, Otago Boys High, Christ College 3, Waihope High, and Wairau. On the football, we're still 2-2. And I'm assuming they're going to penalties. Let's have a quick look. No, they're still playing. So, here we go. Let's pick this one up. The boys under 18, quadruple schools. And this is by Capino Rowing Activewear. Capino Rowing Activewear. Thank you to those sponsors. So as we come through, let's pick up who's leading this in, and it's that lovely green and white in lane number 8. Lane number 8, we've got the Waiau crew. They're coming through. They've got a couple of lengths, but we've got a good race for 2nd and 3rd. We've got Christ College in there in lane 6, and then inside of those is the Lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School. They've got their neck in front of them for 2nd. So Christchurch Boys High School are 2nd. And down on the inside here in lane 3, that's another Christ College crew. They're holding 3rd. So as we come down to the final 50 metres, over on the far side there in lane number 8, we have the Waiau crew. They're going to take 1st place. They're holding it together. It's been a good night. In lane 4. Lane 4's holding on to 2nd. That's Christchurch Boys. And 3rd place is the Christ College crew in lane number 3. Well done there. That's 1, 2 and 3. 4 coming through now is the 2nd Christ crew. So they're going to qualify in lane number 6. And then also coming now, we have the Timaru crew. Sorry, apologies. Otago Boys High crew going through as well. Well done. The next race is coming down. Again, this is the boys under 18 Cox quadruple schools. The first 5 go through to the final. The rest are eliminated. We've got Christ College, Christchurch Boys High School, Wakatipu, Burnside High School, Christchurch Boys High School, and Otago Boys High. Again, this is the under 18. Kapinarua Rowing Activewear. We'll see their advert in the Meridian Otago Rowing Championship booklet. You really should have one of those if it's your first ever event. If you're a parent or grandparent coming down to see the kids row, the grandkids row, I think getting this booklet is a wonderful memento of the first ever major regatta that they do. So as we pick up this race, they're still in the red boys, just going over now. We've got in lane number 5, the Wakatipu crew. They've got a good couple of lengths in 2nd place. That's looking like a Christ College crew in lane 3. Yes, it is. It's Christ College in lane 3. They've got a 2nd spot, but Wakatipu, Ashton White, Xavier Small, Marley King-Smith and Toby Rorison, coxed by Emily Howick and coached by John Morrison. They have got a good couple of lengths. They're in lane number 5 and they're going to take the win. So well done to those boys there as they're closing down 20 minutes to go. But Christ College will be pleased with that. They're looking quite comfortable, quite relaxed. lane number 3. Lane number 3, Christ College. Over on the far side, we've got a good battle here for 3rd place. Remembering it's the first 5 are going through. So these next 3 are all going to go through. That's lane number 4. Lane number 4, Christchurch Boys High School. Over on the far side, lane number 8 is the Otago Boys High. They're going to go through. And our 5th finisher is lane number 7, Christchurch Boys High School. So there we go. They're our qualifiers. Just coming back, the boys under 18, the first heat was 7:04. 7:04 on that first heat. So let's look at our next race. It's the boys under 16, Coxed 8. Heat number 1, the under 16, boys under 16 8 is C&R Insurance. Thank you to C&R Insurance. I think I saw their ad early on in the brochure, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you again for your continued support. C&R, just looking through, flicking through now the brochure, trying to pick up the advert there. But anyway, they're sponsoring again, so thank you. Let's see who we've got in this boys under 18. They're all going through to the final anyway, but it's a good little blowout. First race down here probably for them. We can see that heat number 20, there's another heat lining up down there. That looks like the 8s as well. That's great. So this is the boys under 16. And the race lining up is race number... It's telling me it's race number 36. Anyway, we're just picking this one up here. We've got the boys under 16, Coxed 8, Christchurch Boys High School, Christchurch Boys High School 1 and 2, then Christ College 1, St Andrew College 1, Boys High College 2, Christ College 4, St Thomas of Canterbury. Big shout out to St Thomas of Canterbury. So, they've gone past the 1,000 metre. They're at that 12:50. They'll be coming through to the 1,500. Quickly coming back to the football, it's still 2-2. We're half time in the first period of extra time. So there's going to be changes galore from those coaches, I'm sure. And is it going to go through to another penalty shootout? Let's hope there's a winner. But let's look at our winners here on this race. Race number 37, the boys under 16, Coxed 8, kindly sponsored by C&R Insurance. So here we go. This is going to be a good race. And that is looking like St Andrews. St Andrews are battling against the crew on the inside. Let's just pick up who it is. I'm going to say it's Christchurch Boys in lane number 3. So we've got a race on our hands here with Christchurch Boys in lane number 3. Just on the trying to close down St Andrews College. St Andrews College, we've got Jack, Theodore, Thomas, William, Logan, Jackson, Max, Bradley, and Cox by Peter Blade. He's going to look to bring them home. This is going to come down to the wire because, yep, that's a good movement there. The coxswain from Christchurch Boys has really working that crew and having a good look and driving them through, really closing it up. So I think they've still got a canvas. Coming back from them, we've got Christ College. We've got St Thomas of Canterbury out there. They're battling them. And then we've got the second Christchurch Christ Boys School. And also just tagging on with them is the Otago there. So we've got a good race for third. But all this is closed up. And that canvas has gone. That canvas has gone. And Christchurch Boys in lane 3 have got their noses in front. They've got a canvas now. They've got a canvas. They're going to take the win. And that's lane 5. Lane 5. Lane 5 comes second. Coming through here, let's see who's going to hold on to third. It's the two Christ College crews, lane 4 and lane 7. Lane 4 and lane 7, that's Christ College. They're neck and neck. And I tell you what, St. Thomas of Canterbury have just pipped the Otago crew. There we go. And last but not least, coming over now, lane number 2 is the Christchurch Boys second crew. So well done. That was a good race and very close. I'll be checking out the times with that. That was the boys under 16 Coxed 8. On the water now and just going through, we have the women's novice Coxed 8. We've got, let's see, I think the first 5 going through. So I have a feeling we've got 2 heats here. 2 heats of the women's novice Coxed 8. And they are Marion College, Columba College, Wakatipu, Christchurch Girls High School, Rangiruru Girls School, and Christchurch Girls High School. This is race number 38, the women's novice Coxed 8. And let's just see who our... This is the Otago Community Trust, women's novice Coxed 8. So thank you to the Otago Community Trust for their 1, 2. There we go. I think we're back on now. We had a little chat. Let's see what I can tell you about the football. 2-2. They're now on penalties. As we come through here, oh, and someone's there's a bit of weaving going through here from the crew in lane 3. But they get over the line now, and the other crew, that was St Andrew's College, and the other crew have just caught one there and stopped in the water. So that was Christchurch Girls High School. Anyways, we come through now. This is the men club Coxed 4, race number 40. That was race 39. Race number 39. So we've got the men's club Coxed 4. Men's club Coxed 4. Let's see who's sponsoring this. Oh, yeah. Specialised Structures NZ Limited. Specialised Structures NZ Limited. Thank you for your sponsorship. They're sponsoring this race. And Timaru have taken that out. Timaru have taken that out over the Canterbury crew, who are just close now. There was only 2 boats in that. It was race 40. Moving on to 41, it's the men's novice Coxed 4. Men's novice Coxed 4. Let's have a look. Men's novice. High Country Lodge is our sponsor for this one. High Country Lodge. The men's novice Coxed 4. And we've got them there past the 500. We've got Omaru, Otago Boys High, St Bede's College 1 and 2, St Andrew's College, Timaru, Christchurch Boys High School and St Andrew's College. So we've got a few coming through. Let's see what I can... And it's looking like, let me just clarify this before I say it. Penalties are 3-4. 3-4 to the Netherlands. But I'm just waiting for my phone to update. So, 4 minutes ago, it was 3-4 to the Netherlands. Has that finished that way? I might have to go back out and come back in. Oh no, sorry, the Argentina have gone through after beating the Netherlands on penalties. Wow. Wow, okay, I thought it was the other way around. Oh, Netherlands are out. Argentina have gone through on penalties. They've turned it round in penalties. Wow. Argentina go through. And settle as the quarter-final thriller. Wow, wow, wow. Another game settled on penalties. Let's focus on what we've got happening here, though, which is the men's novice Cox 4, Heat 1. They're all progressing. So this is a great opportunity to have a good blowout and put some of those technique changes to practice. We've got Omaru, Otago Boys High, St Bede's 1 and 2, St Andrew College, Timaru, and Christchurch Boys High School, and St Andrew College 2. So, St Bede's are out in front. Timaru second. And Christchurch Boys High in a battle for third with somebody down on the inside. Let's just check who that is. That could be Otago down the inside there. But anyway, as we look here, the St Bede's crew Yep, St. Bede's have got a nice lead there. They're managing that very well. It's the St. Bede's crew in lane number 5. Lucas Corcoran, George Kinder, Jake O'Sullivan, Christopher Gunny and Max Walsh is the coxswain, coached by Scott Rogers. As they're coming down now, let's have a look at these guys. Lane number 5. Just came off the oar there. Just wanted to get that back in the water. But Timaru are a comfortable second. The Timaru crew in lane number 7. AJ Caldwell, Ganel Kim, Jack Bennett, Luke Tompkins, and coxed by Finn Gollan. And that's Brian Smith and Jamie Harrison again. Well done to those guys. As they're coming through now, the St. Bede's crew are looking strong. Couple of powerhouses in the middle there. Lane number 5, they're going to comfortably take the win. Second place, Timaru in lane number 7. There they go, St. Bede's take the win. Timaru, 3-4 lengths back, are going to take second place. And third is Otago in lane number 3. Otago Boys High, Harvey Brown, Tim Sinnott, Archie Colukium, Tom Dunn, and Noah Clark is coxing. Well done. They're going to come third. They're all progressing. So again, we go over the far side and we look at lane 8. Christchurch Boys High School. The second St. Bede's crew, they're coming through now. Second St. Bede's crew. And then we come back to lane number 6, which is St. Andrew's College. And over on the far side, if I'm not mistaken, is another St. Andrew's College crew. Lane number 9, they're just closing down to this. The two St. Andrew's crews. So that was the men's novice coxed 4, heat number 1. They're all progressing. Race 42, the women's open double sculls. First 5 through to the final. Let's have a look. Race number 42. This is the women's open double sculls. They're well on the water now. Let's just want to check who the sponsor is for the women's double sculls. Promo X. Our sponsor for this race, the Women's Open Double Sculls, is Promo X. Let's see who we've got racing here. Warrow, North End, Avon, Canterbury, Dunstan, Canterbury, Nelson, Union, Otago, Uni 1 and Otago Girls High School. So, let's see what's happening down here. There's a bit of a spread over this field. It looks like Wairau have dropped off. They're not an Ortho North End. Inside of them in lane number 3 is Avon. They'll be looking to try and close down for getting that top 5. Then Canterbury. Dunstan Arm in lane 5 are looking strong. Canterbury 2. Let's have a look and see if I can pick that crew out on the far side. I'm going to say lane number 8. Otago Uni, Phoebe Trolove and Juliet Alm Lecoux, coached by Glenn Sinclair. Let's see if I've got that right. That's a Dunstan Arm crew out there. Dunstan Arm colours anyway. But maybe they're in the wrong lane. But anyway, we've got Dunstan Arm through the middle. And over on the far side in lane number 8 it appears to be. It's Otago Uni, but they're in Dunstan colours. They've got the lead. I'll try and pick up their number when I can, but I'm sure that, yes, that is lane 9. That is, they're in the, it's Otago Uni, but they're in the Dunstan colours. Phoebe Trolov and Juliet. So Phoebe and Juliet have got a good 3-4 lengths there over the other Dunstan crew coming through the middle in lane 5. Lane 5 is Dunstan Arm, Charlotte Lightfoot and Sophie Smith, coached as ever by Simon Smith. They're in second with Otago Uni, a comfortable first place, and they are rowing exceptionally well. Oh, I apologise, yeah, my colour blindness kicked in there. That is indeed the Otago Uni colours, and they are actually rowing magnificently for early season. Lane number 9, Otago Uni, coming through very strong. I mean, it's a nice showing from this Dunstan crew as well. Lane number 5, Charlotte and Sophie, they'll be pleased with that. Let's see, there's a good race for third and fourth. In lane number 6 is Canterbury, Daisy B and Helen Gunn. So Daisy B Scrouse and Helen Gunn, they've got third. And down here is looking like Avon are coming through in lane 3. That's Tyler Stewart and Claudia Kinder. They're going to come through fourth. And then fifth, just behind them, is the next Avon crew. Are just going to hold on there. We've got another Avon crew there. So well done. Over we go there. And coming through now, that's lane 6 has got third spot. And lane 3, Avon has got fourth. And then coming across on the far side now is lane 10. That's Otago Girls. And then we've got North End coming through and Nelson. Nelson won, yes, there we go. So, be interesting to see the time of that. That was in race 42, because I have a feeling that was a nice time. Race. So race 43 is the boys under 17 Coxed 8. It's looking like we've got 3 crews coming through, and we've got St Bede's College, St Andrews College and Otago Boys High. This is the boys under 17. Boys under 17. And it is St Bede's in lane number 4. St Bede's in lane number 4, who've got that by a good couple of lengths. I'm trying to pick the third crew, I can't see them. And that is St Andrews College there. Let's have a look at that. St Andrews College there in lane 5. Yes, St Andrews College there. Bedes are going to take the win. The other crew must have dropped out. There was supposed to be an Otago crew. But anyway, St Bede's, lane number 4. And here we have St Andrews College in lane number 5. Probably a length and a half back there. That was the race number 43, the under 17. That was another sponsor there, was the Nielsen Kellerman. Thank you to them. They're the sponsors that we must have lost a crew there. Race number, yes, they were. I think they were. One of them was scratched. That was, yeah, the Otago Boys High was scratched. So St Bede's take the win there, and St Andrews College 9.7 seconds behind, picking up the second spot. So they all progress to the final anyway. I'm sure we'll see Otago Boys High back in tomorrow. That could have purely been down to other races affecting them being in that. Men's Intermediate Cox 4. Race 44, Men's Intermediate Cox 4. Let's see if I can pick up a sponsor early. Men's intermediate, where's it gone? Let's see who we've got racing here anyway on the men's 4, race 44. We've got Ashburton 1, Cure Boating Club, Otago 1 and St Andrews College. Men's intermediate Cox 4 is the Aotearoa Gaming Trust. Aotearoa Gaming Trust, so thank you to them. Let's have a look and see who we've got rowing here. We've got from Ashburton, we've got Isaac, Ashton, Geordie, Tim, Drew. Cure, we've got Jack, Matthew, Samuel, Joshua and Cox by Thomas Reed. Oamaru, we've got Lachlan, Nye, Jet, Scott, Cox by Sophie Brown. And St Andrews College, we've got Samuel, Liam, John, James and coxed again by Peter Blade. So there's the they're well on the water, and there's coming past the 1200 down to the 1500. And as we have a look here, we can see there is the crew in yellow of Oamaru, Lachlan, McLaren, Nye Jones, Hogan, Jet Rogers and Scott Hay, coxed by Sophie Brown. They've got a quite significant lead. There's a crew out there as well, but they're outside the lanes. I'm assuming they're from the previous heat. So let's see here as we pick up the black caps and the yellow tops with that black cross, which is the Oamaru crew in lane number 6. Quite comfortable lead there. And looking further back, we can see Andrews out there in 3rd spot, and the second yellow boat, which is the Ashburton crew in lane 4. So we've got Ashburton in 2nd spot with St Andrews in 3rd. I'm picking that other crew out there. Could have been R5. So they've either got to the thing late, but they're definitely on the outside. Don't quite know what's happened there. Maybe they missed the start and they've just got across, but they're, yeah, R5 is the Cure crew. I'm sure they'll be checking in on that. But as we look at the race now, as we're into the yellow boys, the yellow crew in the Win Stevens boat in lane number 6 is the Oamaru 1 crew of Lachlan, Nye, Jet, Scott with Sophie Brown coxing, and they'll be very pleased with that because that is a good 10 lengths they've got there. They're all going through to the final, so they get to do this again, but that's laying down really quite a nice marker saying, hey, come and get us if you can tomorrow. Ashburton coming through for 2nd place. They're a good number of lengths back, but there we go. That's the Oamaru crew who take it. Ashburton are going to come 2nd, and then the St Andrews crew of Samuel, Liam, John, James and Peter Blade, they'll be coming in 3rd. So Ashburton, Isaac, Ashton, Geordie, Tim and Drew Gilbert will be pleased with that 2nd and be hoping to close that up for tomorrow. So that was the men's intermediate Cox 4, race number 44. The girls under 15, 8. Plus there's a girls under 15-4 in this. I think there's some mixed boats here. Yeah, we've got a girls under 15-8. And then the other race within the race is the girls under 15-4. Under 15, that's girls under 15-4. That's Aotearoa Gaming Trust. And we also seem to have an 8 in there as well, the girls under 15-8. The boats are making their way back down here. So, as we're working our way through our program, as we said earlier, there was 144. I'm just going to give you a quick update. Yes, Netherlands, Argentina, reading the report. Apparently it was a weirdly wonderful game. It's probably time for a lie down. I think there's been a lot of emotion there, and Argentina have gone through. Their keeper made a couple of saves. Holland were actually, the Netherlands were actually winning the penalty shootout, and then he's made a couple of late saves to turn it round, and Messi's dream lives on. And unfortunately for Louis van Gaal, the 71-year-old Netherlands coach, he will be, I'd imagine, stepping down now, and here's an amazing story there of his recovery from cancer to come back and lead the team for a third time. So, yes, as always, the joys of football. But let's concentrate on the rowing. Race number 45. The girls under 15-8 plus there's an under 15-4 race. So, we're looking at it, there's only one under 15-8 in there. So, I'm going to concentrate on the under 15-4. We've got Timaru, Wakatipu, Christchurch Boys High School, St Thomas of Canterbury, Christchurch Boys High School, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Twizel 1, Cromwell 1, and they're well and truly on the water. I'll see if the TV screen is going to pick it up for me at that 1,000-metre mark, just showing the finish at the moment, but I'm hoping that they'll cut across. We seem to have a good race. There's 3 or 4 crews who are all together, and let's see if I can pick it up on the screen. The girls under 15-8 is obviously sponsored by Lion Foundation, and the girls under 15-4, let me see if I can just pick up that sponsor. I know I said it earlier. Aotearoa Gaming Trust. So, as we pick it up, I've not got the coverage on the screen, unfortunately, but I'll get the binoculars. And this wind seems to have just calmed down, which wasn't in the forecast, so we're very, very happy with that. I was looking at the stars last night, because I do like to weather forecast via the stars in the evening, and yeah, I was predicting the wind to drop. And here we go. We've got a nice race developing here. We've got a crew in the middle lane, lane number 5. Could be Christchurch Boys High School there. Lane number 6. I think the 8 have been given a time penalty. They've started out later. So the yellow boat of Oamaru, of Wakatipu, are holding second place. The crew in lane number 6, that's Christchurch Boys High School. They're comfortably leading this at the moment. There's going to be a good battle for that third spot. and 4th, and looking at this race, they're all progressing to the final tomorrow anyway, the boys under 15, which is great. This is a free hit out for them, and they'll all be looking to better their time tomorrow. As we can see, the 1500, there's the last of them going through. Yep, there they all go. They're all coming through, charging through now. There's the 8, who's obviously got a bit of space. This up now as we're still in the yellow boys. We're into the yellow boys, and it is indeed in lane number 6. Lane number 6, Christchurch Boys High School. Rico, Charles, Ruben, Miles, and Sam Moffat coxing. They've got a comfortable lead here. A comfortable, just looking across. Don't need to blow themselves out there. There they go nicely in second place. In the yellow boat in lane number 3 is Wakatipu. They've got a good second place. A couple of lengths back on this Christchurch Boys High School crew. A couple of lengths back. But they're going to take, Wakatipu are going to take a comfortable second. There they go. Our winners go over the line there. Let's pick up third. Is going to be in lane 5, St. Thomas of Canterbury. St. Thomas of Canterbury, a shout out to them as always. They're going to come through and take third, and fourth is going to be the second Christchurch Boys High School crew. They're going to come through fourth. So St. Thomas of Canterbury. And next we look over the far side there. That is the green. They've lost their number. There's a bit of wind, but it's the green of Twizel coming across the line. Outside of them, Cromwell. And that's the girls in the 8 coming through now. That was the girls in the 8 coming through. I'm not quite sure why they're in there, but I'm sure there's a rationale to that. So there we go. That's our boys under 15-4. And they're all going to come back tomorrow, which is great. They're getting some experience and some time on the water. Our race number 46, which is already taken off, is a girls under 17 single sculls. We've got in lane 2, Waihopai 2, Yasmin McLean, Oamaru 1, Emma Spittle, Ashburton 2, Amelia Chambers, Avon girls, Sarah Webley, Waihopai, Charlotte Klein, Otago girls, Danielle Milne, Timaru, Nadia Bush, and Wakatipu, Mia Pagan. So, the girls under 17 is sponsored by the Aotearoa Gaming Trust. So, they've had a shout out a few times for their continued sponsorship. So, thank you. At what is the start of the rowing season reel, the Indian Otago Rowing Championship 2022. It's been an interesting year, but it's great to see crowds back. I remember being here last year and all the vans and camper vans over on the other side and people making tents, and it was quite different view from that other side, but it was great to go over there and catch up with a few people. But we did miss the crowds here. I know there's a few people enjoying a coffee and an ice cream. Great to see the vendors back. Great to see the crowds back. And all those wonderful multicoloured tents. I'm not going to call them Bedouin tents. I think that would be a mistake. I think they're slightly more, dare I say, Goose Fair. Many of you won't know Goose Fair, but it's a wonderful, and it's all named after they used to walk the geese to the sale, and they used to tar their feet, actually. There you go, for the long walk from East Anglia to sell their geese and chickens and ducks and all kinds of things. And anyway, many a multicoloured tent there, and I'm going to refer to it more as a fair than it is a Bedouin tent. No reference to Qatar. So anyway, moving through, girls under 17 single sculls, picking them up, and this is a nice race developing here. Let's have a look what goes through. It's the first 3 through to and the next fastest crew. So I think we have 3 heats here, so it's very competitive. 10 go through to the final. Let's see if we can make a call as we come through. The next heat's just gone off. The next heat has just gone off, which is the heat 2 of the girls under 17. They make their way. They're at 50 metres. The umpire boat is tucking in behind, and they're away. And they're charging down the course. They've made a 9, all of them away cleanly. And let's see what we can pick up here. We've got there's a couple of boats out front, and it is the yellow in lane number 3, Oamaru Emma Spittle, coached by the Oamaru team. Oamaru 1, Emma Spittle, is having a battle with, out on the far side, that's looking like a Timaru rower, Nadia Vanden Bush, coached by Dean Milne. So we've got a Timaru in a battle, a South Island battle with the Oamaru boat featuring Emma Spittle. And they are definitely going, trying to charge through to the end. I'm going to call that the Oamaru crew, Emma, has just got her nose in front by half a boat length. It's going to be a really good race down for third. Let's just look further back the field. I can see out on the far side there, the Wakatipu 3, Mia Pagan, is looking to close in on the green of Ashburton. Amelia Chambers, they're going to battle it out for third place. So if nothing else, they'll be hoping for a fastest finisher. But let's pick up the leading pair as we see in lane number 3. Lane number 3 is going to bring us home. That's Oamaru's Emma Spittle. She's got a boat length. She's managed to drive away. Nice rating steadily, but consistent. Nice rating there. And the Timaru crew out on the far side. Sorry, the Timaru rower in lane number 8. Nadia Vanden Bosch has just dropped away that last 250. Oamaru Emma Spittle is going to take the win. Second place is going to be Timaru out in lane 8. So well done to Emma. Nadia is going to hold on to second. And coming through in third is the Ashburton rower in lane 4. Amelia Chambers. Well done, Amelia. She has pulled away from the rower out on the far side. Another, let's have a look. Yes, it is lane number 9. Wakatipu, Mia Pagan, has got fourth. She'll be hoping for fastest qualifier there. The other rowers, unfortunately, won't make the final. So there's that first 3 through. Let's quickly pick up the next heat. The next heat of the girls under 17 single schools. We've got Timaru, Alana Berry-Rankin, Waihopai, Thea Hoyle, Wakatipu 2, Olivia Bissett, Avon girls, Annika Johnston, Wanaka, Kate Ritchie, Ashburton, Rosa Armstrong, Burnside High School, Katie Mitchell, and North End, Maggie Dowling. As they're coming down towards the 1500, let's see what I can tell you. I can tell you one thing for sure, that Dutch hearts are broken. They'll be crying into their beer, and it's never a nice thing to go through. But this is what World Cups are all about. And here we come through. Yeah, there's a good race here. We've got 2 rowers out front. There is an Ashburton rower. Let's see if I can pick them up. Ashburton, that's Rosa Armstrong. She has her nose in front and is looking nice and strong there, getting that power into the water. Down on the inside, one of the early lanes. I'll see if I can pick the rower up. I think it's in lane number 3 is Waihopai. Yes, Waihopai, Thea Hoyle, coached by Danny Young. Thea. I've completely pronounced that wrong, and I apologise. But the surname is Hoyle. They're going to have a battle, those two. I hope and Ashburton in lane 7. Ashburton in lane 7. Rosa, Armstrong and Hoyle are battling it out. And I'll tell you what, well, I hope I've come through there. She must have had a fantastic row in that last 250. Lane number 4 is holding on to 3rd place. There are qualifiers. Lane number 4, Otago Girls High School, Olivia Caulfield. She's got 3rd, and there is a real battle for 4th. But our 1, 2 and 3, lane number 3, Hoyle is going to go over the line. She has done very well there. She goes now and over in lane 7. 7 is Rosa Armstrong. She's got 2nd. 3rd, lane number 4, Olivia Bissett. There we go. 1, 2 and 3. And down, 4th comes down the inside. Well done to lane 2. Lane 2 has come through North End there. Sorry, lane 2, Timaru there has come through. Wow, and it doesn't stop because here's the 3rd heat. And again, remembering it's the first 3 that automatically go through. The first 3 going through. The girls under 17, single schools. We've got North End, Olivia Ollerenshaw, Ashburton, Sophie Gibson, Otago Girls High School, Olivia Caulfield, Marion College, Olivia Toomey, Waihopai, Ella Norman, Wakatipu, Pippa McAtamy, Timaru, Isla Crawford, and Burnside High School, Sam Rankin. This is race number 48. Race number 48. I'll see if I can pick them up on the screen. Yep, and they've gone through the 1500. We're down to the 1750. Let me pick up the crews here. Again, it's a yellow boat. Is battling out. Down on the inside here is the Ashburton rower, Sophie Gibson. Sophie Gibson's got her nose in front against the yellow boat of lane 7, Wakatipu Pippa. So Pippa is battling away with Sophie. They're going to be 1 and 2, and coming in 3rd down on the inside at the moment in lane 2 is North End's Olivia Ollerenshaw. So there's our 1, 2, 3, and there's going to be a good battle for 4th. They're neck and neck. We'll come back to them in a second, but let's have a look here as we confirm. Leading at the moment in lane number 3 is the Ashburton rower, Sophie Gibson. Sophie Gibson is going to win this heat. She's got a couple of lengths as we're coming through, a couple of lengths, and she'll be pleased with that. Over on the far side there, over on the far side in lane number 7 is our Wakatipu rower, Pippa McAtamy. And in fact, she's just going to drop away and go into 3rd. The cloud covers come in. Lane 3 is going to take the win. It's closing up with North End putting in a very big drive there in lane 2. And I think she is going to go through in lane. So there's our winner going through. Well done. And lane number 2 has come through. That is indeed North End's Olivia. And there we go. Over on the far side there, in lane number 7 was Wakatipu's Pippa. So Pippa comes 3rd. North End should be very pleased with that. The coach, Bridget MacArthur, will be very pleased with that finish. That's a big finish. And coming 4th and hoping for next fastest is lane number 8. Lane number 8 for Timaru. Isla Crawford has got 4th. So she'll be hanging out to see the fastest time. I'm afraid that my time coverage has just dropped away, so I don't have it for you. Millsy will be coming back on in about 15-20 minutes. Great to have Millsy back with us this year, and Ian's away this weekend. I think he's at a wedding. So we're in the girls under 18 single schools. Girls under 18 single schools. See if I can see a sponsor here. No, that's the 4. Let's pick this race up here. Let's see what we've got in the V. Race W is coming through here, and we've just slight mix up with another rower still on course there. So here we come down the inside. In lane number 2 is Rangiruru Phoebe Wallace. Phoebe Wallace is going to take the win of this girls under 18 single sculls. Over on the far side is lane number 6 is St Andrews College Freddie Todd Hunter. Freddie Todd Hunter is going to take second. So well done to Rangiruru there. Phoebe Wallace takes second. Who's coming in third is lane number 7, Wakatipu's Phoebe Kavanagh. So a couple of Phoebes coming through there. And then over the line on the far side in lane number 8 is Cromwell's Olivia Paibenga. Remember that name from last year. Next over on the far side in lane W in lane 9, we've got Villa Maria College go over the line, and then we've got the rest of them coming through now. I'm going to pick up the next race, which is the girls under 18 single sculls. Girls under 18 single sculls. This is High Country Lodge. Thank you to High Country Lodge. Here are our sponsors here for the girls under 18. Let's see as they're coming down to the 1500 metre mark. They are gone past through there. They're in the red boys still. Let's see who we've got rowing in this one. It is Waihopai, Avonside Girls, Timaru, Otago Girls, North End, St Andrews College, Wakatipu 1 and Rangiruru as we're in Race X, the girls under 18 single sculls. It's a nice race developing here. Again, it is the first 3 through the final. So we're going to have a good battle for this second and third. Let's have a look who's leading here, and it is lane number 5, Otago Girls High School, Harriet Thompson. Harriet Thompson has got a couple of lengths lead, and second place at the moment is Timaru's. Lane 4, Timaru, Elsie Talbot. Elsie, fantastic name. Elsie's coming through. She has got a battle on the outside with, let's have a look here, lane number 9. She's battling with lane number 9, which is our Rangiruru Alice Wallace, but she's in third. So there's our 1, 2, 3. As we come now, Otago Girls High School, Harriet Thompson. She is going to take the win in lane number 5. Lane number 5, Harriet Thompson, is going to take the win. Second, in lane number 4, is Timaru's Elsie Talbot. Well done, Elsie. Over on the far side, in lane number 9, is Rangiruru Alice Wallace. She's going to take third. Coming through for fourth and hoping for the fastest time, in lane number 6, she's driven well. North End's Christy Foster. Well done, Christy. I think she's really gone away there and hopefully got a fast time. Lane 8 comes over the line, and then lane number 2, Waihopai's Caitlin Whitaker. But it's 1, 2 and 3, Harriet, Elsie and Alice, who will definitely go through, and then the fastest finisher. So let's see if we've got another. Yep, girls under 18 single sculls. They're on the water. They're past the 1,000 metre mark. Let's see who we've got rowing this time. We've got St Andrews College, Amy Hughes. Union 2, Ruby Lewis. Cromwell 2, Greer Ferguson. Burnside High School, Olivia Dawson. Wakatipu 2, Olivia Key. Rangi Ruru Girls School, Nicole Vance. Timaru, Paige Butler Baird. And North End 2, Peta Eriksson. So they're all well and truly down the course. There is quite a spread here, which we do get in the singles, but there's three boats, 1, 2 and 3. They'll be quite happy with that. And it's those, let's see if I can pick them up for you. We've got the yellow boat of of Wakatipu, Olivia Key, coached by John Morrison. She's got the lead. On the outside there, we've got Timaru, Paige Butler Baird. She's sitting in second. And then in third place is the Rangiruru, Nicole Vance. Let's make sure I've got that right. So here we go. Leading, coming through. In our yellow boat. Timaru in second. Timaru. Paige is second. Lane number 6. Wakatipu's Olivia Key. A comfortable first at the moment. She's got a couple of lengths. Looking back at the Rangi boat. Managing that distance in lane number 7 is Nicole Vance. So there's our 1, 2, 3. They're the ones going through. They're going through to the next round. The Dutch are going home. And these three really have got quite a long distance on these other crews. And it does appear that the race behind it, the men's open coxless pairs, are really closing up. This is the closest I've seen two racers get together. This could be a bit of an issue, but let's see what happens. Let's just look at our winners first of all. The first three going through is indeed lane 6, Wakatipu, Olivia Key. Then we've got in second place, just holding on at the moment in lane 8, is Paige Butler, and who's closed right up is Rangiruru, is Vance, Nicole Vance. Now, we have got a small issue here. We appear to have some men's open pairs have closed right up, and there's a slight intermingling occurring here. Let's see what we've got anyway. I'll come and pick this one up. We've got in lane number 5, the Will Gilbert and Flynn Watson. There's probably no surprise they've picked up. Will Gilbert are coming through, and who's second? That's a St. Bede's crew. And I tell you what, if those boys... Lane number 4 is St. Bede's, Matthew Glenn and Luke Hickling. And I tell you what, if they've come down against Will Gilbert and Flynn Watson, they are doing unbelievably well. That is a fantastic row from those St. Bede's boys. Well, Will Gilbert go through, but St. Bede's come through second. And let's have a look what's over there. We've got a Cure crew out there in lane 8. That's Lewis Meets and George Johnston. And down on the inside here, there's another crew. We pick them up. That's lane 3. That's Christchurch boys Luca O'Malley and Sean Templeton. That was quite wild because there was two racers merging in together there. That was quite challenging. But anyway, I hope I got those all correct for you. Well done to Avon's, Will Gilbert and Flynn Watson. But a big shout out must go to the St. Bede's College crew, Matthew Glenn and Luke Hickling, coached by Dale Marr. They weren't that far behind, and we know that Will and Flynn are two top rowers, so well done. Men's Open coxless pairs. There's another heat, so the first 5 go through. Let's see, pick up what we've got here. We've got Will Johnston and Greg Brand, Oscar Todd Hunter and Ted Main, Wairau Composite, Logan and Fred Vavasseur, Logan Doherty. We've got St. Bede's College, Jack Denny Coles and Sam Goodgate, Avon, Henry Kirk and Ollie Taylor, and Cashmere High School, Oscar Clapworthy and Sam Cleland. So let me pick this up for you as we just go through the yellow boys into the red. And we've got Avon are out front, and I'm calling that as Henry Kirk and Ollie Taylor. Be no surprise them leading this one. There's a second Avon crew down on the inside, which could well be. And they're moving along quite nicely. Let's see, make sure I'm picking them up correctly. I think that is Will Johnson and Greg Brand. And then the young pair of Oscar Todd Hunter and Ted Main in lane number 4. So our leaders out front are the Avon crew of Ollie Taylor and Henry Kirk. Second place, just calling it at the moment as being the next Avon crew in lane number 3. Lane number 3, Will Johnson and Greg Brand, they're held in second. And then they've got a good battle between Avon 3, Oscar Todd Hunter, Ted Main, and the... Let's just check who that crew is out there. They're battling against them. It's a Cashmere crew. Cashmere crew going along quite nicely. That's Oscar Clapworthy and Sam Cleland. So as we come down, and I think Oscar and Ted have just got into third, but coming down and taking the lead is Ollie and Henry from Avon. They're going to take the win. Second is going to be lane number 3, Will Johnston, Greg Brand. So there's the leading Avon crew. They go over the line. And I tell you what, it is lane number 4. Lane number 4 are coming through for third. That's Oscar Todd Hunter and Ted Main. They're going to take up third. Well done. It's 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5. So also going to final is Cashmere, lane number 8. And in lane 6, the second St. Bede's crew. So well done. Well done all those. They're going to go through. Nice racing there. Good to only have one race and not two races merging together. So, men's intermediate Coxed 8, race 54. Men's intermediate Coxed 8. Let me see if I can find a sponsor here for you. Roslyn Podiatry, men's intermediate, Coxed 8, Roslyn Podiatry. That last one was the Lion Foundation, so thank you to them. And here we are, the men's intermediate Coxed 8 is Roslyn Podiatry, obviously from down in Dunedin there. So let's look who we've got rowing here. We've got Oamaru 1, St. Bede's College 1, Twizel Composite, St. Andrew College 1 and Christ College 1. So I'm afraid I lost the timing screen to give you any further information on that. So they're on the water. They're just at the maybe the 500 mark, just going past the island. I don't have TV coverage for you, so I can't give you any further updates from that, but they're looking and coming down together. This is the men's intermediate Coxed 8, sponsored by Roslyn Podiatry. I've had several messages already, people burning their clogs in obviously frustration, and obviously there will be a very sad contingent. Obviously, sales of salad cream will obviously go down in the Netherlands. We know they like them on their fries. Mayonnaise, they'll be decimated, those mayonnaise sellers. It's going to be a tough rest of the football season for them with those sales dropping. But anyway, moving through the men's intermediate, Coxed 8, Oamaru 1, St. Bede's College 1, Twizel Composite 1, St. Andrew's College 1, and Christ College 1. The men's intermediate Coxed 8. They're just about hitting the 1,000 metre mark. I'll see if I can pick them up and race. There's another heat about to go off, which is the Women's Coxed Club 4. It's race number 55. They're all in the blocks. Justin will be having a word, getting them all nice and straight and make sure they're ready. And we're down to the 1,000 metre mark for these men's intermediate. And we can see there's 2 crews. There they go as we pick them up on the 1,000 metre. They go 1, 2 and 3 going through the 1,000 metre mark. There is a bit of a spread, but I think we've got St Bede's College sitting in 2nd spot, and St Twizel Composite could be, yep, that's Twizel Composite. St are in 2nd spot. Battle between the St Andrews crew and the Oamaru crew. Christ College back, but it's still early days. So yes, we've got a battle raging with St Bede's College and Twizel Composite. There's a whole mixture of clubs in there. I shan't try and unpick that at this stage. So as we come down to the 1,500 metre mark, they're just going through there, and St Bede's are working away to close that up. This water's got better today. It was quite choppy earlier on, but we can see there really is a mishmash of tops there. I might have to put my sunglasses on. It's a little bit glary. But St Bede's are sticking with them, making them work. St Andrews there are in a good battle for 3rd and 4th with the Oamaru crew. I'm going to say Oamaru have got their noses in front. And can St Andrews come back? Can they really drive that pressure on in that last 250? They're going to have to put a drive on, and St Bede's have put a drive on, and they're just trying to steal a seat. The coxswain in the composite crew seems fit. He's having a quick look. He's having a quick look across. They've got a nice rating there in that Vincent Holdings Limited boat. Certainly, and Beads, a couple of rowers looking across, but they're trying, but they're just not getting enough seats. As we come down to 100 metres, can they really drive it through? There's some strength and knowledge in that 8 there. There's certainly a few years on those young St Bede's rowers. They're not letting them back in. They're not letting them back in, and they're going to take that, which they'll be pleased with, those gentlemen there. There they go. They're going to take the win. St Bede's, the young rowers, are going to take 2nd. Oh, there's a bit of a crab there. Big crab from the Oamaru crew. 7 seat. He caught one there, but he's got it back. Well done, young man. He's got it back. Just a slightly catching one there. St Andrews have come away from the other crew. They're in lane number 6. They're going to get 4th. So Oamaru take a 3rd. They're all going through to the final anyway, so it's a great blowout. And the crew out the back here is the lane 7 crew of Christ College. That's a good run for them. They'll all be looking forward to coming back tomorrow. That's the men's intermediate Coxed 8. The women's club, Coxed 4. Women's club. Let's see if I can find women's club. This is CNR Insurance. Our sponsors for this race, Women's Club Coxed 4, is C&R Insurance, as they're making the way down the course. Really is beautiful today. There's that breeze just coming through, which is making the tower here. It's getting a little bit of breeze coming through, which is good. We've got another heat lining up for race number, they're saying race 35 on that thing, but it's actually race number 56 is the one lining up. But this is the Women's Club Coxed 4. They're all going through to the final. We've got Columba College, North End, Canterbury, Wairau, Marion College, Timaru and Ashburton. They're making the way down the course. They've gone past the 1,000. They're up to the 1,500. Let's see if I can... It's the Wairau crew of Hazel, Lila, Ella, Jessica and Molly Wilkes who've got the lead in lane number 5. Second place is going to be a battle between the inside crew of Columba College and Timaru, if I'm not mistaken, in lane 7. Just back from Timaru is Marion College, who are in the mix as well. So the Women's Club Coxed 4 as they're making way down through the last of the red boys, the Wairau crew of Hazel, Lila, Ella, Jessica and Molly Wilkes. They're in the prime position as they come through, holding a steady rate, looking very comfortable, very together, getting that transition coming through. Millsy will be back with you shortly. Columba have got into that second spot, down on the inside lane, and they're looking good for a second spot. There's going to be a battle between third and fourth, so we're seeing Timaru coming under a little bit of pressure from the college crew. Marion College, all of them are going through to the final anyway, but further back we'll pick up the North End and Canterbury 1 crew, but out in front, and they are actually, they're really moving together quite nicely, that crew there in lane 5. They've got a good 3 lengths. They'll be very pleased with that. Wairau are going to take the heat, and they'll be very pleased with that. Oh, that's definitely laying down a marker early season. Coming in second, Columba, and they've had a good last 1,000 there. They've pulled away from those other crews, so well done to Columba coming through second. Third, holding on to third at the moment, but being put under pressure. In lane number 7, we have the Timaru crew. Lane number 7, they're going to get Marion College are going to take fourth, and down on the inside, North End here in lane number 3, and then lane 4, Avon. I'm going to hand you over in a second to Millsy. Yep, it looks like I'll let Millsy take the next race through, which is the Women's Novice Coxed 4. I think Millsy to get out and have a massage before he comes back on. It really feels, he feels that it just wakes him up, particularly with a very early morning start at 4. He's busy keeping active, and also did a spot of double glazing locally after that this morning. So yeah, he's had a full-on day and keeping himself active, which is great. And yeah, he waxes lyrical about the yoga early morning. He really reckons it sets his day up well. So I'm going to hand you over as we go into race number, I'm just going to check race number 56, I believe, is coming through. So thank you very much. I'll see you later.
Yeah, thanks, Clive. Up to race 56, so we're almost halfway through the program. Women's novice Cox Fours, the first five. We'll take the first five. We'll make up our own rules. We'll take the first five through to the final, and the rest will be going to the B final. So there must be quite a few entries. I can look up the course that's going on. Our kind sponsors of the women's Club Cox 4 are C&R Insurance, who have sponsored about 3 or 4 races so far in this regatta. We appreciate your support. And we look up and we see the gold caps of Rangi, but there is a crew out in front of Rangi, which is the crew right out of the middle of the course is coming from 2, 3, lanes number 4. So it looks like Villa Maria's colours. No, it's not. It's Otago Uni. So Otago Uni inside the last 100 metre buoy line. Uni in front. They've got about a 3-length advantage over Rangiruru. On the right shoulder of Rangiruru is the crew from Timaru. And there's your first 3. We're looking for 5 to go through. There's a deal of tight finish. It normally jump up and down like Rumpelstiltskin, but nothing's happening so far to get them all excited and to get the crowd excited. But finals day, because some of the heats are very, very close in time. So comfortable win. Glenn Sinclair, of course, doing a brilliant rowing and New Zealand rowing. Avon, they're in Indian file as they go across. Avon takes the second buzzer. Timaru will take the third buzzer, and we're looking for 2 more, and it looks very much like it's going to be the crew out of lane 5, which is Columba College, and the crew across the far side will qualify as well out of lane number 8, Columba College. So women's novice cox 4 it is, women's novice cox 4, and that's pretty good rowing for the cox. Nobody got out of time, nobody caught a crab, so great rowing for the start of the season. And then we went Villa Maria, unfortunately, will go through to the B final, it says here. But I don't think there'll be a B final. Oh, yes, there will be. There's a few other boats. There's Wakatip. And they've got a gear breakage by the look of it. There's only the 3 of them rowing, so the coxswain will have a hard job there keeping them on course. And out of lane number 7, which is the crew from Cure. Well, we can give you the result of race 55, which is the women's club's 4. They went through, it was Wairau went through in 7:56. So the second heat going through in the women's novices, race 57 your program, they were due to come out of the 2,000 metre block at 11:44. Columba College 3, Twizel, Wakatip, St Andrews 1, Timaru 2, Cure 1, Rangiruru 1, and Christchurch Girls number gone through the 1,000 metre peg, and again we see Wakatip. Wakatip, that's the crew that's in front. Shane Muir, who's been coaching up there on Lake Hayes for many years now, always comes up with top crews. Looks like Shane, Wakatip crew out in front, then we go right out to the outside. There's most likely Wakatip's got about a 3-length advantage over Christchurch Girls on the very side. Christchurch Girls number 1. We come into the centre, Cure, Timaru, locked together, nothing between those 2. Down the inside we come to Twizel by the look of it, and we have to go a wee way back to St Andrews and Timaru crew. Novice 4s, first year in the sweeping, Wakatip. Not one of those girls, disciplined crew, Wakatip. Coxswain's sitting up out of the cockpit, getting a good view of the western end of the lake. Oh, there's something happening on that crew on the far side. They just somebody got a little bit quick in timing. This is where the mistakes are made. That's the Christchurch Girls right across the far side. Then we come down to Columba College. That's Columba College number 3. They've already got 2 crews into the final. Gosh, they have had a big build, Columba College. They really have done a great job with the crews over the last 3 or 4 years. Couple of young coaches as well, doing a great job down there in the Dunedin Harbour. Rangiruru, though, the gold caps, the multicoloured boats up and down the Avon River. Oh, is it the Waimak now? Is it St Margaret's? Out to the Waimak. Rangiruru, inside the gold buoys they go. This time Coxswain, this time now into the gold buoys. They'll be just trying to keep it together. They're well out in front. I thought they had an advantage. They have over Christchurch Girls, but I think it's Columba College that's up into second, then Christchurch Girls. We're looking at 5 to qualify. Inside from there, we go to the crew from St Andrews and Cure Boating Club, and the other Rangiruru crew, unfortunately, plus another one out the back, will go into the B final. St Andrews it is. Down to the 100-metre buoy line. We're here at Otago Rowing Championships for 2022 on Lake, the first of the big championship regattas. Plenty more rowing to be done in the next 2 months. In the meantime, we can fill ourselves with food at Christmas time. Down towards the line, they'll get the buzzer straight through to the final. They'll take Columba College with them, with 3 crews through to the final out of Columba College. Well done, Columba College. Got a big squad of novices. Went exceptionally well at the Central Otago Championships last weekend. Crossed the far side. The next qualifier will be Christchurch girls off the Avon River in Christchurch. And then we come down to Twizel. It looks like Kelvin Maker's doing a really good job with the Twizel gang. Look, I tell you what, we've had this lake here for many years and we never get a great deal of rowers out of Twizel. This will be the first year that I've seen and a women's crew out of Twizel. So well done, Twizel. Well done, Kelvin Maker, for keeping them going. There's been the odd double every now and then, but never ever 2 novice crews. Wonder what happened to the Nelson boys that rowed the double scull so well many years ago. Heat 1 of the novice fours went through in 8:12. The time's not too bad. Boys under 18 double scull, the big guns, the guns at school level. Boys under 18 sculls. Orthonetic Oars, kind sponsors, Orthonetic Oars. We're going to take 5 from each of the 2 heats. Waihopai, Wanaka, Dunstan Arm, North End, Otago Boys and St. Bede's. Should be a very competitive race, but as we look up, there is a crew out in front. We're looking at under 18, and it's the crew from Dunstan Arm. So it's Jed and Matt King. Jed McIntosh, who started rowing as a little third former at high school, has gone through the years, of course, and Matt King, who is an ex-rower out of the Cromwell Rowing Club. They're sitting out in front in the under 18 double sculls. On their left-hand shoulder and back just a little bit is Wanaka. We see the colours of Wanaka, the couple of young fellas from Wanaka. That's Jim Curtis and Philip Mason from Wanaka. And the next qualifier, the third qualifier, we have to go right out to the outside, which will be the crew from St. Bede's. They'll be under the guidance of Dale Marr. You can guarantee that. Dale, your crew's firing again by the look of it. And then we're looking for 2 more, only 1 to miss out, and the 2 more inside and in the centre of the course. There's Waihopai and Otago Boys. Otago Boys off the harbour in Dunedin, and Waihopai off the mighty Ariti River in Burt Munro area down south. It's so hot down south that you can grow pineapples down there. And on the Ariti River you get water like this all the time, so they will be enjoying this. The only time you get rough water down there is when it gets rough. Nice and controlled, Matty King and Jed McIntosh down towards the line. They'll take the buzzer. Those 2 boys are teaming up exceptionally well together. It's a new combination for Dunstan Arm, and they're teaming up exceptionally well together. 2 very tall guys. They're all both over about 6'3", both those 2 guys for Dunstan. Wanaka will go in. They'll get the second buzzer across the file. Oh, they're all in Indian file. St. Bede's cross the other side. They will go through. Waihopai and Otago Boys. Thomas Ryan's having a really good job as a coach, a young coach for Otago Boys now, taken over from Kirsty Dunnell, of course, who used to coach Otago Boys. Thomas, he's got assistant coaches who do a really good job, and they've got a big squad of novices this year, Otago Boys, so we should see them after their training camp really fire up. Authentic Oars, we appreciate your sponsorship because the second heat should be well on its way down the course. Wakatip down in 3, Otago Boys 1, Wairio 1, Otago 1, and Burnside High School 1. All school crews. And it's coming from down the inside. It's coming from the crew from Wakatip, Smith and King Smith. And they have got a lead of about 3 lengths, maybe 2.5 lengths over Wairio. Wairio have got about 1.25 lengths over Otago as they come down through the course. Beautiful rowing conditions on the mighty Lake Ruataniwha. And then we have to go quite a wee way back to Burnside. And there's a crew right back at the end. I think that's Otago Boys. Yeah, that's Otago Boys at the back there. Tisdale and Graham for Otago Boys. Inside the yellow boys they go. Oh, look at that. They're rating right down on about 28. So they're doing it extremely easy indeed. So she'll be a great final between this crew and Dunstan Arm. Down into the 100 metre buoy line. There'll be no shortcuts from there from now on, guys. They'll get the buzzer straight through to the final. They'll take with them Wairio, Otago, Burnside, and Otago Boys. The whole 5 of them will go through to the final. So I think Otago Boys will be just rowing this out because they know they've made the final anyway. So somebody hasn't turned up. No, they're all there. Now, if you're a novice spectator out there, under 18 is the top grade at school level. Under 18 is always used to be under 19 for many, many years, and then they brought it down to the under 18. They were finding that an awful lot of people were going back to school in the under 19s. They were leaving school, and then they were going back to school for a couple of months so as they could row as the Māori Cup, and then they would take off again straight after it. So they brought it down to under 18s. The under 17s, again for the novice spectators, the under 17s are as competitive as the under 18s. They can go just as quick as them. So it's always good. Somebody that can win Māori Cup under 17 double can turn around, single can turn around and row under 18 and win that gold medal in that event as well. Many years ago, I had the pleasure of pulling the race where we had a Veronica Wall out of the Ashburton College who won under 16, under 17 and under 18 at the Māori Cup in that one season. She entered the 3 races and pulled it off. It's never been done before. Okay, boys under 16, Cox 4. Well down through the course, boys under 16. Nelson Calaman. Nelson Calaman is the sponsors, Christ College. 2 heats, Oamaru, St Thomas of Canterbury, St Andrews, Otago Boys, Christchurch Boys 1, Christchurch Boys 2, and the Beads, St Beads. And that's the crew that's in front. We look down, St Beads, the red and black of St Beads on the outside. And like I say, these crews from St Bede's couldn't be under better coaching than Dale Maher with the experience that he has. Oh man, they've got themselves a big lead. There's not a great deal separating the rest. There's gold down the inside. That's Oamaru. Can't see Christ College though back off the pace too much. St Thomas Canterbury are 1.5 lengths, maybe 2 lengths away. Who's up into second place, and then they would only have St Thomas of Canterbury would only have a 1/2 length on St Andrews. Then we go up to the outside. We have Christchurch Boys 1, Christchurch Boys 2 together, and Otago Boys just almost locked together with those crews. So it's right out the far side. It's hard to tell who's front from Oamaru and the very outside because of that we get the angle of those two. We always favour the outside crew, so we go for the outside crew, St Bede's. Max Welsh out there again. Max, you've been out in the water 2 or 3 times already so far this morning. Good work, boy. Tell you what, again, for these spectators that don't know a great deal about rowing, a good coxswain, a good senior coxswain that knows what he's doing is worth 2 to 2.5 lengths to any crew. Oamaru swinging along very nicely. Do a lot of their training here on the lake. Oamaru Rowing Club used to have a regatta on the harbour many, many years ago. And then they found it was too short, so they took it up to Sailors Cutting on Lake Benmore. Nobody would know about that. Oamaru boys, have a wee look out to the left. The girlfriends might be out there on the bank by the sound of it. The Oamaru boys swinging along very nicely, but I tell you what, they're not going to pick up the crew that's in front. Look at the water conditions they've got to row in. This is just amazing. So, St. Bede's down to the 100-metre buoy line, under no pressure whatsoever, and I will tell you that there's a lot more gas in that tank for the final. Those boys are doing it easy. They're only on about 34, 33 and a half. Just a slight little break in the body swing there, that's all, but I'm sure you've got a guy that will get that sorted out. Oamaru got a beautiful little run on their boat, and they've got just as big a gap back to them, to the crew that's St. Thomas of Canterbury, another length and a half back to St. Andrews, another length and a half back to Otago Boys. No, it's not Otago Boys, it's Christchurch Boys 1, Christchurch Boys 2, Otago Boys, and then just ahead of Otago Boys is Christ College number 2. The boys under 18 double scull second heat went through in 7:14. Second heat of the boys under 16.4. We're just going through the 1,000-metre peg now. We'll give you the field and go up and pick them up. Otago Boys 2. Christchurch Boys 3, Timaru, Ashburton, Christ College 1, St Andrews 2 and St Thomas of Canterbury 2. This might be a little bit more even, but they're just going through the 1,000-metre peg, and wow, there's a crew out in front by what we call a country mile. It's coming out of lane 4, which is Timaru. Yep, O'Sullivan, Tompkins, Brown, Allen, and Golan's in the coxswain seat. Coaches Brian Smith and Jamie Harrison. So your crew, Brian and Jamie, you've got your crew good enough to be way out in front on this. Rowing's one of the biggest sport, is the biggest sport in secondary school sporting Cup. If you get the chance to come along to Mardi Cup in a couple of years' time, you're a novice spectator. They can get up to 6,000 people here at Mardi Cup. Takes a week to run, and it's the best secondary school sporting event in the Southern Hemisphere. Oh, these boys are doing it easy too. This is going to be a great race for the final. St. Bede's against this Timaru crew, because this Timaru crew has got themselves a 300-metre lead just about, and they are doing it exceptionally easy. So you two young coaches for Timaru that are coaching this team, you've certainly done a brilliant job with them. And they are doing it easy. There's no doubt about it. It's just a dream row for them. Because when you're out in front like that, the whole pressure comes off you. When you've got a lead like that, you can just drop the rating down a little bit, and you don't force the boat, and the boat just runs for you. You just make sure that you're using the water as a leverage, the blade catches the water, and you move the leverage. You don't try and pull the oar through the water. And down they go. Oh, just sitting there beautifully. The coxswain's got nothing to do. He could take his homework out with him if he wanted to, by the look of it. All he's the boat, the guys are doing the job. He's been given the calls, but he won't be on their back all the way through the course. And that is a convincing. St Andrews just a little bit shorter with their rating, and a wee bit quicker. St Andrews up into second place. We're looking at 5 to go through. And then on the left-hand side of St Andrews is Christ College, is number 1 crew. Then we come down the very inside. We go to Christchurch boys number 3. Back in the middle of the course we have the yellow boat of either Wakatipu or Ashburton. It's Ashburton. And across for the crews to miss out is the crew in the dark colours across the far side, which is St Thomas of Canterbury's number 2 crew. Alex Coulthart does the coxing for St Thomas's. Alex Coulthart, if you're any relation to Mark Coulthart, tap me on the shoulder sometime and come and have a yarn to me. There's your 4 qualifiers so far, and then the yellow boat of Ashburton. So your program now moves on to race 62, the boys under 17 Cox 4 mile. This is just unbelievable. It's one of the most competitive grades at school rowing is the under 17s. I've just been talking to her about it. They go just as quick as the under 18s. And here we go with only 4 entries. It'll be a straight final again tomorrow. It'll just be different crews in the centre lanes. That's all. The under 16 Cox 4, race 60, heat 1, went through in 7:18. Keep an eye on that and just see what the under 17s go through in. 7:18, the second heat of the boys under 16 4 have gone through in 7:19. So absolutely nothing between St Bede's and Timaru as far as time. There's only 1 second separating them two, and they were both a country mile out in front. So Christ College down the inside, just back off the pace a little bit. Will just be interesting to see the time of these under 17s. St Andrews, that's the crew that's in front over Timaru, over St Bede's. So St Andrews doing a pretty good job. Boys under 17 is Kapanua Rowing Activewear as the sponsors. St Andrews doing it nice and easy too as they head inside those gold buoys. On their right hand shoulder, a length and a half down has Timaru, and then on their right hand shoulder, a length and a half down is St Bede's. They're in Indian file as they head inside the yellow buoys. And St Bede's just trying to hold off a little bit of a challenge coming from Christ College. Nice and easy. Coxon and the St Andrews crew in front, just keeping his crew together as they get the buzzer. They'll look as if they might just row it to the boat park. No, they don't. Timaru go the second buzzer, St Bede's take the third buzzer, and Christ College, and that's the under 17s. They are picking up time quickly. They're not mucking around. Men's club singles, 5 to go through, 2 heats. Now still that half an hour behind time. The men's club singles, High Country Lodge here in Twizel. They are the kind sponsors of this race. High Country Lodge here in Twizel. Go and get something to eat for tea tonight, and if you're over 18, you may be allowed a beer. Cure, Timaru, Wairea, Otago University, Cure, Timaru, Nelson, Cure, Wairea, and Canterbury. Theodore is out there for Cure. Timaru, Keon. You for Wairea, Quinn for Otago 2, Matthew, James for Timaru, Jackson for Nelson, John for Cure, Leon for Wairea, and David for Canterbury. 7:14. The under 17s went through in 7:14. So that's what? That's 3 seconds slower than the under 16s. 3 seconds quicker than the under 16s. Coming out of lane number 3, showing the Wairea colours. So it's Wairea, Timaru, Right out the far side, Canterbury. Just inside Canterbury is the Wairau's second crew. And just inside him is Cure Boating. Nothing separating those three in the middle. But it's down on this inside. It's coming out of lanes number 3, which is Wairau. You Stacker for Wairau. Oh, Mike Stoddard, man. He's lucky to have such a polished coach. Mike Stoddard doing the coaching out of the Wairau rowing sheds. There, I would imagine, on the Wairau River, actually. Don't know that he's in front, though. We'll just take a wee bit better look at it, too. It looks like the Timaru guy could be there. James Patterson, Glenn Patterson's. Yeah, it looks like Timaru. Timaru has got the advantage over Wairau. That's the first two. Then we go a length and a half back to the crew down the inside, Cure Boating Club. Theodore from Cure Boating Club. Right, we're looking at 5 to qualify. We go to the 2 outside. They're about 3 lengths off Theodore. On that far side, the White of Canterbury, he's got a chance. Inside him, Wairau and Lock, that's the number 2 crew. And then Cure Boating Club's second crew, right there as well. So Cure's got a chance of getting 2 crews through to the final. They've certainly got 1 up and 3. It's a big push now inside the Gold Boys. It's right in the middle of the course. It's Timaru. Oh, Wairau's getting very close to that Timaru's colour. They know they've got to qualify, though. There won't be a sprint home. They know they've got it all set up. Both these 2 crews have got coaches and know what they're doing. So they'll be told not to really push it to, if they have to. They go through the 100-litre buoy line absolutely locked together. But the better run's coming from the Wairau sculler. We're now still looking for the 3 behind them. I think you'll find Cure number 2 down the inside. He's clearly into third. Now it's Cure. Oh, Cure might get 2 crews through. There's a big push. Cure between those outside crews. Wairau. It's Wairau trying to get 2 crews through, and it's Cure trying to get 2 crews through. Canterbury. Canterbury's gone now. It looks like Wairau and Cure get their number 2 crews through as well. They'll go through to the final. And the Canterbury guy, who wasn't far off it, he had a chance. Then we come back down to the inside, which is Timaru. In the centre of the course must be Nelson. I don't see Nelson. I don't see the colours of Nelson. Oh, there's Nelson there now. So first call for you this morning, Nelson. Otago University. And out of lane number 5 is Cure number 3. So good racing. Gosh, there's a lot of club single sculling, guys. 2 heats. It looks like Canterbury's out of the second heat. So we've got Wanaka, St Thomas of Canterbury, Cure 4, Wairau 5, Timaru 3, Wairau 4, Dunstanarm 1, Wairau 3, and Otago University 1. We see those familiar colours of Dunstanarm. Just see who this sculler is from Dunstanarm. Or it's Henry Clotworthy. And he's in front. And he go out, 2 out from him. We see the colours of Otago University. So Dunstanarm, Otago University. Wairau's about 3 or 4 lengths down off them, trying to stick his nose in between the 2 leaders. And then we have to come down to the inside. It looks very much like it could be St Thomas of Canterbury. Yeah, it's St Thomas of Canterbury or Cure. Could be Cure. We'll just check that. Yeah, it's Cure. So Cure looks to want to try and get 3 crews through. Dunstanarm hanging on to the lead. Oh, they don't have to hang on to it, Millsy. They're cruising out in front. So Henry, who's a very strong squad. Dunstanarm got a very strong squad of senior club rowers that are not at school, and they really, last year and this year, really showed their worth of what they actually can do. How you going, Luke? Dunstanarm go into the 100-metre buoy line. Quite clearly in front over the outside crew, right out the very outside. That's the crew from Otago University. They're clear of the rest of the field. Your next qualifier will be Cure Boating Club. 3 crews through. Well done, Alex, and the coaching panel at Cure. do all their training on the Waimak. Then the fourth qualifier will come from the Wairau. Is it the Wairau guy in lane number 9? That's Wairau 3. They've got 3 crews through to the final as well. And then the fifth qualifier is the crew out. It's Wairau. So Wairau have got 4 guys in the final of the men's club single sculls. And there's only 10 in it. The Skua have got 3. And somebody else. Wairau 5, unfortunately, will end up going into the B final, along with St Thomas of Canterbury and the Timaru Sculler, and also the colour down the inside, which is Wanaka 2. We'll see if we can get a time in them for you. The first heat went through. Wairau was first over the line in the first heat. Went through in 8:07. We'll give you this heat as soon as we get them. In the meantime, we go up and pick up race 65, which is the girls under 16 Cox State. They all come back and go into the final tomorrow. There's no heats, and they'll just get different lanes. Now, if you're a novice spectator out there and you're wondering what we're talking about when we say different lanes, it's just that they see the fastest crew will go out of lane 5. Then it'll go to lane 4, the next fastest crew. Then the next fastest will get lane 6, and then the next fastest will get lane 3, and the next fastest will get lane 7, so on. So as the slower crews will flare out to the outside to lane 8 and the inside to lane 1. Therefore, by rights of everybody has rode truly in the heats, we should get a narrow effect coming down the course where the centre lanes are always out in front and then the slower ones veer out, and your 8 and your 10 will be second last and last type of thing. Unless you've been fogging in the heats, of course. The 8 has been kindly sponsored by Bendigo Valley Foundation. Bendigo Valley Foundation. That could come out of Otago somewhere, Bendigo Valley. So the big 8 packers are in that third 500 now, and there's absolutely nothing between the 2 crews out in front. One's Timaru and the other one's the Gold Boat, must be Wakatapu. Timaru and Wakatapu together, they are locked together. There's nothing separating them, but the crew that's in front of them or right there locked with them is down the inside, St Andrews. Oh, we've got ourselves a finish this time. Then we go into the centre of the course. North End, Christchurch boys, cross the far side to Cromwell. And that's the way they go. And the girls under 16 8s, due to go out of the 2,000 metre block down the eastern ends of Lake Ruatanapa, the lake with the 2 monsters. If you brought your fishing rod with you, go and have a wee bit of a fish down the channeling system. The salmon are biting. It's down here on the inside. It's St Andrews. The St Andrews girls. Dave Lindstrom will be happy with this row. Well done, Dave. They're looking pretty sharp. They go into the Gold Boys. And it's St Andrews. Oh, there's not much in it between those 2 out further on the lane. By gosh, that Wakatip crew's now gone and put about a canvas on Timaru. But we know how Timaru will come back, and here they come. Timaru are just the first to move in the yellow boys. They want to get a little close to Wakatip, still with about 2 feet, or maybe a canvas over Wakatip. In the meantime, St Andrews will go through and get the buzzer. And then we go back down to North End. That's St Hilda's. So Bridget and Jazz doing a pretty good job with the St Hilda's, and Mike Hill. Down the inside, St Andrews. Dave, gosh, they're going well down the inside. Wakata have got that canvas over Timaru. Timaru really working. The body language tells me they're trying to get a little closer. Wakata get the second buzzer, canvas back to Timaru. Then we go to St Hilda's or North End, and we don't have to look to see who's going to qualify here. Cruise down the inside. You get another chance again tomorrow. 3 and 5. Christchurch girls and Cromwell. Cromwell just ahead of Christchurch Girls, and Villa Maria are on the outside. Right, we've got the men's club single sculls second heat now gone through in 7:59. Be interesting to see what those girl 8-packers will go through in. They'll go through in about 7:13, something around about there, I would imagine. Under 17 8-packers now. Under 17s always follow the under 16. The under 17 girls 8 has been kindly sponsored also by Bendigo Valley Foundation. The under 16 girls was Nelson Kellerman. We can't give you that time yet. The under 16 8s. The under 17 8s, they're in the third 500, just gone through the third 500. We've got Rangi and Rangi. Oh, thank goodness for the gold caps. Rangi out in front. We'll see if it's their one of the two crew. It's Rangi Ruru's number 2 crew. That's out in front, and they have got a lead of about 2 lengths over Rangi Ruru's number 1, and then trying to squeeze themselves in between the two of them is the other crew out of Avon River, Christchurch Girls High. So we'll give the coxswains a bit of a plug here. The Poppy Jarman was with Christchurch Girls High. The crew that's on freight has been Bridget Pye. She's guiding them along. And the Rangi number 1 crew has gone to Grace O'Connor. That's not your daughter Les, is it? No, your daughter's older than that. Rangi Ruru, gosh, they're smooth. Tell you what, they've got the rating down too. They're only on about 32. And they're just catching the water up very nicely and pushed it through. I'm sorry, I was going to say I don't know who's coaching Rangi, but I do. It's Hayden Keys. Well, thank you. He's certainly head coach of Rangi Ruru, so he's doing, as always, an exceptionally good job, because Rangi Ruru really have excelled at this regatta so far, the Otago Championships for 2022. And they are cruising. They're not going to give their number 1 crew a chance at all. And that's the way they're going to go down to the line. It's going to be Rangi Ruru's number 2 over the number 1. Christchurch Girls are going to get the 3rd buzzer, and Marion College off the Avon River as well. They most likely train against each other on the Avon River, all these crews. By the time you get 4 8s on the Avon River, you haven't got to do any duck shooting, that's for sure. So Avon, you can just hear how quiet the coxswains are. They're not getting excited at all. They're put under no pressure whatsoever. You can hear the coxswains talking to their crews, just making sure that they are keeping the pressure on the toes and they're getting the connection right. A lot of these experienced coxswains will coach the crews as well. They know, well, they think they know, the coxswains think they know just as much as the coaches. Some of them may do, but they will coach the crews as well, and the coaches will leave it up to the coxswains to do the job as they do their training. Right, the under 16 8s went through in 7:42. So 7:42 for the under 16s. We'll see what the under 18s go through in. In the meantime, we will just go through and pick up the women's open coxless 4s, no coxswains, straight through the course. Nelson Kellerman, we appreciate your sponsorship. And we have Cure, Avon 2, Avon 3, Canterbury, Avon 1, and Wairea Composite with Nelson. Looks like Avon have got a very strong senior squad again, which they have, because listen to this. We've got Shackletons, we've got Burrows, Collier, and Forsyth for their number 2 crew. Sally Weiler's out there, Charlotte Dowry, Williams and Lill for their number 1 crew. should be the crew that's in front reading on that, but there's not much between the two Avon crews, the Avon number 2 and the Avon number 1. There'd be absolutely nothing between them. There's a big spread there from the inside to the outside, so it's hard for the commentators to get a distance. I think the advantage goes to the 2 crew down in lane number 3. Both these two Avon crews have opened up, or maybe a 5-6 length gap, and they're in the third 500 already. They could go further ahead from Canterbury. I tell you what, if they keep this pace up as they go through the course, they're going to need a parachute to stop the boat when they get past the finish line. They are swinging along exceptionally good down here in the lane number 3. No coxswains, of course. Anything goes wrong with the steering, they can hit one of those buoys, and that could be good night for them. It might give the chance of the number 1 crew to pick them up. Big squad of very tall, powerful girls that coming out of Avon. Oh, they're clipping it along down here in lane 3. They're up in the 30s, mid-30s, that's for sure. 35. Let's take a look and see what their number 1 crew's doing out the outside. Oh, they would be a point down. They would be on 34. So there's not, but it's the number 2 crew. But it's the number 2 crew with the higher rating that's got themselves out to about a 2.5 length lead over the number 1 crew. Canterbury were poking up in between them, but we're now starting to see a clearer picture of the rest of the field. Cure Boating Club going along pretty well. That's a very young squad from Cure Boating Club down on the inside. Lawrence Simon there, who's been a stalwart senior member of the Cure Boating Club for many years. Lawrence Sim, good work to keep it going. Avon too strong for the rest of the field. There's only a length and a half between them, maybe a short 2 lengths, and that's it inside the gold buoys, inside the 100-metre buoys. There's a good length and a half. They'll go down the number 2 crew. Look how well balanced they are as far as their height goes. Look how easy they're making it look. They're very smart around the belly. They're very quick out at the orange, at the catch. And they'll go down and take it, and I will be utterly surprised if they're beaten tomorrow. The number 1 crew couldn't get near them. Cure Boating Club, what a great performance there, Armin and Alex. Gosh, that's a young crew matching it with the guns from Avon. That's a great performance. And then we go to Canterbury, locked up with Cure. Cure would only have about a foot on Canterbury to get the buzzer. They'll come back and do it again tomorrow. They've got a couple of feet on them when they go through to the buzzer. On the top side of them is the crew from Wairau, Composite from Nelson. Star-studded lineup as well with Daisy, Lucy, Lexi and Emma in there. Mike. And then the crew to go across is it's not Wairau, it's Canterbury's 3 crew. Men's Open coxless. See if we can get that time of the under-17. The under-17 8s have gone through in 7:23. Right, the women's are through. We're going to now go to the men's open. The men's open coxless quadruple sculls. They'll all come back and do it tomorrow. 5 crews listed in your program. Canterbury, Dunstanarm, Wairau, Avon, Canterbury. And the kind sponsors of the men's open coxless 4s. Or Promo X it is. It's Promo X. And the crew out in front, of course, is Dunstan. Over Avon, over Canterbury, and down the inside we have a crew from Canterbury 2. Canterbury 1's on the top side, and then Wairau by the look of it. So Dunstanarm cruising along. This is what we're talking about their senior school. None of them are at school. We've got Collins. We've got Gerard Wall, of course, Jack Pearson, Henry Wilkinson. We saw him out in the single earlier. Angus Kenny, we saw him in the single. Simon does the coaching, of course. And down towards the line they go. And you can guarantee that there'll be fireworks come from them on final day tomorrow. They'll get the buzzer, well-balanced, good-looking crew, all those kilometres on Lake Dunstan. Avon right in behind them. Canterbury, another 2 lengths away. And then we go down to Wairea. Down the inside, they obviously had a few steering problems. Coming out of lane number 5, ending up down on the inside. And then we go to the crew from Canterbury number 2. We'll give you that time because I think you'll find that's quite slick going through the course, the open coxless quads. It'll be interesting to see. I'm picking them. They'll be around in the 6-minute mark, not much over the 6 minutes, about a 6-minute 20, somewhere around about there. The race 69 on your day sheet, you'll see it's a combination. It's the girls under 15 4 and women's intermediate 4 combination. They all come back. It's only straight heat. We've got Timaru as an under 15 4 on the inside. Then Ashburton is an intermediate. Oamaru's an intermediate. And Marion College an intermediate. So Timaru have put an under 15 crew up against the 3 intermediate. We can immediately go and pick them up. We're just looking for that time. Oh, I was right on. 7:16. So they went through in there in that quad, the open coxless quad, in 7:16. I think they'll be at least 2 seconds, maybe 3 seconds quicker in the final tomorrow, maybe 4 seconds quicker. I'll be looking to see them go around 7:12 in the final tomorrow for that Dunstan coxless quad that went through the course. The under-15s just feeling the pinch from the intermediates a little bit. The 3 intermediates, look of it, it's Ashburton that's got the advantage. Oh, there's not much between Ashburton and Oamaru, both in the gold. Well, gold boats anyway. Oamaru and the gold, Ashburton and the gold boat. I think it is Oamaru. We'll go Oamaru. Sophie Brown in the coxswain seat. The Oamaru coaching team help out there on the harbour and on Twizel here at Oamaru. These 2 crews have opened up a gap of 4 to 5 lengths over Marion College off the Avon River. And then we go back again to Timaru off the little estuary in Timaru. That's their under 15 crew. Doing pretty good to stick in there as well. But they are 3 or 4 lengths back off the crew from Marion College. So just about heading towards the last 500. They're in that third 500 now. This is when the old legs start shaking and they ask for a wee bit more. The coxswains get a little bit excited and the old legs start to shake a little bit. And then they get into that 500 and they've got to start thinking about their sprint home. Oamaru. Oh, I don't know. No, it's not. It's Ashburton. It's Ashburton with the advantage. We just see it on the screen now. Ashburton have got about 3/4 of a length on Oamaru. So I would expect that they might just shift that distance out a little bit. Who's doing the coxing for them? Lily Davidson doing the coxing for Ashburton. They do all their training on Lake Hood there in Ashburton, of course. They know the shortcuts on Lake Hood. They don't know the shortcuts here. A straight 2,000 metre course. Ashburton. Oh, they've got more than a length. They had a length going through that last row of boys, that 500 row of boys. But they've now got a length, almost 2 lengths, so they've gone away from them. Ashburton just moved away from Oamaru quite a bit. It almost looked like when they went through the 1,000 that Oamaru were in front, but into the yellow boys they go. Oamaru They'll come back and do it again tomorrow. Ashburton just opened it up to 2.5 lengths over Oamaru now. Oamaru are happy to let them go. They're in Indian file as they come down through the lake. Then we go Marion College, and then the same distance back to that under 15 crew of Timaru, who have stuck to their guns pretty well. They're just inside the yellow boys, as the coxswains would say, this time now. A lot of talk going on in the Ashburton from the Ashburton coxswain, making sure that keeping the pressure on. Down towards the line, they'll get it. Oamaru, same distance back to Marion, and then just an extra couple of lengths further back to the two from Timaru, because we do have a women's club double scull with 2 heats. First 5 going through to the first heat in the women's club double sculls. Women's club double sculls have been kindly sponsored by the Authentic Oars. CNR Insurance were the sponsors of that intermediate girls in that race, but Aotearoa Gaming Trust were the sponsors of the under 15 girls. So there's 2 sponsors for that race sitting there. Authentic Oars are the sponsors of the Women's Club Double Sculls, which are coming up now with 2 heats. Union, Canterbury 2, Cure 1, Dunstanarm 1, College 1 in the first heats. And again, we're getting a crew away out in front. And it's Dunstanarm. There's no use asking who it is. Holly and Mackenzie. Mackenzie Bryant and Holly Dodds. They're the 2 senior members of the school squad coming out of Dunstanarm. I'm pretty sure. I know Mackenzie Bryant's still at school. I don't know about Holly Dodds. They have got a lead of about 3 to 3.5 lengths over the crew down in outer lane number 3, which is the crew from Union. That's Isabella McConaughey and Caitlin Dent. So Stuart Wade does the coxing for these 2 young ladies. So Stuart, you're doing a pretty good job. Girls are swinging along very nicely indeed. Then we go to the top side of the leader, which is Columba College, Kyara and Sarah, and the coaching panel, the 2 young coaches out of Columba College, who the names have just evaded me for a minute or 2. Centre of the course, we have the white of Canter. And we're looking for Cure, but we don't see the Cure. Maybe they put their girls into that quad that raced earlier on in the clubs. Oh, the stroke for the Union crew's just having a wee gaze around a wee bit. Tell you what, there's a crew in front of you that's well out in front. Dunstanarm, Holly and Mackenzie have kept up the Dunstanarm colours out in front like most of their crews today. Big, strong squad coming off Lake Dunstan under the guidance of Simon Smith, helped out by Natalie Wilson and Jeff that does a wee bit of helping with them as tall. Jeff Steele, everybody will know Jeff Steele from Avon. Jeff is a ex-title holder from the Alexandra Rowing Club, Wanganui in 1972. Was it Jeff? Jeff's as old as the hills. Been around for many years. Dunstanarm are just going to paddle it around to the boat park by the look of it. No answer. Union's got no answer for them. Same distance back then to the crew from Columba College. Then we go back to Canterbury and you'll all go and qualify. Second heat well down through the course. We're just going to get a few times for you. The girls under 15 and intermediates went through in 8:33. We've got 2 scratchings in this next race, which is Warrior and Union 2. Oh no, that's the race that's underway. We don't know who scratched in this race. Lane number 3 looks like the crew, which is Ashburton. Then we go to the yellow boat in the middle. That's Wakatipu. Wakatipu there. Across the far side, though, ahead of Wakatipu, is the crew on the very far side in the dark colours, which is North End. This is the Women's Club Double Sculls second heat. We'll give you the time of the first heat when you go through. Wairea, Union 2 and North End 2 are all out. So it's across the far side in the sleeper lane, out of lane number 8. Nobody knows you're over there at the end. So all these crews, these two crews down on the inside will be watching each other to try and keep in front. They'll forget about the crew on the far side. It'll be out of the St Hilda squad, you can guarantee it. Bridget MacArthur. Bridget, where did you get these two girls from? Did you pay them to come along to out of St Hilda's? Then down the inside we have Ashburton. I would imagine there'll be two young girls out of Ashburton College. Justin and Mary do the coaching. Honor Bradford and Sophie Gibson. And then in the middle of the course in the yellow boat, Olivia Bissett and Maya Pagan. Johnny Morrison does the coaching of them on Lake Hayes. And we're looking for 5 to qualify. So there's the first 3, got the buzzer. And then we go to lane number 6 it is. It looks like Canterbury, the White of Canterbury will qualify. And then Timaru. And Timaru will qualify as well. So there's your 5 qualifiers, because I tell you what, the starter, Justin Wall and Barry Clydesdale, are rattling them down through the course. Time, 8:31 for the second heat. Dunstan Arm, Holly and Mackenzie went through in 8:31. That was the first heat of the Girls Club Double Sculls. Girls under 18 Double Sculls follow them up. 5 from each heat to go through. We've got Nelson, the under-18s, kindly sponsored by Promo X. And we've got Nelson, Burnside, Wakatip, St Andrews, Wahopai, Villa Maria, Otago, Union, Marion and North End. Man, what a lineup of different clubs here. Under 18, like I was talking before, it's the elite event at Mardi Cup level. Under double and under coxless pair. The yellow boat of Wakatip down the inside. Another one of Wakatips coming out of Lake Hayes. Gosh, these two are travelling really nicely. They're not going to let anyone have a chance, that's for sure. So it's Wakatip, Olivia Key and Neve Bates, John Morrison, the coach. Is that your daughter out there, Keezy? They're going to the yellow boys now, just coming up. We'll call them through. Now they go through, so they've got a good advantage over the crew from Otago Girls. Matt and Mike will be happy with the Otago Girls. Isla Merriman and Harriet Thompson for Otago Girls. But boy, they've got some ground to make up on the leaders. Now we're looking for 2 more to... We're looking for 3 more to qualify. Nelson down the inside's got a chance, and in the middle, St Andrews and Waihopai. And Waihopai have got Villa right-hand shoulder. They've got a chance of qualifying, but they need a big last 2. There's the crew right on the far side in the sleeper lane. That's the crew from North. That's another... St Hilda's crew, Dave Hannon. Oh no, it can't be St Hilda's. Dave Hannon, Ella and Ella. We've seen them out there, and here they go again. They've got a chance of qualifying. They must be Queens. I think Dave's coaching Queens. Nelson have got a chance. There's the winners. There's the first crew through with the buzzer. The second crew will get the buzzer as well. Otago Girls, they'll go through. Where's it going to come from? It's going to come from down the inside. Nelson will take the 3rd buzzer. Right across the far side is the North End crew. Might take the 4th buzzer. They're going to take it off Waihopai, because it looks like St Andrews has got the 4th buzzer, and oh no, it's across the far side. Got the North End, got the buzzer. Dave Hannon will be happy there. Oh, Waihopai just missed out. Boy, gosh, Waihopai. Danny, about got them through. Then we come to Burnside. Out those far side, Union is the Marion's 2, just back off it a wee bit, and that's the crew out of lane number 8, which is Union. Right, some times for you. The Women's Club's second heat of the double sculls went through an 8:16 if you're taking times. The second heat of the under-18s, they're right down on top of the first heat. And we have Rangiruru. So the guns, Rangiruru, Hayden Keys, got a very strong squad coming out of Rangiruru, Phoebe Wallace and Alice Wallace. Oh, Tim Wallace's grandchildren. If you're a novice spectator out there, Sir Tim Wallace's 2 grandchildren out there for Rangiruru, the 2 twins, Phoebe and Alice, and they make for good rowing. I can tell you, I had a set of twins many years ago coaching myself, and we had a set of twins that took gold medals in 70, in 97, 98, 99. And here they go out here for Rangiruru, the Wallace girls from Rangiruru over Timaru. Let's see, isn't the Timaru crew? Paige Butler-Bard and Elsie Torbett. Dean Milne does the coaching for the Timaru crew. And then down on the inside we have Columba College. They haven't got coaches, but I know them when I'm talking to them, but I've forgotten their names, and that's Columba College will go through. We're looking at 5. So there's 1, 2, 3, and across the far side, only another couple of lengths back, we see the colours out of lane 10, which is crew from Cromwell. So Morden Brendan, looks like you might get a crew through to the final. The girl in the under-18s double scull. Who's in that crew? Grier, oh yeah, Pie Banger. Oh, tell you what, there's some real pressure going on Cromwell to get that 5th qualifying spot. It's right through the middle of the course. Marion College, oh, I think Cromwell, have they hung on? Yep, I think Cromwell have hung on for the 5th spot over Marion College. St Andrews down on the inside, Villa Maria on the outside, and that's it. And we go straight back up and pick up the boys under 17 single scull, race 74 for you. Boys under 7 single scull, Sharon Bennett Photography. Sharon, this is your second race sponsorship, I think. So we appreciate your sponsorship under 17s. Now, this is what I tell you. I can't remember the times for the under 18s, but remember I was saying the under 17s can be as quick as the under 18s. And on numerous occasions you will get them entering in both the under 17 and under 18 at Marty, and they'll come up winning both of them. Joe Sullivan was one at Marty Cup that won the under 17s and the under 18s. It's coming out of lane number 3 in the dark colours with Wakatipu. Xavier Small from Wakatip. Now he's the guy that's in front. Now I'll try and give you the distance. Then we have to go across to 3 in from the outside in the white. Oh, this young fella from Otago. No, that's St Andrews. St Andrews up into second, but he's a good 3 lengths off the leader, if not 4 lengths. And there could some pressure come from him from the inside, from Timaru. Josh Bartlett from Timaru on the inside. That's your first 3. Now, where do we go from there? We go right in the middle of the course, I think. Maybe Burnside. Then we go Ashburton, Otago Boys. This is the big fella from Otago Boys. That's Jack Scott from Otago Boys. Now, he went exceptionally well at the Dunstan Arm Regatta. So he's getting along pretty good. He's up in qualifying position. And then, unfortunately, the yellow boat of Ashburton's, that's Isaac Carr. I think he's really going to be pushing to get into that top 5 now. And then across the far side, it's the very far side. It should be Otago 4. That should be Henry Browning across the far side. Dylan and Millie. the coaching for him. And then in the centre of the course, yeah, Ashburton, he's really going to have to go. Looks like the Burnside guy might qualify. So we go back to the leaders. We're inside the yellow boys. And it's been a good row from the Wakatip sculler. He goes down inside the 100-metre buoy line this time. Now, St Andrews will be next this time. Now for St Andrews. Now Timaru. This time now for Timaru. There's your 3. Then we go 3 to 4 lengths, 4 to 5 lengths back to Burnside. Max Wallace from Burnside. Molly Meats helps him out. And in the middle of the course is the young Otago boys, Jack Scott. I think he's younger than... I think he's eligible to row under 16, actually. There's your 5. Here's your first 3 across. These 2 locked together, they'll go. Ashburton will have to go through into the next 2 fastest times. Oh, we're not looking at 5 to qualify. We've got to look at our spreadsheets. We're looking at 1 and 2 to go through to the A final, plus the next 2 fastest times. We've got a heap of heats in the boys under 17 single. So it looks very much like they will be looking for fastest times, and the rest go. It doesn't say where the rest go. The rest might go to Hong Kong. So there could be 5 heats of this. We appreciate your sponsorship, Sharon. The second heat's well down through the course. We're looking at 2 to qualify, Melzy, not 5. 2 to qualify, and then the next 2 fastest times out of all those heats. So we should be looking at 4 heats. Yep, we're looking at 4 heats. So novice spectators, we've got 4 heats. We take 1 and 2 from each heat, which gives you 8 for the final, and the next 2 fastest times out of those 4 heats, which will give you your 10 boat final. So it looks very much like it was in the dark colours down on the inside. We'll get it on our computer anyway. It was Wakatip. Wakatip went through in 8:06, and St Andrews will both go through to the final. It looks like Timaru, Otago boys will be looking for fastest times. So it's Timaru this time. Timaru is sitting out in front this time, making sure he's in the first 2 from Otago. That's the John McGlashan boy on the far side, Henry Browning across the far side. Timaru down the inside is Josh Bartlett, or we've... That's Timaru in the middle of the course is Ben Allen, it is across the far side. And we're looking right inside the outside, which is Otago, yeah, which is Oliver Hamilton. So Timaru through the middle of the course. We're looking for 2 to qualify. Into the 100-metre row buoy lines. Timaru's well under control. I think you'll find Otago is going to take the second qualify. And then Wakatipu down on here, who is going to have to sit back and wait for time to see if he gets through to the final. But he needs to push it hard. If he knows he's in third, he needs to be right. Oh, he's just made a mistake. And I tell you what, the Wairau boy saw it too. Can he pick himself up? He took a deep one on the bow blade. A real deep one. So there's your first qualifier, Otago. Timaru, Otago, Wakatip then will have to wait for it. Almost picked up by Wairau down the inside twice. By gosh, that's a good row from young Luca down on the inside. Otago boys, gosh, I really must say, guys, that's number 9 across the far side, which is our Cromwell sculler. Well, we've got a chance and a breather between these single scullers. Second heat time hasn't come up yet. I must say there's been a big push with Twizel gosh, over the years we've seen one rower, or maybe a double. There was a very good women's double many years ago that came out of Twizel. They just couldn't seem to get the rowers. But all of a sudden they've got a guy now that knows an awful lot about rowing. And obviously they're getting the rowers. It looks like they would have a squad. I must see Kelvin and see what he's got. But he's 8-10. He's mostly got a squad of about 15, which is the most that's ever come out of Twizel School, I think. And I tell you what, they have the best rowing course in the world to compete with. And they've got brilliant water, so they should be very competitive because they've got a high-profile coach as well. The next heat up is Otago, one of the Johnny's boys. It's the Otago. There's Matthew O'Meara from Otago. He's out clearly in front over the next qualifier's Timaru, the Timaru boy, which is Paya. I think it's Sullivan. Now this is heat number 3, and these two have said, we want to qualify. They've got themselves up into a qualifying position, and they've let nobody have a shot at them. So down the inside, Wakatip. Wakatip's going to have to look for time. And whether they're having a B final in this event, I really wouldn't know. Not according to our spreadsheets. It just tells us what they have to do to qualify. So I would imagine the B final will be taken from the next 10 fastest times from the heats. I would imagine if they're going to have a B final. Great racing though. We're going to see some brilliant finals tomorrow. There's very little time between some of these heats. So Wakatip boy, he's going to have to look to see what happens in those times as well. And then we go across the very far side. We go to out of lane number 9. It is St. Thomas of Canterbury. Slightly ahead of him is the crew, or the sculler from Christ boys. In the gap in between is Waihopai. And down the inside we have Wakatip 4 and Timaru in the middle is number 4 coming out of Ron Carley College with their blades. So right in behind them, they really banged these singles in. They must have put them straight into the starting base the minute they'd gone away from the buzzer. No mucking around. Justin Wall has got so much experience as a starter. And like I say, we're talking about the Twizel squad. They've got the best rowing course in the world. And Twizel have always struggled. I think it's been a hold up with the school. I'm not too sure. But they've always struggled to get rowers. And all of a sudden, Kelvin comes along and gets himself about 15 odd rowers, and look at performing as well. So well done, Kelvin, for a starter, and well done, Twizel, for getting your kids along rowing on the best course in the world. Race 4, Twizel 2, Timaru 3, Burnside 3, Otago Boys 3, Timaru, that'll be 3 there, Otago 2, Wakatip 2, Wanaka 2 and Wairea number 1. And we see a yellow boat, which we always think is Wakatip, and that's who it is, coming out of lane number 7. It is Ashton White out of John Morrison's squad, and again he has a very strong under 17, under 18 squad out of Lake Hayes. Down the inside we see the colours of Timaru, and then in the middle of course, and I think the far side's up next qualifying, right across the far side, Wairea. He knows that he's really got to push it to keep in front of the, he has a look across again, and he's up into second, Otago through the middle of the course, and Timaru down the inside. Timaru wants to go, he's going, we've got to be quicker, Timaru, you've got to wind it more. He's using power. Wairea's trying to hang on across the far side. Timaru Sculler's coming at him. Let's take a look at this row. It's Timaru. It's Timaru with his nose in front. He has a wee look across. He can see Otago coming through the middle of both of them. I think it's Timaru. They go to the line. Yep, Timaru through that row of lines. Timaru gets the qualifier. Oh, bad luck, Wairea. He was working so hard across the far side, and I tell you what, the Otago sculler from St. Johnny's was really ripping into it as well. He wanted a chance to get in there. Then we go back, Otago boys, Timaru again. Burnside, down the inside, not the outside, Burnside. Weisel's number 2 crew. And right across that far side of the colours of Wanaka. She's cutthroat business, and the boys under 17 single sculls. What's happening? Immediately go to under 18s. The third heat went through in 8:09. Oh, that's not Otago. Matthew O'Meara went through in 8:09. He was 8 seconds quicker than Peo O'Sullivan from Timaru. So they're not bad times for under 17s. You're under 18s. This time we're going to take 5 through for the qualifying. It's race 78, and they were due to go out of the starting blocks at 8 minutes past 1. Wairea, Waihopai, Dunstan Arm 3, Dunstan Arm 1, Wanaka 1, Otago 1, Nelson 1, Timaru 2. This is the under 18s. This time we're taking 5 through. Tell you what, the starters have done a brilliant job because they've cut the deficit back from a half an hour behind to only about 10 minutes behind now. So what a brilliant job. Justin Wall, Barry Clydesdale and everyone up at the starters, and they're going to catch that up in the next few events because they have got the 2 single scull races with only about 1,000 metres between them as they come down through the course. Dunstan Arm and the gold of Wakatip. So we have Dunstan Arm and Wakatip, which is Jem Curtis and Matthew King for Dunstan Arm under 18. Matt King originally done his first few years of rowing out of Cromwell, and he looked very, very promising then when he was rowing for Cromwell. Now he's under the guidance of Simon Smith. I don't think he's at school. I think he has left school, so he must be working in the Alexandra Central Otago area. And he's, tell you what, he's going to have some pressure put on him from the inside. Wairea, Zachary Jenkins from Wairea. Gosh, Matt's got a strong squad here coming out of Wairea. Waihopai is too. Danny Young from Waihopai has got the young Waihopai boy swinging along really nicely too. Don't know in Wanaka. This is going to be a good finish because the Dunstan boy, take the Dunstan boy away. There's nothing between. We're looking at 5 to go through. There's nothing between Wanaka in the middle of the course and down on the very inside is Wairea. Dunstan still look like it's hanging on to that lead by about a length and a half. I think we'll go on their right-hand shoulder, which is Wanaka. Wanaka is about a length and a half off Dunstan Arm, and then Wanaka's most likely got about, most likely only about 3/4 of a length, if not, and absolutely locked together Wairea. We're looking at 5 to qualify. I think Wairea might even be ahead of it. Looks like Wairea is ahead of Wanaka. Wanaka's just woken up to the fact that Wairea's rode up to him, and he started to crank it up a little bit. You'll get no medals for getting, and when you only need to be 5 in the qualifying Wanaka, especially in the heats. Dunstan Arm held on to the lead since we've picked them up going through the 1,000-metre peg. They'll go down to get the buzzer. We'll be going up shortly to pick up the next heat. Under 18s. Dunstan done a good job sitting out in front, Matt. You've done a good job, buddy. And he'll go down towards the line and take it. I think you'll find Wairea. Yep, Wairea will take the second buzzer. Wanaka the third buzzer. Let's look at the next 2 qualifiers. It's coming from Nelson. Nelson will be the fourth qualifier, and along with Nelson, the crew inside him, which will be Otago. And unfortunately, the Waihopai Sculler will miss out, along with the second Dunstan Sculler and the Timaru Sculler. Right, the fourth heat of the under-17s went through in 8:12. Oh, there's some very close times there. Some really close times out of the four heats of the under-17s. Right, the second heat of the boys under-18 single sculls, race 79. They're down to 10 minutes behind time, so Wairau 2, Burnside, Christchurch boys, Targa boys 2, Dunstanarm 2, St Thomas of Canterbury, Timaru, 5 to go through, rest of the B final. Oh, we go to the outside and see the colours of Timaru immediately, Dunstanarm. Oh, could even be Dunstanarm, big Jed, big 6'4" Jed. Good work, Jed. A young fella out of the Dunstanarm. I think he's in his fourth year with Simon. His first 3 years, he was just building on his ability. The first couple of years, he was really learning. His third year, he was building on his equality. It might be his third year now. And all of a sudden, he won a race, and his confidence was way up, and he now knows how to race a boat. And he's out in front over the Timaru Sculler, only by about 3/4 of a length tops, though. Jed will go down and hit the 100-metre buoy line first, 3/4 of a length ahead of Timaru. We're looking for the rest of the qualifiers behind these two. We go to Ashburton. Oh, it's not Ashburton, it's right out of lane number 9. What's he doing with lane number 9 on there? Ashburton colours, so I don't know where he's come from. He must have been taken from somewhere. Not on. Wairau down the inside, Wairau number 2, he'll qualify as well. The Ashburton Sculler across the far side, if that's who it is, and in the middle, who will qualify is Sculler. Lane number 4, Christchurch boys, that's Ben Harris. Unfortunately, the rest will go through. Got other rounds to go. They're not being completely livid. That's Burnside, St Thomas of Canterbury, and jammed up between them Otago boys. Can we get that official time of Heat 1 of the under-18s? Went through in 8:20. Oh, that is slower than the under-17s. They went through in 8:20, slower than the under-17s. Nelson Kellerman, what a great sponsor you are, buddy. Must be rowing equipment, and I think originally he started building boats, but I think it's rowing. The girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Thank you, Meridian Energy, always for support of South Island rowing and also supporting this individual race. The girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Their start time, the girls, was 60 minutes past 1. We're now 30 minutes past 1, so they're about a quarter of an hour behind. They picked it up in those single scull races, and they've just lost a bit of it again now. We're looking at 3 to go through this time. Tells us that there is 1, 2, 3. Yep. There's 3 heats for you in the day sheets, the learners. 3 heats, 3 from each heat gives you your 9, and the next fastest time from those 3 heats will give you the 10th crew going into the final. I think you'll find we've got a scratching in Marion College in the outside in lane number 9. Apart from that, Indiana Cameron is doing the coxing for Cromwell. Katie Batrick is doing the coxing for Wakatip. Ella Raff is doing the coxing for Villa Maria. and Tessa Hatsford. Man, she's the top coxswain out of Dunstan. Young Tessa Hatsford, she's been coxing for about 3 years now. She should be the top one. Avon in the coxing seat in the Avon is Brianna Kingham. And Wanaka's got, it looks like Charlotte Pedersen for Wanaka. Going through the 1,000-metre peg now, we can pick them up quite easily. We've got gold and gold out on the outside, that's for sure. So that is Wanaka and Oamaru. So Wanaka and Oamaru on the outside crews. The very outside crew is just back off the pace a wee bit though. Wanaka, Oamaru is right in the firing line. Then we take 2 and 3, Dunstan Arm. The good under 16 squad coming out of Dunstan Arm. We've got Bryant, we've got King, we've got Nelson, and we've got Talia. These are under 15 title holders. The exact same crew that won the 15 at Mardi Cup last year. Won the gold medal, and here they go in the under 16s, showing that they're going to try and take the gold medal for Mardi Cup in 2023. Building nicely. Very strong squad of girls in their under 15s last year and looking just as tidy again this year. So it's Dunstan Arm out in front over Oamaru, the coaching panel in Oamaru. Gosh, I wonder if Owen Gould will be looking down on these girls going along so well and seeing the job the coaching panel's doing out of the Oamaru rowing sheds. We come down to Villa Maria. That'll be the first 3, but the Villa Maria is quite a wee way behind. You remember the saying, pack it in and pack it out? It refers to every regatta we have here. And if you're a novice spectator and you're supporting one of your siblings, pack it in means that if you're bringing gear in, you're bringing rubbish in, then you pack it out again. You take it with you. So please help us out that way. Don't leave it lying around campus. If you bring it in and you're setting up lunch for everyone, make sure you've got a bag, put all your rubbish in. Also, the programs are on sale down at the Secretary's office. Don't forget a program. You get a free day sheet with it, of course. So get down there and get a program as a souvenir for the Otago Rowing Championships. In the meantime, nobody's got anywhere near Dunstan Arm, and they are out in front. This champion crew from Dunstan Arm out in front, and young Tessa Hatsford that does a brilliant job. She almost coaches these girls. Simon sets it up for them, and I'm sure he'll be letting the coxswain know, the top coxswain, which is this young lady, what to do with them as they go down through their training rows on Lake Dunstan. Same with Oamaru. I'm not too sure about the coxswain from Oamaru. I haven't seen that name before. But she might be a learning coxswain. But look at the water conditions they've got to row in. And they'll be used to it, Oamaru. They two train up here. They've got a sheds up here. But nothing getting near Dunstan Arm, and they are just cruising. Same crew that's already the title holders in the under-15s. Ruby Smith in the stroke seat. Talia Nelson in the 3 seat. And in the bow seat is Emma Bryant and Ella King. Through down to get the buzzer. And we'll forget about them. They've got through and qualified. And the Oamaru will be the second qualifier. We're looking at 3 to go through. We'll keep an eye on the times just to see how good this crew have wound down. They'll be saving themselves for the final because I'm sure they've got the double scull as well. I think Talia and Ruby are also very competitive in the double scull. I think they were gold or silver medal at Mardi Cup in the under-15 double scull last year as well. And then we go to Villa Maria. There's a long distance back. The owner of that dog, you guys, make sure you put that dog on the lead. Thank you. And then we come down the inside to the crew from Cromwell, by the look of it, down the inside. That's their number 2. Oh, that's the number 1 crew. So Cromwell will go through in the 3rd qualifier. No, they won't. There's already 3 boats go across. Villa Maria gets the 3rd qualifier. Cromwell will have to look for that time. And we haven't got that up yet. We'll give it to you as far as we can. Cross the far side to Wanaka, the multicolours from Wanaka. And then down to, looks like St Andrews down. No, it's not St Andrews. It's Avonside. Avonside on the outside. That second heat is just gone past Alcatraz Island, the island there, which is the most likely 600 out from the start. We'll pick up very, very shortly for you. Right, Heat 2 has Wakatip 2, Cromwell 2, St Andrews 2, Invercargill 1, Waihopai 1, Christchurch Girls 2, North End 2 and Timaru 1. Just gone through the 1,000 metre pit. And we go to the very outside, we go to Timaru. Craig, look of it with the colour of their blood. So it looks like a Craighead crew that's sitting out there from the gold boat, just inside them. We just don't know where the gold boat come from. We'll just take a look again to see where that gold boat come from. Be North End that's just inside them in the under 16 second heat. I think they look like the first 2, the gold boat down on the inside. And then right alongside Wakatip is on their right-hand shoulder is Cromwell 2, but they're about a length odd down and is locked up with the white in the middle. That will be the St Andrews crew or Invercargill. Gosh, they've opened up a lot of ground here. So Invercargill's got an advantage of about 2 lengths over their opposite River, which is Waihopai. So North End trying to drag the leaders in, which is Timaru, but boy, they've got a lot of work to do because Timaru got a commanding lead of about 6 to 7 lengths over the rest of the field. In another fine display from Timaru. We're trying to just see those of the course that are back off the pace a little bit. One's the Waihopai crew, and there's another one away back further again. And then there's 2 more crews on the outside. There's 3 crews. There looks to be 2 divisions going on, actually. What a nightmare. So we'll go back and do the best we can for you because there's 1, 2, 3 boats about a good 700 metres back off the field, and then there's another race going down through the first 500. Well, I'm sure we'll work it out, and if we can't, we'll just make it up like always. Timaru, well-disciplined crew. Dean, they look very good, a nice balanced crew. They don't look to be big girls, but by gosh, they look to be technically doing things really well. And hence, that's why they're out in front over the rest of the squad. It's been followed up by the crew from North End. Out of St Hilda's, I would pick from these girls. We'll just see who's it. One of your crews. Well done. Then we come down the inside to the gold boat of Wakatips. So there's your first 3. That's what we're looking for to qualify. And there can be a little bit of pressure go on Wakatip from Invercargill. So who's doing the Invercargill this year? Penny and Frank. Two young ones from Invercargill helping out in the Invercargill novices. Where are you, Julie? Are you out there? Are you doing anything this year with your girls? And then we come down to lane number 3, which is the crew from Wanaka. Brandon and Maud do the coaching there in Wanaka, down towards the finish line, and they get the buzzer. There's Wakatip, the buzzer. Distance back to the crew from North End, and then only about 3 lengths back to the next qualifier, which is the crew from Wakatip. Invercargill, unfortunately, will have to sit back and see if they get in the next fastest time, or maybe a B final. We'll have to wait and see. And then Cromwell will be the same, and Waihopai. And the crew at the back looks like the Christchurch Girls, or Christchurch Girls number 2. And the crews that are another distance back from there, one looks to be, they're on the outside lane. So they have either missed the start or they've had a gear breakage. One is the St Andrews crew. One is another Wakatip crew, and it looks like a Rangiruru boat. So those 3 crews on the outside of the course, I just don't know whether they are racing or not. You're a bit of they are. I don't see them on my program, and I don't see them in the 3rd heat. That heat number 1 of the girls' Cox Quad under 16 went through in 8:08. Heat 3 is well down through the course. We should have Villa Maria, Waihopai, North End, Avonside, St Andrews, Timaru, Burnside and Otago girls. Right, the outside crew, Otago girls, are back off the pace a little bit. So we're looking at inside them, which is the crew in the Burnside colours. Boy, they're going exceptionally well, that Burnside crew, and then 2 in St Andrews. So it looks like it's going to be a tussle between the 2 Avon trained crews, St Andrews in the middle of the course and Burnside on the outside. They're not on the inside, they're on the outside. That's Burnside. Oh, stroke girl from the St Andrews crew has a look around. Oh, that's dangerous material. Waihopai in the middle of, is it Waihopai in the middle of the course? We just can't. Timaru back off these front. There's a big line up in behind, and we're looking for a 3rd qualifier. The 2 out in front are quite clearly out in front by quite a big distance. Now there's a huge lineup. We've got Villa Maria on the inside. A half a length away from them is Waihopai. Just a half a length ahead of them is North End. North End would only be a half a length behind Avonside. We can just about count out the Timaru and Otago girls combinations. Otago girls on the top side and Timaru down through the middle. But the 2 sitting out in front, still nothing between them. I think a slight advantage will go to St Andrews. St Andrews over the Burnside combination. Oh, no, I wouldn't like to say. There's nothing between them. You'll see there at the 250 metre mark than what I can. I think you'll find it is the top side. It is the crew from Burnside. That's the crew going to get 100 metre boy in first. And they've got quite a bit of better lead than what I would have thought. They've got almost a length lead over St Andrews. Now coming out of the ruck. Who wants to come out of the ruck? It's out of 4. It looks like it could be Avonside. Avonside look as if they want to come out and be the 3rd qual. Oh, no, across the far side. Otago girls. Otago girls. They weren't in with the two in the lead, but they're good enough to get through to the third position. And it'll be the Otago girls combination, Lucy and Mike. You've got another crew through to the finals. Down towards the line, Burnside, 3/4 of a length clear of St Andrews. 4 or 5 lengths back to the third qualifier, which is Otago girls, and another 3 lengths back to Avonside in the middle of the course. Timaru on the right-hand shoulder. The left-hand shoulder is North End. Waihopai and Villa Maria down the inside. 8:16, the second heat of the under-16 girls went through in 8:16. Girls under-17, same, it's a quad. Girls under-17 Cox Quad, Promo X. Promo X are the sponsors. And this is the gun girls, the big senior girls at school. Well, not quite. One down from the seniors. Marion College 2, Ashburton 1, Rangiruru 1, Villa Maria 1, Burnside 1, Columba College 1, 5 to go through. Rest are eliminated. Out the back, de-rigging boats. Not today, anyway. Oh, again, we're getting a crew right out in front that's just so much better than that. Everyone else. Coming out of lane 5, which is Rangiruru, Hayden and the rest of the coaching panel at Rangiruru have really upped their game this season. They could see signs of it last season, but boy, almost every crew they've put on the water's got through to the final. So Rangiruru, and they are way out in front. And this was quite noticeable at the Central Otago Championships. We never actually had any crews that were a long way out in front or a long way behind. Generally, you get crews that are quite a wee way behind, like the crew down on the inside here in this, like Marion 2. But we're seeing it here, that we've got a crew way out in front and a crew quite a wee way behind. Nevertheless, guys, you're out there competing. That's the main thing. And you'll only get better the more you put kilometres you put in on the water. So Rangiruru, oh, it's a classy looking crew, this. They are classy, my gosh. Well drilled. There's only one person in charge in this crew. Let's take a look and see who that is. Oh, it's Bridget. Yes, how many times you been on the water today, Bridget? 4 or 5 times already today, I would say, and she is complete control of this crew. Look, not one of those heads have moved. They know exactly where they're looking. They're looking down at the big concrete block down the 2,000 metre starting peg, the eastern end of the mighty Lake Ruataniwha here in the Mackenzie country. Oh gosh, that's well under control. 100 metres now through the 100 metre buoy line. They have said goodbye to the field. Ashburton are the followers. Ashburton will go and be the second qualifier, but boy, they've got some ground to make up tomorrow. Mark it down in your little book. They're bringing Villa Maria with them. They'll be the third qualifier, and on the right-hand side of Villa Maria, we have St Andrews. So there's 4. We're looking for one more, and they are away back here, and it's going to be Marion College. Burnside is the crew that's unfortunately going to miss out. Marion College will go through as well. Burnside will be back. We'll immediately go up and pick up the second heat for you. See if we can give you some times. Third heat of the under-16 girls, 8:20. Five crews to go through, 5 crews go to the starter. So all 5 crews will qualify. North End, Wanaka, Villa Maria, Waihopai and Marion. It's just a matter of what lanes they'll be in. And at this stage, the crew that's in front, Wanaka. So Wanaka, Matt will be happy with his crew from Wanaka in the under 17s. They're sitting out in front, all those kilometres up and down Lake Wanaka, coming out of the brand spanking new sheds that Wanaka Rowing Club have got. On the inside of them, on their left-hand shoulder, is North End. Again, another crew of Bridget's. It's showing its form. You must be a busy lady, Bridget, bringing up a family, looking after her husband, and out there coaching St Hilda's 10 days a week. So Wanaka out in front. They've got about a 2.5 length advantage over North End. North End in turn have got about 4 to 5 lengths over Marion College on the far side, and then the two crew just inside Marion College, Waihopai and Villa Maria, two back from Waihopai, a length and a half. We're hoping the big crowd that are down there at the, I see you've got brand spanking new flooring down there. I hope you went to Flooring Extra for that in your tents. Well, good to see. So that group down there at the 300 mark, good to see you getting in behind the crews again. Always a pleasure to have you here at the regatta. Keep up the good work and make sure come final day we want to hear you screaming out for your siblings or your rowing crews. Gosh, they've closed the gap a little bit on the Wanaka crew. That the North End crew have really got crests and getting up within about 3/4 of a length of Wanaka. I think both crews will be quite happy to row it through. St Hilda's will be happy. They're the chief umpire here at this regatta, originally coached for St Hilda's a few years ago. So it looks like Bridget and Jazz. I think Jazz McIntosh is helping you out. Jazz, if you've got something to do with these crews, good work, mate. Good to know you got your grounding on Lake Dunstan. Good to know Bridget MacArthur got her grounding on the Clutha River in Alexandra. Wanaka got a length and a quarter on North End as they go down and get the buzzer. 5 to qualify. They all go through and do it again tomorrow. But looks like these two crews will get one or two at the start of the centre lanes. Marion College back in Indian file to Waihopai and Villa Maria. Men's novice cock states, straight final, come back and do race it tomorrow. That's where you'll get them. You won't get them today, you'll get them tomorrow. Cromwell, St Bede, St Andrews, Targa boys and Christchurch boys. And the is podiatry, and that's the person that's in charge of rosin podiatry, of course, is our chief umpire. So thanks, Lauren, for your sponsorship. We'll see if we can get a few people along there that you can work on. Cromwell down the inside might just find this a little tough out here. Oh, yeah, but there's a crew back there with them. Novice men's 8s. Always great to race the 8s. The novices, they just go for it. Go for it about 36, 37 strokes per minute. The novices usually go. The adrenaline kicks in and they just put their head down and it's goodbye, nurse. And I can see the red of St Bede's. I'm just not too sure who's coaching the St Bede's novices. It's not Dale or Scott Rogers. It's good work, Scott. Not only is the Premier and Senior squad out of St Bede's performing, it looks like the novice squad's going to perform as well. So Dale, you're not the right number top man. It looks like Scott is looking to knock you off. Great coaching outfit with Scott, with the novices then, Dale with the seniors. They'll come to Lake Dunstan for their training camp at Christmas time. They'll come out the top end and they will be not only 4 lengths ahead, they will be 10 lengths ahead after all the kilometres they do on Lake Dunstan for their training camp. And here they are under no pressure whatsoever, and I cannot see another crew that's going to get near them, and they should be taking the title. Christchurch boys, a couple of Christchurch boys have a wee look across. Coaching team will get that sorted out, and they are only about a half a length ahead of Christ College. Christ College in the good old days used to be extremely prominent. They used to dominate men's rowing from the school level, but over the years some of the other clubs have just got a little bit stronger, and they've now, Christ College are always competitive. Well, it's Otago boys, not Christ College, but we're talking about Christ College. They are coming up in the next heat to see just how strong they are in the lower grades. They're very powerful in the under 18, under 17 grades. So it's Otago boys. Matt and Lucy will be happy with the Otago boys out there. Beth and Grayson it is that's got the novices by the look of it out of Otago boys. They're within a half a length of Christchurch boys. But the winner got the hooter. Christchurch boys will take the second hooter, and Otago boys the third hooter. And the two get another row in it again tomorrow, right in behind them. St Andrews and Cromwell. Right, the under 17 Cox Quad for girls or ladies, they went through the course in 8:09. Boys under 15 Coxed 8s. Like I say, the under 15s generally big percentage of rowers in the under 15 grade are in their second year. So it'll be interesting the times between the novice 8 and the under 15 8. And we'll give that to you as soon as we can, and as far as the novice 8 goes. The under 15 8, and we should have a sponsor for it. It is CNR Insurance again. Well done, CNR. Irene and Simon, especially in the central area. We appreciate your sponsorships. Boys under 15, 4 crews to go and fight it out again tomorrow. Which lane they go in? We've got Christchurch boys, Christ College, St Thomas of Canterbury, and Christchurch boys too. Oh, Christ College. Well, Christ College are out in front. And this, the under 15s. So not only are they strong in the under 18s and under 17s, they're strong novices as well. Well, or under 15s. We won't call them novices, under 15s as well. They have big squads of rowers to pick from when it comes to Mardi Cup. They have under 15, under 16, under 17, and under 18. And the best 8 rowers go into that 8. I think that's the way their regime works. But they're out in front here with the under 15s. Tell you what, they've said goodbye to the rest of the field. They're in that third 500 now, and they are 4 or 5 lengths out advantage over Christchurch boys number 2 crew. Then we go another 2 lengths, 2.5 lengths back to St Thomas's, and another 3 back to Christchurch boys number 1 crew. I don't know who's doing the coaching of Christchurch boys this year. St Thomas of Canterbury, we'll just see. They might be here. It's the coaching team. So well done, coaching team. St Thomas of Canterbury, Daniel Ryan and Pat McQuinn. Pat, huge supporter of rowing, a huge South Island volunteer for many, many years. Rower, coach, administrator, boat repairer, like all of us, but I don't know if he was ever a coxswain. But Christ College Gosh, they're big boys, this Christ College under 15. They are just cruising. They have got a beautiful run on their boat. And it looks like they're not doing any work whatsoever. It tells me just how good a run they've got. They're just letting the boat do the work, that's for sure. Gosh, tell you what, I'd almost say they're a novice crew. But boy, oh, they're pretty good. They may be too good for novices, but they've got a beautiful run on their boat, and they're away out in front. And they've got 5 lengths on the opposition. Christchurch boys. Then we go St Thomas of Canterbury, and another 4 lengths back to Christchurch boys number 1. That's the way you'll see them go across. No qualification. See you tomorrow again, guys. Men's Open Coxless 4. Again, we've got crews that'll go straight through and row again tomorrow, but in different lanes. Cure 1, Avonside 3, Canterbury 1, Avonside 2, Avonside 1. We can now give you the novice 8 time, 7:09. So 7:09 for the novice 8s. We'll see what the under 15s go through in. You'll see Avon should be the crew that's out in front here. It is Avon. Out of 6, out of lane 6, so it's Avon number 2 crew. Welsh, Taylor, Johnson and Botheraway. And they are out in front from their Avon number 3 crew by about 3.5 lengths, and then the Avon number 3 crew by, I think we might go to Avon number 1 on the far side or up into 3rd place. It looks like Avon 1, 2, 3, then Cure, and back in the singlets Canterbury. Open Coxless 4. Just want to see who's in that Cure team. Mates, Johnson, Merton and Fletcher. That's Clive's boy out there, Louis Merton out there. Alec Fletcher, we saw him in the single sculler earlier on in the day. George Johnson and Lewis Mates. I think we saw them in the Coxless pair. Not too sure. Avon. As well as a very strong women's squad out of the Avon rowing sheds, tall, strong women's squad, older, not school kids. They have got huge members in the men's and women's senior and open crews. Hence, that's why you see their colours out in front all the time. They must have great fun when they do seat racing to see who's got the best combination. But this crew here, this is the number 2 crew listed in our program. They'll go through and take the buzzer. Be interesting to see what the time is. I think you'll find they'll be around about 6:20, 6:24 to 6:24 to 6:30 time, somewhere around about there. Right, the under 15 8s have gone through in 8:03. So they are 6 seconds quicker than the novices. So it's Avon 1, 2 and 3, Cure Boating Club and Canterbury for race 87, the men's Open Coxless 4. Kindly been sponsored by Otago Community Trust. Just lost the pages there for a bit. Otago Community Trust, we appreciate your sponsorship. Women's Open Single. Looks like they're going to come back and row it all again tomorrow too, but in different lanes. No heats here. Avon 4, Cure 1, Otago University 1, Dunstan Arm 1, Cure 2, Avon 2, Otago University 2, Avon 3, Avon 5. Look at the lineup here. Phoebe Collier for Avon 4. Lauren Sims for Cure. Like I says, Lauren's one of the senior members out of the Cure club. Otago University has got a lot of experience as Juliet Armlecoeur. Dunstanarm, Charlotte Lightfoot. I don't know a great deal about that young lady. Abby Jenkins out of Cure, that's the number 2 crew. Jessica Norris for Avon 2. Phoebe Truelove, we know her, originally out of Timaru for Otago University 2. Sarah Palin for Avon 3. And Jamie Breen for Avon 5. Looks to be Otago University coming like Otago University's colours. That's who it is. Juliet. It's the crew that's in front. The women's open single. One straight race today. One straight race tomorrow. Take a title. It's Juliet sitting out in front. Gosh, they've had a good regatta here. We haven't seen the university colours at club regattas for quite some time. If we have, there hasn't been many of them. But now they've got themselves a squad of guys rowing out of Otago University. They've got a very good novice squad. They won the novice 4 at the Central Otago Championships, and they also won the novice double at the Central Otago Championships. And here they go here. This is the young lady that used to come out of, can't remember what sheds Juliet come on. I think it was one of the Dunedin shed. Otago University out in front. She's got a commanding lead over the rest of the field. And it's on her right-hand shoulder, I think, who's up second at this stage. It looks like a Dunstanarm, Charlotte Lightfoot for Dunstanarm. It's hard to tell because right out on the far side, we have Jamie Breen from Avon 5. So there's not much between those two, Dunstanarm and Avon on the far side. I think then we come 2 or 3 lengths down to Avon 4. Phoebe Collier down the inside on her right-hand shoulder. She's got Lauren Sim. And then we have to go right out the very far side. Back further, it's Phoebe Phelan for Avon 3 that's out there on the that she's qualified up into about 3rd at this stage, maybe even 2nd. And the 2 others we haven't called, Avon 2, University 2. And the crew right out the back on the very far side is the Avon number 5 crew. So it's Otago University. She's aiming for that duck on the course. You need to get on the Avon River if you want to try and nail those ducks. They're pretty quick. Otago University, inside the goal, boys, she goes quite comfortably under no pressure whatsoever. We do go out to the crew, which is Varsity. It's their club mate on the far side. So the 2 university crews, that's Phoebe Truelove across the far side. She has moved forward, and Dunstanarm in the middle of the course. These are first 3 at the buzzer. Then we go Avon. Alongside Avon is Cure. Through into the middle of the course is another Avon crew. And then we go to the crew from Cure 2. And another crew just back off the pace wee, but that's Avon number 5. So Otago University and Otago University. It looks like they will have themselves a very good open double scull. And I think that race has been rowed, but I missed it, so I don't know how the double scull went. Had a funny feeling Dunstanarm won the open double scull. Lauren going across now. Then Avon, it's the Avon 2, just inside her, Cure Boating Club 2, Abbey. And Jamie for Avon. Concept 2, of course, are the sponsors. They've sponsored High Country Lodge. We appreciate your sponsorship of the next event, which is the Girls Under 15 Double Sculls. Oh, there's nothing on the course. We'll pick them up. The girls open double sculls. We'll pick them up shortly. We're looking at 2 heats. First 5 of each heat to go through. Dunstanarm 2, Oamaru 1, Marion 1, Timaru 1, Burnside 2, North End 1, North End 3, Wanaka 1, Wakatip 1, and Otago Girls 1. The first heat, a full heat of 10, and the second heat, a full heat of 10. Otago Girls 2, Wanaka 2, Wanaka 3, Burnside, Villa Maria, Wakatipu, North End 2, Timaru 1, Dunstanarm 1, Cromwell. I think it looks like they have let them go. They've most likely gone about 300 metres. All crews look as if they're away safely, the whole 10 of them. It looks like it's coming from around lane 1, 2, 3, and it's coming from 3 and 4 by the look of it. It's 3 is Timaru, and 4 is Burnside. They look as if the ones that want to go to the lead early, but there's not a great deal separating the full field as they go through that first 500. 3, 4, 5, and 6 is very prominent. Could be 7. Could be North End. There's 2 North End crews, so it's one of those North End crews that are very prominent as well. Also had a good regatta at the Central Otago Championships last weekend. So one of the North End crews, it's the inside crew, which is the number 1 crew. Tarina Crampton is doing the coaching of these girls. So it's North End. And we're going down to 1, 2, 3, lane 3. So it looks like lane 3, that's Marion College. They went along. So heading into that second 500, they look like the crews. And then Otago Girls right out on the far side. Hard to leave them out when they're that far out. And 4 in. That's North End. So North End at this stage look as if they have the lead going into the third 500 over Marion College. So it's North End over Marion College. Nothing looks like they want to challenge. The 2 inside crews just back off Marion College a wee bit, and the crew on the right hand side of them, Timaru's back off them as well. And then we're looking for Burnside. They're back off there with Timaru as well. So Marion College well up. And then when we go to Burnside, we go to Avon 1, Avon 2, and there looks to be a crew missing out there. We'll see if we can identify who it is. Avon 1 going along, Avon 2, yeah. And then we see the gold of Wanaka. Right out the very far side where Otago Girls. I don't see a crew from Wakatip. Unless they've changed lanes somewhere. But we'll go back to the leaders, and it still looks like Marion College. Oh, they've got steering problems, Marion College. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. They've cut right across. Oh, wow. That's bad luck because they were going so well. Now they've lost a lot of ground and they've cut right across into lane 1 just about. The umpire's boat I thought would have been across there. Taking a look at that, there's nothing in the middle of the field. So still Marion College, but North End, it looks still like North End has got that advantage. Wakatip, Wanaka it is, and I think that's Wakatip quite a wee way back from Wanaka. Then we go to the outside, Otago Girls. So we still go to the middle, we go North End, Marion, Otago Girls. That's the way I see them going through the 1,000 metre peg. That's the first 3. Now, these 3 crews are opening up a little bit of a gap Oamaru are well back on the inside. I have not seen a Dunstan Arm crew that should be listed in the inside lane. I'll just see if there's a scratching for you. According to our board, that there should be a Dunstan Arm crew there, but I can't pull that up. Otago Girls, Travelling Lice. None of these crews really ripping into it, but it's still that North End crew. I still go for that North End crew over Marion College and Otago Girls. Then from there it can be anywhere. There's Burnside. Burnside could even be up into 4th place. And then we go out to Wanaka. Then we go to the second North End crew. Otago Girls, they're well out of trouble. I don't know whether that North End crew knows that they're out there. They're in the sleeper lane. They're right out on the outside in lane number 10. Side coming from Dunstan. I can see Oamaru. Oh, the North End Stroke Girl chucks the head up and looks out to the left. We'll go out there too. It's Marion College that she's looking at, and she should be looking out to the other way if she's going to do any looking. So Otago Girls are going pretty well out the side. These 3 crews had sorted themselves out by the time they got to the 1,000-metre peg, and they're now just going further and further ahead from the rest of the squad, which is followed up by Burnside, but about 5 or 6 lengths down off the leading 3. And I tell you what, there's not a great deal separating these 3 crews. So 1 minute it looks like it's going to be Marion College on the inside. Next minute it looks like it's going to be Otago Girls on the outside. And sticking their nose in between, it could be North End. We'll have to see what we can judge. We'll see if we can get it a wee bit more accurate for you. Otago Girls, we always should go the outside, so it's Otago Girls. Well, North End's definitely ahead of Marion College. We've got that one. It's now between North End and Otago Girls. They head down. Could be Otago Girls. We should always favour the outside lane. Could be Otago Girls. Otago Girls over North End. Marion trying to come back into it again. I can just see them starting to quicken up their hand speed. Under 15, most likely second-year rowers. Otago Girls. Looks like Lucy and Mike again. Looks like they're going to get another crew through to the final. Mike and Lucy, of course. Oh, I think it's Otago Girls. We'll get a look at it here. Oh, it's Otago Girls by about a half a length. Otago Girls have got the lead by half a length over North End. They both do all their training out of the same shed, I think. Half a length, or they're just starting to go across the far side now. They're really pushing. The body language tells me that Otago Girls crew are working it. North End as well. Oh, the Stroke Girl has a good look around to see where they are. They're down to a half a length. They'll go down North End. Half a length behind North End is... They've been Marion College, been there all the way. Then it's Burnside. Timaru. Nothing between Burnside, Timaru and Wanaka. They are all locked together. We didn't see Timaru much in the race. They've been just off the back of the pace, tucked in behind Marion College most likely. North End too, we saw them at the start and that was it. And Oamaru, we picked them up at the start as well. Great racing, ladies. The second heat. The second heat has got a couple of... The woman open single sculls, Juliet went through in 8:31, if anyone's jotting down times. Right, the second heat has Otago Girls 2, Wanaka 2, Wanaka 3, Burnside 1, Villa Maria 1, Wakatipu is number 2 crew, North End 2 crew, Timaru 1, Dunstan Arm 1, and Cromwell 1. That's the girls we're going to pick up now, race 90 of the program. Clive will be coming on very, very shortly to take you through to the end of the day. 1:56 start time. We're exactly at half an hour behind time. We'll finish around about 5 o'clock, guys. Gives you plenty of time to have a beersy for the parents. Timaroo. Dunstanarm on their right-hand shoulder, but it's Timaroo. Let's take a look. Timaroo, Rickard and Crawford. Dean is doing the coaching for them. That's Lily and Isla. And then we come down to right in the centre of the course. Really, really nicely in the Burnside colours. Or Burnside, Julia and Jessica from Burnside. They will be up into third. We're looking at 5 to go through, and then squeezing in between these two like a piece of tomato between is the Timaroo crew, is the crew in the yellow boat from Wakatip. And then we go out to Dunstanarm. I think they're going to have some pressure put on them from the crew on the left of Wakatip, which is Villa Maria. And then out the very far side, we've got the colours of Cromwell. They're in with a chance. It has to be a big last 300 for them. And then we go way back on the course. There's the North End crew. Down on the inside, Wanaka. Inside that, we go to Otago Girls second crew and a Wanaka second crew. So back to the leaders on this brilliant water conditions here on Lake Ruatanapa. We go through and we take, it looks like it is, could be the crew down here in Burnside. Looks like Burnside, Timaroo. There's nothing between Timaroo and Burnside. They go down, we'll get an idea in this row of lights. It's Burnside. It's Burnside that's got the lead over Timaroo. Wakatip trying to squeeze between them in the yellow boat. There's 3 qualifiers. Then the Dunstanarm and Villa Maria together. So is that yours, Heather? Your girl out there by the look of it? She's going along exceptionally well. They're going to qualify for the final. There's your first. Wakatip takes the qualifier. Dunstanarm the 4th qualifier. Villa Maria the 5th qualifier. They'll all come back and get the lanes. And unfortunately for the crew on the far side, it's Cromwell. Another one they've just missed out on. Wanaka down on the inside here in the middle of the course. North End. Back down to Otago Girls, and there's one other one somewhere. Yep, it's Wanaka's second crew. Right, 9:12. The first heat of the under 15 girls went through a 9:12. Ooh, that's stretching it out a little bit. High Country Lodge, we appreciate your sponsorship. Women's Intermediate Double Scull, 2 heats. Marion College is scratched from the first heat. 5 to go through. 2 o'clock p.m. start. They're still about 20 minutes behind time, maybe 25. Timaroo, Oamaru, Ashburton, Dunstanarm, Otago University and Ashburton Women's Intermediate. Dunstanarm. 2 young ladies that I know nothing about, I'm sorry. Dyke and O'Doherty. Neve, oh yes, I do know about Neve. She's one of the powerhouse girls out of Simon's squad. I think they both rode last year. And I think both of them have got quite a bit of potential. Especially, I think, Neve O'Doherty looks like she will make a very strong single sculler when she learns the trade properly. The yellow boat of Ashburton down the inside, it's up in second place for this Dunstanarm crew. They are out in front. And they've got it well under control. Ashburton are the chasers, but making no way. After that, we've got Otago University, and we have a second Ashburton crew on the far side. We're looking at 5 to go through, so we're going to give Dunstanarm will go through and get the first buzzer. The Ashburton 1 crew go through and get the second buzzer over the crew from Otago University. And then we go the Ashburton 3 crew, and that's it. They'll all go through to the final. See you tomorrow, ladies. It's the Oamaru crew, unfortunately, won't go through. All those. Yep, Oamaru will even go through because Oamaru are way down the course as well. We didn't pick them up. We do apologise for not going far enough back. You're the Oamaru coaching team. Or they might have had problems because they look a better crew than that being that far back, so they may have had gear problems throughout the race. So they'll all go through to take the final. Our program intermediate double scull will move on to the second heat. We'll bring this through, and then it'll be got opportunity to bring Clive in, and he'll go through to the rest of the day to you till 5 o'clock. C&R Insurance again, been brilliant sponsors of the Otago Rowing Championships for 2022. Don't forget to pack it out. So if you've got any rowing, you tuck it out for. Don't forget the rules, and yeah, Oamaru are having some problems in the course. Maybe just a learning crew, nevertheless. The women's intermediate. Second heat up. They've just gone out from the start. Oh no, they're not. We've got the second heat down here. Clive's going to come on from the women's club coxless quadruple sculls, which will be a straight final today and a straight final tomorrow. But they'll be in different lanes, and might be a different crew that takes the title as well. We should be finishing around 5 o'clock, all going well. No more hold-ups. We're getting it down into, I think we've got 128 races to go, and we're up to 92 now. So there's still another 2.5 hours rowing. Guys, hang around and support the rowers. And it looks like everybody's getting crews on the water. The managers are doing a great job. So this is the second intermediate crew. So we do have the crew from Cure. They do all their training on the Waimak River, under the guidance of Alex Kennedy, and I think they're bringing new ones in, and Armin Sabata. I think Armin was having a go at building boats at one stage there. Are you still doing that, Armin? Ron Carley College got the gold awards. They are up into second place. I think all these crews will hit the final as well. So that'll be the intermediate double sculls out of the way. So it's Cure Boating Club from Timaru, and the other two crews is Otago University and Otago Grills. So we'll hand over to Clive for you to take it through the rest of the day. Welcome along for your second call, Clive. It's been a great day's racing, and I'll go down and have something to eat and drink.
Thanks, Millsy. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. back on for the second call of the season. Fantastic to be here. We've obviously got boats on the water. Let's just look what I'm picking up, which I think is race number 93, the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. So we've got Canterbury North End 1, Timaru, Dunstanarm, Wairau Composite, Oamaru 1, Dunstanarm 1, Canterbury Union 1. So Women's Club. This was sponsored by Concept 2. So thanks very much Concept 2 for sponsoring again. And here we see as I pick up, where's he moved, he's hiding the binoculars. He does this to me. Here we go, Lake Ruataniwha coming down. So on the inside, Canterbury 2. Look to have dropped away, but leading. That could well be the Composite crew. Let me try and get a number on that. I think it's Dunstanarm. Coming through the middle, lane 3. Dunstanarm are just in front of the Composite crew. And then further back there is the second Dunstan crew, and then out on the, it looks like the Canterbury crew with another rower in, out in lane number 8. Lane number 8, the Canterbury crew are leading this at the moment. They've got a length and a half on the Dunstanarm 2 crew. As we're coming through, they've just hit, they're still in the reds and they're about to hit the yellow boys. So as we come through, there they go, they're into them now. Lane number 8, it's the Canada crew, Libby, Georgia, Stella and Ash. They've got a couple of lengths on the number 4 crew of Dunstanarm. Lane 4, Dunstanarm, Emma, Ellie, Talia and Ruby, coached by Simon Smith. Just back in 3rd spot is that's the Composite crew. That's the Wairau Composite. We're featuring Wairau and Nelson, so they're going to come in 3rd. But first over the line, lane 8 is the Canterbury crew. They're going to take out the first. Second place at the moment, lane number 4 is Dunstanarm. Coming in 3rd, we've got the Composite crew in lane 5, the Wairau Nelson Composite. Then coming back, we've got a good battle for 4th. Looking like it's going to be Timaru just holding on. There's a late charge from North End. And out on the other side, we've got the Union crew. But Timaru are going to hold on. They're just being closed by North End, but they're going to hold on. And then we've got another Dunstan crew coming over the line. And also there we've got Oamaru. So well done, everyone. That's a nice race. Down on the inside is the next Canterbury crew. So this is the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. They're all progressing to the final, so that's a great hit out for them. Let's just make sure we get to the right page now. So, race number 94, the boys under 17 Coxed Quadruple Sculls. I don't have any times yet on that last race. Let's just make sure I've got here 93 going into race 94. Just quickly calling who we've got. We've got Oamaru, Otago Boys High, Dunstanarm, Christ College, Cromwell, Otago and Timaru. They're well down the track and getting the binoculars on there. Timaru are in the mix. It's a race between Timaru on the outside there and Otago 1. And then the other crews are going to battle out for that 3rd spot. So it's actually the first 5 who go through to the final, and the rest go to a B final. This is the under 17. So let's see what we've got happening here. Let's look again, see if anything's changed. Timaru in lane 8. I've got a boat length on the Otago crew. So Mac Brown, Ben Allen, Josh Bartlett and Blake Parker, coxed by Finn Gollan. They're coming down, they're just holding, and they're just getting a little bit taken out of their lead, but not much. I think they're going to comfortably hold on. Third place, I'll come back to them in a second, is in lane 2. That's the Oamaru crew. So, yes, they've definitely lost a canvas. They've maybe lost a seat, but they're just holding on there. That's lane number 8. Lane number 8 is that Timaru crew. Yes, they've definitely, I think they're just going to hold on, but they're being put under pressure by the Otago crew. They've really pulled 2 seats, 3 seats, but they're Joe Oamaru are going to come through third. Fourth, in lane number 3, is Otago Boys High, and fifth is going to be lane 5 is Christ College. So they're all going to make the final. Unfortunately, Dunstan Arm are going to miss out there and go to a B final. They're working through. We've got another one on the, see if I can pick anything up on the camera. Don't think I can. So as we see at the moment, the Heat 2 of the Boys Under 17 Cox Quadruple Schools. This is sponsored by Rosalind Podiatry. Thank you, Rosalind Podiatry. We, as always, want your support and appreciate it, so thank you. They've gone past the 1,000 metre mark. There's a couple of boats who are well in front. Let me see if I can pick them up for you early. It's Otago and Wakatipu, with third place looking like Timaru. Yep, I'm calling that Timaru. So this is the under 17 Cox Quadruple Schools. It's always a competitive category, and they'll all be, some of these will be coming back. The top 5 will be making the final for tomorrow, and certainly a couple of these crews are going to be fancying the time. If we look at the first race, the time was 7:13 down to 7:24 for third place. So 7:13 to 7:24. Let's see if when we can compare that. So 7:13 was the time. As we pick it up again now, they're at the 1,500 mark. Got 100 metres of the, they're in the red boys, and yes, there's a multicolour of hats there on that Wakatipu crew, but they're going along nicely. They're just managing that gap. I reckon they've got half a boat, maybe, yeah, half a boat on that crew outside them. Let's come back down to the inside and see if Timaru have closed it up. No, they've just got a comfortable third. Timaru are looking comfortable in third. Let's have a look at this Timaru crew. That's Mackie Sparks, Jack Bennett, Max Henry Clayton, Peo O'Sullivan, and by Ned Brown. Brian Smith, Jamie Harrison coaching there. And lane number 7, the Wakatipu crew of Keegan Green, Ashton White, Xavier Small, Tori Rawlinson, and coxed by Katie Brittick. So well done. They're coming down now. They've probably got 100 metres to go. They've got a length, not clear water, but they've got a length on that Otago crew, and they're just managing it through there. They're looking nicely together. A wonderfully old-fashioned cap on the number 4 rower there as they come over the line. They're closing it up. is a strong finish from Timaru, trying to close that gap, and they have closed the gap, but they're still going to pick up third. So coming over the line in a second is the Wakatipu crew. They're going to take first. Otago are going to take second, and Timaru are going to take third. So they're all through. They're all through to the A final. Now let's just pick up the next two finishers, because we've got three in the mix here. And in three is the Cure Boating Club. They're going to come through fourth. They're being pushed hard by the Burnside High School crew. Burnside High School are going to get that final spot, which is great. As we come down now, Cure are going to take fourth, with Burnside High School picking up fifth. So they're all through to the A final. The other two crews coming over the line. In lane 8 was Otago. They'll go to the B final, as will St Thomas of Canterbury going to the B final. So that's the boys under 17 Coxed quadruple schools. Moving on to race number 96, the girls under 18 Coxed quadruple schools. We've got two heats here, again with the top 5 going through. Let's just see who is girls under 18. This is sponsored again by the C&R Insurance. Thank you to C&R Insurance. I'm sure they'll have all your insurance needs sorted out to make sure you've got plenty of cover. I think it was Winston Churchill who famously in one of his speeches said he wanted to write it on the door of every house, home and business in the land to ensure their property. Anyway, that was an abbreviated version. I've had a couple of calls from Holland. As I say, very, very upset, but proud of their changing tactics to push Argentina right to the end. But they'll be on the plane tomorrow. Not like these kids, they're all coming back. I'm sure they're going to have their races. So as we pick this up now, Wakatipu again are charging hard. North End are in the mix. So we've got the girls under 18, Heat 1, race 96. Just coming back to the time on that last race was 7:12. So I tell you what, tomorrow, that's a race to watch tomorrow, because that time was 7:12, 7:15 and 7:17. So I tell you what, we're going to have a very close race in that boys under 17 Cox quadruple schools. And here we are, and let's see if the same is again for the girls. I'm sure it will be. Always competitive under 17 year. Wakatipu have got their noses in front. They're leading through the middle of the field here. On the outside of them we have the Otago girls crew, and then on the inside, let's come and have a look there. We've got Timaru, who are battling away with, if I'm not mistaken, Columba College. They're all going to be battling for second and third. So at the moment we have, as we make our way down to the yellow boys, and they're just hitting them now. Yellow boys in lane number 7 is the Wakatipu crew of Olivia Bissett, Phoebe Kavanagh, Olivia Key, Neve Bates, and coxed by Emily Howick. They're going to take out the win and go through. Remember, it's the top 5 who go through. So let's see if that race for second has closed up, and it has. There is a right old ding-dong here in lane 3 and lane 4. They're pushing each other all the way. This is Timaru and Columba College, and on the outside we have Otago Girls High School. They're really pushing each other. This is going to help them for their time tomorrow. Timaru have just come through. Columba are 2 seats back, and well done Timaru. They've just stretched that. Wakatipu, I think, have taken the burners off and are just cruising through to the end. Timaru are going to come through, and third place is going to be taken by Columba College, and out on the far side is Otago in lane 9. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So well done. There's our 4 going through, and the next one to go through is Wanaka. Wanaka in lane 2. There's a bit of a gap there, but that's great. They can work on that tomorrow. Wanaka take the last place in the final, and the other crews will be going through to the B final. So that's the first heat. The next heat's well underway. Unfortunately, I don't have any TV coverage up here now. What I do have is, this is looking like a good race as well. This is what we like about the quads. There's always close racing here, and we've got to look at the boat down on the inside lane. Christchurch Girls High School, they're battling with one of the crews, I'm going to say in lane 7, which might be North End. Try and pick that up. No, that's St Andrews College, so this is good. We've got Villa Maria in the middle of the course. Lane number 6, they're having a good race with St Andrews. Let's have a look at the St Andrews crew. That's Abby Baxter, Ashley White, Freddie Todd Hunter, Amy Hughes, Cox by Katie Steele. If I'm not mistaken, Freddie Todd Hunter was recently named to the under-19 New Zealand development squad, if I'm not mistaken. So well done, Freddie. And there was another rower from St Andrews, a young lad. I'm trying to remember his name, and apologies, I can't get it off the top of my head. But down on the inside here, we've got a Christchurch Girls High School crew of Nina McKay, Lucy Haller, Kate Ryle, Emily Ryle, and Cox by Erin Kang. So well done. There's the Ryle sisters in there. They have got a nice... They're flowing quite nicely there, and they'll be pleased with that. All the winter training looking quite smooth. St Andrews on the outside have probably given up a length, but they should be confident in coming through for second place. We've got to see if the Villa Maria crew can close up. At the moment, they've still got to lengthen a bit. Lengthen a bit as we're coming through. And again, I remind you that it's the first 5 who are going through. So it's the Christchurch Girls High School crew who are going to take this out. Looking very smooth and consistent. Nice steady rate. Obviously getting that power down, and they've just stretched it out. They're now at a couple of lengths, but St Andrews out on the far side are going along. They're holding on to this second place. So taking the win is going to be Christchurch Girls High School. Over the line they go. St Andrews out on the far side, and lane 8 are going to hold on to second quite comfortably. They've got maybe a length. Third is going to be Marion College. Yes, Marion College in lane 6. Sorry, apologies, Villa Maria. Apologies, Villa Maria. And then here we have in lane 4 is Marion College. Well done, Marion. And taking the last spot is going to be in lane number 5, Burnside High School. Well done, Burnside. So there's our 5 going through there, and that was the second heat. Let me just kind of check the time, because the first one was 7:50. I'll keep an eye on that time for you when it comes up. 7:50, 7:54 and 7:56. So I'll just check the top 3 and give you a call out on that when they come through. So well done here. I think we've got a Masters race coming down now. Dunstan Arm 1 v Canterbury. Phil Newsom, Wayne Clogg, Quentin Annan, Andrew Jolly, and also Ian Watson in the Canterbury boat. Ian Watson, Duncan Ellis, Blair Clatworthy and Andrew Thompson. They're making their way down in an orderly fashion. Great to see them out there having a good row. I'm assuming they've run from the 1,000 metre mark. So that's race number 98 that we're just picking up here. These gentlemen, I wonder if I'm looking at their ages there. It may well be, but there's certainly several of them who are nearing retirement age. So I think we can all agree that that's an excellent effort. And there's a couple of youngies in that Canterbury crew. Angus Cole has his work cut out there. I think apparently there's disobedience issues and late night drinking has caused havoc with their training program. There's also far too many McDonald's wrappers and fish and chips apparently. He does inspect the gentlemen's cars on a weekly basis and he's pretty horrified. But the good news is they are keeping the wheels of the economy turning, so well done there. But not so much the Dunstan Arm crew. Of course, they don't have a McDonald's, so therefore it's helping in their training. As Phil, Wayne, Quentin and Andrew get over the line, coached by Simon Smith. Well done, there they go over the line. That's excellent work. That's the men's masters, Coxless 4. I should pick up men's masters as Authentic Oars. Well done, Authentic Oars. Another long-term sponsor of the Meridian Otago Rowing Championship. So they really are a great gift for years to come for all your rowers, particularly when we get towards Mardi and the South Islands. Those mementos of their school rowing. So well done. We come now, there's the Women's Masters double sculls. Let's see who we've got here. Wanaka, Chelsea Lodge and Dana Leishman. Canterbury 1 is Lisa Young and Joanne Clatworthy. Wanaka 2 is Sandra Booth and Kirsty Moran. Invercargill is Grant Mackenzie and David Galbraith. And Union 1 is Tanya MacDonald and Vicky Dent. So this is the Women's Masters double sculls. Sponsored by Meridian Energy. Well done, Women's Masters. And in fact the Men's Masters is the Specialized Structures as well, so apologies, the men's oh no, it was all Authentic Oars. Sorry, it was Authentic Oars. So this one's Meridian Energy. Anyway, thanks Meridian. As we come down, picking them up there as they hit the 1,500 metre mark. They're obviously only rowing 1,000 here, but it's a long 1,000. If I'm not mistaken, there's a chap here who's 73, David Galbraith. I hope I've got this right, that this is their ages. So that is pretty spectacular effort for David. And let's see if I can get the binoculars on here and pick something up. Well, it's a tight race. We're coming down to the inside in the Wanaka crew of Chelsea and Dana. They have their lead. They can control it from there. Just on the outside of them there is the Canterbury crew of Lisa Young and Joanna Clatworthy. And they're definitely going to be coming under pressure from the Wanaka crew. On the outside of them there, Sandra Booth and Kirsty Moran. But great rowing here. They've done very well. It's showing 5 crews, but I've only got 4, so I must have lost one somewhere along the way. Is that Union out there? Yeah, there's Union. And then Invercargill outside of them. So it may well be the Wanaka 2 crew I've missed. Yeah, we've got Wanaka 1 here. Let's have a look at the numbers. Lane number 3, Wanaka 1. They've got a couple of lengths, comfortable lead as they come through to the end. Oh, we've lost a number on that boat, so I can't pick them up. But they are looking very much like Canterbury, Lisa Young and Joanna Clatworthy. Looks like they're going to hold on to second. So taking the win in lane 3. Wanaka 1, well done. Just hanging on to second, there's not much in it, is the Canterbury crew. They're going to take second, and in third place, great effort in lane 7, is the Union outside of them for some reason is the Invercargill crew. Oh, there he goes. That's David. That's a superb effort. That's Grant Mackenzie and David. Well done. There we go. That's our race 99. So race 100. Let me just see if I can give you that other time. Oh, I've just lost that other time. Sorry, hold on. No, I've lost that other time. Apologies. This is the women's novice double sculls. Women's novice double sculls. Again, 1,000-metre race. CNR Insurance. Women's novice. Thank you to CNR Insurance. All your insurance needs. That cloud cover's come over and it's a lovely looking day. I think we're all happy with this. Young Mr. Tavendale there down on the grass. I think he's just inspecting it. Some of the new drainage. He's been making legal representations to the local council just to ensure that it is fully compliant. So well done Tav the Elder for that. So anyway, women's novice double sculls. Heat 1, first 2 go through to the A final, so we've got lots of heats here. Let's pick them up now. We're looking for the 1 and 2. So leading at the moment is the lane number 4 crew of Invercargill 1. That's Ruby Watkinson and Kate Terry. They're leading this. They're going to take number 1. Over on the other side, it's going to be tight here for second place. We've got lane number 9, Union 2, who are, I think they're going to get it. And down on the inside here, we've got in lane 2, North End 3. So there's our winners, which is Invercargill 1. They're definitely going. And in second place, yes, they're going to take it out there, Union 2. And third is North End. And who's coming through for fourth? Fourth place is lane number 1, which is Villa Maria. Well done, Villa Maria. They get fourth. So number 3 and 4 will go into the B final. And number 1 and 2, which was Invercargill and Union 2, go through to the A final. So we must have another heat here. Let me pick that up. Let's see if I can get you a bit more information on who's rowing. The women's novice 1,000 metres, sponsored by CNR Insurance. Women's double schools, we've got Waihopai, Timaru, Marion College, Otago Girls High School, Otago Uni, Oamaru, North End, Union 3 and Twizel 1. So quick look at these double schools coming through. We've got Billy Joe Crooks and Katie Black, Ella Inch and Emerson Ward, Annabelle Ride and Natalie Snackers, Petten Harris and Jessica T. Tao, and we've got Maniana Butler and Hannah Matere. Oamaru, we've got Aria Goodser and Isla Self, Olivia Harwood and Olive Fulton for North End, Union Ella Dean and Charlie Tate, and Twizel 1, Sade Manson and Kira Tyne. So race number 102, we've got I think up to about 128, I think he said earlier. I'll just check for you. Yes, we're going to 128. Now, obviously, tomorrow I don't want anyone offering me French fries. Okay, I could be very sensitive tomorrow and a little teary. Your understanding at this difficult time would be appreciated. Anyway, women's novice double schools making their way down the course. We're going to have a good race. Again, we've got a 1-2 A final, 3-4 B final, and it's all to play for. Getting a look at it here, it looks like we've got out on the far side, we've got the green of Twizel. They know this lake well. They are going along. On the inside is Otago Uni in the middle lane. They're holding second at the moment. So that's our 1 and 2. Twizel 1 and Akira are holding on to that lead. They're looking at position 1 with position 2 currently held by Otago Uni 1, Maniana Butler and Hannah Matahare. So that's our 1 and 2. Now let me see if I can pick up who's going to in the race for 3rd and 4th to make the B final. And there's 3 crews in this for the 3rd and 4th place. We've got Union. Yep, Union 3 are in the mix. Omaru are in the mix, and down on the inside, Timaru are in the mix. So too close to call at the moment, but out in front, Twizel, as they make the way into the yellow boys. This is the 1,000 metre race, women's novice, double sculls. As they're coming through here. So our 1 and 2 going through to the A final. And there's another 2 heats of this here, that'll be right. Another 2 heats. Maybe 3. No, 2 heats. So as we come over the line now, it's the Twizel crew who take the win, the first spot. Second, nice round of applause there in lane 5. In lane 5 is our Otago Uni crew. They're 1 and 2. And it is indeed going to be a nice finish for this 3rd and 4th. Omaru are in pole position at the moment. They're going to come through 3rd, but it's going to be very close between Union and a hard charging Timaru on the inside. So Omaru are definitely going to take 3rd, and oh, that was neck and neck there. I have a feeling that Timaru might have just edged that, might have just stolen it from that Union crew, but we'll find out. That was race 101. 102, this is the 3rd heat of the women's novice double sculls. See who we've got racing. Avonside Girls, Dunstan Arm, Union 1, Villa Maria College, Omaru, Twizel, Wanaka, Timaru and Otago Girls High School. This again is a tough race here. We've got 3 boats out front. Looking at it, we've got Union, who are leading the charge down the field. Yes, that's Union there. In the inside, we've got Twizel again. And outside of them, we've got the black and yellow, or black and gold, of Wanaka. So they're our first 3. Oh, there's a bit of a zigzag there from Wanaka. Hopefully they can get it back in there, because they're putting Twizel under a bit of pressure. But out front is the Union crew, and just looking down the inside, there's one of those sleeper lanes who are suddenly charging through, and that is, let's have a quick look, see if I can pick who it is. I'm going to say that's Avonside Girls. But at the moment, lane number 3, Union are going to take the win, and that's Paige Gordon and Arabella Sanders. Union are going to take first place. They've got 2 or 3 lengths, and Wanaka have closed up on Twizel over on that other side. Yes, they have indeed. But down on the inside, let's look at this lane number 1, Avonside Girls. They have smoked it. If they can stay in their lane, get back in your lane there, girls. They are going to take 2nd spot, and that is a good row from Jamie Reed and Eva Hopper. They're going to come through, and they're going to steal 2nd place. So lane number 3, Union 1 are going to take the win. And on the inside, in lane number 1, come this young pair from Avonside Girls High, That's Jamie Reed and Eva Hopper. They're going to go into second place, and they'll be very pleased with that. Twizel have just managed to get in front. Twizel are going to come through third, with them Wanaka just outside them in fourth. So that's our A and B final for tomorrow. Well done. Keeping going. Is there one more? I think there is. Heat number 4. Here we go. Heat 4, race 103. Hopefully everyone's managed to have an ice cream today. Women's Novice Double Schools, race 103. Sponsored by CNR Insurance. Let's have a look at this. We've got Dunstan Arm 3, Wakatipu 2, Otago Uni 2, Burnside High School, Canterbury at Union 4, Ashburton 2. We've got a closer spread of boats here. So picking them up as they make their way. Remember, this is a 1,000-metre race, so they're coming through quickly. They just got about to get 250 to go. They're just in the red boys, the Wakatipu crew, that golden yellow boat cutting through the water. That seems to have a nice little bit of flow there for novices. Well done. Little look around through the middle of the course. That's really quite nice there. They've got premium spot. It's theirs to win in lane number 3. Lane number 3 is the Wakatipu crew of Amy Patterson and Sasha Key. They're in the prime spot, quite comfortable. On the outside, also in a yellow boat, lane number 8. Lane number 8, Ashburton crew. They're holding second. And they're coming under a nice little bit of a challenge from the lane 1 crew of they've got lane 1 on their number, but I don't have a number 1, so that's quite interesting. I can't that looks like Marion to me. Yes, it is. That's Marion College. So Marion College are going to take third. They're not actually on my list, but Marion College are going to take third. Over the line is the lane 3 rowers from Wakatipu. Second, I tell you what, that could be very close with that Ashburton crew. Marion College, who weren't on my list. Next, coming over the line for fourth place is lane number 5. That's the Burnside High School. So there's our top 4, but I didn't actually have that Marion crew on my list, so I apologise for that. I can't tell you who they are. But anyway, that was the 4th heat, and now the 5th heat, and that's why we're going 2 and 2 for the A and B final, the Women's Novice Double Schools. We've got Otago, Villa Maria College 3, Timaru, Wakatipu 1, Marion College 1, North End 2, Union 5, Ashburton 1. Let's see what is happening here. Oh, there's 4 boats. Again, we've got 3 boats battling out for second, third, fourth, which is Invercargill, Timaru and Wakatipu. And out in front on the far side is the Ashburton crew in lane number 9, Penny Marriott and Ruby Patterson, coached by Mary Hefford. They've got a good lead there of 2 or 3 lengths, but we're going to have a good race for second, third, fourth. Coming through at the moment in lane number 2. Lane number 2 is Invercargill, Maddie Malmstrom and Mia Brown. So Ashburton, Penny and Ruby, they're going to take a comfortable win at the moment. Second, a good length in front of the Wakatipu crew, and they're looking pretty young, that Wakatipu crew, so well done them. And Timaru are inside them. They're going to come fourth. So Timaru, Maisie Jane Chapman and Scout Fahiski. Apologies, I mispronounced that. And Invercargill, Maddie and Mia, they're going to take second. So Ashburton, lane 9 go first. Second, Lane 2, Invercargill a second. Third, lane number 5, Wakatipu, Zara and Eve. And fourth is our Timaru crew of Maisie Jane and Scout. So well done. That's the A and B finals. Well done to them. Through we go again there. Of those 1,000-metre races as we get through a few of them quite quickly. So well done. Now, boys under 16, Coxed quadruple schools. So let's have a look at the crews and who's this sponsored by. Boys under 15, Cox quadruple schools is Nielsen and Kellerman. So thank you to their continued sponsorship. Great work. So we're now, this is 2,000 metre race, so we're back to 2,000 metres. These are all going through to the final in the boys under 15. We've got Burnside High School, Otago Boys, Timaru, St Thomas of Canterbury, Otago Boys High, Christ College, St Thomas of Canterbury, Christchurch Boys High School and Christ College. As we see the umpire boats and safety boats making their way back down the course. They'll have a power down there and then they'll kill the power as they get relatively close to them. Probably about 200 metres just to let that wake disperse so they don't affect the rowers coming down. So let's see if I can make a call here on the under 15s. The Coxed. So Timaru and Wakatipu out on the outside there, is that? As we come down here, we've got the Timaru crew. Yes, it's the A race. A Timaru crew of Riley Dan, Genwoo Kim, Fraser Goff, AJ Caldwell and Finn Gollan. They're coming under a bit of pressure from way on the outside there in lane number 8 is the Christchurch Boys High crew of Daniel, I'm just going to say Daniel, Jordan Colletti, Charlie Greenslade and Ryan Hong, coached by Liam McPherson. Hello Ian McPherson, if you're around, hope you're well. So here we come, Timaru going along very nicely there. Those young guys in lane number 3, they're going to take the win. Riley, Genwoo, Fraser, AJ and Finn. And they've got a length just on that crew out there in lane number 8, which is the Christchurch Boys High crew of Daniel, Jordan, Charlie, Ryan and Liam. So that's our 1 and 2, and they really are a long way in front of the remaining crews, but it's looking like Otago Boys coming through next. Otago Boys, they've lost their number. He appears to be a very large coxswain there. He's clearly a rower who's filling in, so well done to that man. And then we've got a hard charging St Thomas of Canterbury, lane 4. They're going to come through and take 4th. So well done Otago. And I think St Thomas of Canterbury in lane 4, they're coming through now. Down on the inside, that's a Burnside crew. Well done Burnside, and then over the other side is Christ College in lane number 6. And there's another Christ College crew out on the other side. So they're all through to the final anyway, so they'll get to obviously have another go tomorrow, which is fantastic for these novice rowers. It's really, really experience and a bit of time on the water and actually having a race, and it all starts to come together, and you see them make some pretty significant gains when they come through. So next up we have the men's novice. Remember, that was Nielsen and Kellerman. Now we've got the Lion Foundation men's novice coxed quad. The first 5 go through. We've got heat 1, heat 2. Yes, heat 1, heat 2. The men's novice coxed quadruple schools. Got Invercargill, Cromwell, Oamaru, Timaru, Otago Boys High and Christchurch Boys High School. Can't be batteries again. 2-2. No, the light's still on. One, two, two, 1, 2. 1, 2, 2. Yeah, we're back on now. We're back on. Charging through batteries here. We need us a sponsor for Everready. There's no doubt at all about that. So here we go. Next race coming through is the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Heat number 2, so it's the first 5 going through. We've got a nice spread of boats here. Dunstanarm are leading at the moment with a Cure Crew. So let's pick this up here. Dunstanarm. Dunstanarm. Matthew, Henry, Greg and Simon. Cure. Lane number 5. Lane number 5, Cure. Jacob, Ashton, George and Alex. Third place. Just over the far side. Lane number 8. Oh, no doubt. Could be close here. It's the Dunstan crew in lane 3 have just got their noses in front. Lane number 3, that's Leon, Joseph, Simon and Jed. They're going to, so there's our winners over the line, Dunstan. Next is going to be Cure. Then we get to Dunstan again. Then over the other side is a composite crew there. That's Wire Hour Composite. And then coming is the Cure crew. The second Cure crew coming through now. They're all progressing through to the final. Over on the other side is the lane number 7. Lane number 7, that's the Canterbury crew. There's a couple of boats over on the other side. I think they must have pulled off the circuit. Yeah, they have. They pulled off track there. So race 109. Race 109, it's the boys. Boys under 18, coxless pairs. This is sponsored by Sharon Bennett Photography. So thank you to Sharon Bennett Photography. As we look at this, boys under 18, coxless pairs. There's 2 heats here. The first 5 go through. Rowing in this one, we've got Christ College, Wakatipu, Christ College, Cromwell, Christ College 1, St. Bede's College 1, and Timaru 30. Race 109. As we look out now, they are making their way through the last of the red boys. St. Bede's are out there. They are sitting in second spot and leading in the yellow boat. Christ College, lane number 6, Charlie Poulter and Fergus Johnston. St. Bede's College sitting in second. That's Jack Dennehy Coles and Sam Woodgate. So that's our 1 and 2. Third place, Wakatipu. Wakatipu's in third. So as we look at it here, Christ College, lane number 6, sculling along quite nicely with St. Bede's just in second place. It's the first 5 going through, so we know Christ College are through first, St. Bede's are through second. Wakatipu, Ashton White and Marley King Smith are through third. Fourth is going to be another Christ College crew. Yes, lane number 4 is Christ College. They're fourth. And in fifth, in lane number 2, is Christ College 3. So what on Christ College? They've got 3 crews through there. As the another couple on there, they'll be eliminated, but the Christ College crews go through 4th and 5th there. That's race 109. The crews being eliminated are the Timaru crew and St. Bede's. Just again a change in the numbers there on those crews, so I'll just have to confirm that one. Okay, the second heat of the boys under 18 coxless pairs. Heat 2, St. Bede's College, Timaru, Christ College, St. Bede's College, Christ College and Wakatipu. Race 110. And there's a crew well out in front. Which is St. Bede's pair of Matthew Glenn and Luke Hickling. Matthew Glenn and Luke Hickling. With Christ College in the middle, and let's see who's out there. That looks like another Christ crew as well, out on the far side. And there's another St. Bede's crew there, yes. So it's looking like 1, 2, 3, 4 is going to be St. Bede's. Christ College, St. Bede's. And again, remembering it's the first 5 that go through. So let's take a look at this. St. Bede's crew have got a really quite magnificent lead here. This is excellent going here from these young men in lane number 6. Matthew Glenn and Luke Hickling, coached by Dale Marr. They'll be very pleased with that. Unfortunately, my timing screen has dropped off, so I can't tell you the time. But what I can tell is they must have 20 lengths on those other crews. So, F, yes, and... So there they go. Well done, St. Bede's. They've got that one in the bag, and that is next. We've seen it close up. Actually, well done the other St. Bede's crew. They've actually closed up on this Christ College crew in lane 5. They've gone past the crew on the outside. So Christ College 4 have been overtaken, but it is going to be Christ College are going to hold on in the Lane 5 boat. The Lane 5 crew of Charlie Beale and Max Harris are going to hold on to second. St. Bede's Harry Cornane and Bede Gira are going to take third. Christ College over the other side are going to take fourth. They go over the line now. That's in lane 7. That's Tom and Harry. And now we're battling it out here for the last spot in the final, which is going to be between Timaru and Wakatipu. So Timaru's Blake Parker and Josh Bartlett are against Keegan Green and Toby Rorison. And it's Timaru, had a little wobble there, but they've straightened it back up. And they are going to come through and take that 5th spot. There they go, over the line now. That's Timaru, well done. Pat on the back there. They're pleased with that. Race 111, Nelson. Race 111, the Women's Open Coxed 8, Heat 1. This is the Women's Open Coxed 8. This is sponsored by the Lion Foundation. Lion Foundation, thank you again for your support. Great to see the big boats charging down. We've got Rangiruru, Christchurch Girls High School, Rangiruru, Dunstanarm, Oamaru and Christchurch Girls High School. And there's a couple of crews who've been left in the wake. In fact, there's still a pair coming down there. I'm not sure who that is. Hopefully they're not in the same lane. I'll pick this race up in a second. I'm just trying to see what's... Sorry, I don't know who that is, but they're working their way down. We've got the girls' 8s here. Let's pick this up. This is the Women's Open Coxed 8 as we come down. Race 111. Avon have got their noses in front here. Let's have a look at this Avon crew. Rangiruru pushing them hard. The two Rangi crews have got in between the Avon crews. So let's have a look at this top crew here. This Avon crew in lane 4. Avon crew in lane 4. Here we go. Rangi are going to take second place. Avon are going to take the win. Rangi go second. Rangi go third. And then the next Avon crew. And I think what was happening there was a pair, a men's pair in lane 7 there who were coming through. They're obviously doing that as a training row against the time of the women's 8. So well done. Well done to all through to the final. Race 111. Race 112 now on the course is the Women's Club Coxed 8. Again, all are going through to the final. We've got Rangiruru, Christchurch Girls, Rangiruru, Dunstanarm, Oamaru and Christchurch Girls High School. This is race 112. Timaru coming over the line now from that previous race. So let's see what we've got here as we're past the 1,000 metre mark. We're just getting a little bit of wind coming up. Hopefully it just hangs out to the end. The Women's Club Cox Stake, sponsored by Meridian. Meridian Energy, thank you, Meridian, for your support. So picking the race up now. Rangiruru and that yellow, white and blue boat. The yellow caps there going along. Let's have a look at Rangi there. And inside them is Christchurch Girls High School. Probably about a length back. Dunstan are battling with Omaru. And also Christchurch Girls High School on the outside there. So Rangi are in first. Christchurch Girls High School 2 are in second. Christchurch Girls High School 1 are in third. Then we've got a battle for fourth between the Dunstan and Omaru crew. And let's see, there's another crew back out there. That is another Rangi crew. Yep, there's the Rangi crew there, just holding that last spot at the moment. But as we come down, the wind's just picking up a little bit here. It's turned slightly. We're just, as they're hitting the yellow buoys now, the Rangiruru crew, that wind's turned. It's turned to the south, if I'm not mistaken. They're coming under pressure. This is great to see. From the Christchurch girls, Rang tend to have it a bit of their own way. And I tell you what, these Lane 4 crew, Christchurch Girls High School, they're putting them under a bit of pressure. They've taken some seats back off them. They've had some seats back off them, which is good. Rangi are going to hold on. They're going to hold on. It's definitely closed up. They've taken half a boat and they're still edging forward, but I think they're just going to run out of time. It is closing. They've got 5 seats. They've got 6 seats. Oh, yep. There we go. They've got it. Rangi have got it, but well done. Christchurch Girls High School. That's great work. Then there's also Christchurch Girls High School out on the lane 8. They're going to take third. Dunstan Arm have come through and taken fourth. And the second Rangi crew have come through and taken 5th. And then over on the far side, line 7 is Omaru. So well done. Good racing there. Well done to Christchurch Girls High School, who really actually came back at them and were closing up on that run-in. Closing up on that run-in there. So as we come through now, the boys under 16 quadruple schools. The first 5 are all going through, and it looks like there's only 5 in this heat. Heat number 2, there's 6 in. So, yeah, so here we've got 2 heats. First 5 go through. Boys under 16, Cox quadruple schools. So let's have a look. What we've got here is that wind has definitely picked up. Cloud covers come over. Let's hope this weather comes through tonight, and then we have a lovely day tomorrow. So let's see who we've got rowing here. This is the boys under 16 Cox Quadruple Schools. Christ College, Otago Boys High, Timaru, St Thomas of Canterbury and Oamaru. And Timaru are out front. Timaru out front. They've got Oamaru sitting in second place with Otago Boys High, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, a bit of a fluoro package going on there for Otago, but quite comfortably at the moment we have the Timaru crew just check their rating here, see what we've got happening. Just pick it up on this one. Oh, just got affected by the wind there. Rating of between 27 and 30. That wind just affected them there. They just have a little hold pattern, but they've come through quite nicely here. Well done to Timaru. These young guys in lane number 5. Lane number 5, Peo, Luke, Ben, Mac, Cox by Finn Gollan. They're going to take the win in this heat as they close down on the line now, come through. They go over the line. Over on the outside there on lane number 7 in the Wim Stevens boat is the Oamaru crew of Lackland, Jet, Nye and Patrick, Cox by Sophie Brown. Coming now to the Otago Boys High Fluoro crew in lane number 4. Nicholas, Ben, Victor, Eddie and Angus Beaton is coxing. So they're all through to the final. As in our fact, the Christ College crew, I can't see the... Oh yes, there they are. St Thomas of Canterbury. Let's have a look here. Lane number 3. Lane number 3 is the Christ College 2 crew. Frank, Alex, Will, Logan and Ali Coles is coxing. So well done there. And St Thomas of Canterbury, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there they go. Lane number... That's Flynn, Isaiah, Noah and Jack Vassell is coxing. So well done. All those crews going through. Just looking like a few boats are being taken off the course there. Don't quite know what's happening as I look down to the 1,000 metre mark. Yeah, that wind could be getting up and causing a problem down there. I'll listen out for it and just see if I can get any updates. I'll be back with you in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, they're off at the 1,000. It looks like they've made a quick call there to go off the 1,000. So I'm picking this race up. I'm going to assume it's the race 114, the under 16 Coxed quadruple skulls. I'll just see who we got here. This is the under 16, yeah, again sponsored by Nielsen Kellerman. So let me get the binoculars out here and tell you who we've got rowing. We've got Otago Boys High, Ashburton 1, Christ College 1, Thomas of Canterbury, Dunstan Arm and Christchurch Boys High. So the first 5 go through to the final. I don't quite know how they're going to do this because of the first heat was run over 2,000. But anyway, I'm sure they'll work it out. It's into the 1,000 and they're well and truly into their work. They're making way down. Unfortunately, I've lost the coverage now. We might just pick them up at the 1,500 metres here. 1,500 metres, or just pick them up and let's see what we have as they make their way down. Yep, it's the 16 Coxed quadruple skulls, race number 114. As we come through now, let's have a look. We've got Otago on the inside lane. Otago Boys High have just got ahead of the Ashburton crew outside them. Ashburton crew just outside them there. So Otago Boys High are battling with the Christ College had dropped off the pace. There's Dunstan dropping off as well, but that must be St Thomas of Canterbury. Well done, St Thomas of Canterbury. They've got a battle with the Otago. So 1,000 metre race here. All 5 of them go through to the final. And in fact, they can do that because the first race only had 5 in it anyway. So the first heat, they all go through. As we come through here, so lane number... Lane number 3, Otago Boys High. They've got a lead, maybe half a boat length, over the St Thomas of Canterbury in lane 6. St Thomas of Canterbury in lane 6. They're holding second place. Dunstan. Oh, no, they've just caught a crab there. That's actually Ashburton. Ashburton have got third place. So well done, Ashburton. So Otago... They've got a length, they've got a bit of clear water. St Thomas Canterbury are holding second. Third place is going to Ashburton. And 4th and 5th is Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys High School have just been overtaken by Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm have pushed through them there. There's Ashburton going over the line. So there's our 1, 2 and 3. 4th is going to be Dunstan Arm and 5th is going to be Christchurch Boys High School with Christ College 1 just dropping away there. So let's see if they're lining up the next ones. They are indeed. We've got the from the 1,000 metre mark, the girls under 16 double sculls. This is good. They're managing just to keep these races coming through. They will catch up a little bit of time. So the girls under 16 double sculls. This is heat 1, 1, 2, 3 to the A final and the next fastest crew. So I'm assuming we've got double sculls. We've got 3 heats. 3 heats. So we are going from the 1,000-meter mark. I can hear in the boat park that they're just getting them back activated, so they get moving through. So they're just lining them up. It's always a little bit tricky at the 1,000-meter mark, but Justin does a great job, and he calls those crews through and wants to try and get them straight and level. I can see that K2 there, that's the Waihopa crew, have just edged forward. They need to move back. He'll be telling them in a second. One is coming, that's Villa Maria coming into place. There you go. K2 just being pushed back. Right now it looks like Cromwell have got their nose in front. They're away. They're away. There's not all the crews there. It looks like there's 6 crews. So it's first 3 through to the final. Oh no, 7 crews. That's great. First 3 are through to the A final, with the next 3 through to the B final. So we've got, and the next crews will be lining up, and this will be just get us a bit of time back as well. So that's obviously good news. Through now, as we look at the double sculls making their way down. This is the girls under 16 double sculls, sponsored by Promo X. So thank you to Promo X. We've got 3 heats here for the under 16 double scull. With that cloud cover just coming over and losing that brightness, it's quite tricky to pick up the colours. There's Wanaka. I can see Wanaka with that yellow. So down on the inside here, we've got Villa Maria, and they're tracking quite. It can sometimes be a benefit being on that inside lane when the weather or the wind picks up. You can definitely see there's light in the water. There's no wonder they're not rowing from 2,000. Be absolute chaos in the small boats, and even the big boats would be pretty thankless task. You can see that wind coming across there as it's changed direction again. But as we make our way down on the inside lane, Villa Maria are going along quite nicely. Also there is Timaru and Wanaka. So they're our leading crews. It's the first 3 through to the A final. Okay, so let's get a look now as I can pick it up a little bit easier. And it is indeed Timaru are pretty much connected with this Villa Maria crew of Caitlin Tia and Molly Niehoff. The Timaru crew of Lily Grant and Annabelle Talbot. So as we come through now, they're still in the red boys. They've got 250 to go. Okay, as we're looking now, so Timaru have just pushed through. They're still in they've hit the yellow boys. There's not a lot in it, but I'm going to say they've got half a boat length. Let's look back into third. That's Wanaka. Wanaka have got a comfortable third. And fourth over the other side is North End. Yep, North End. and then coming right back down in here to the green, white and red of Waihopai. They've actually stretched out a nice lead for over 1,000 metres. Good strength there. They're just being consistent, moving nicely together. Quick look from one of the rowers. Quick look across, just managing that gap with Villa Maria. I think there's been a few, their numbers just hanging on. K1, Villa Maria is just hanging on. We'll probably lose a few today. There they go. That's Timaru over the line. There's Villa Maria over the line. Wanaka likewise in third. Lane number 4. Lane number 4, that's Lucy Maybach and Lola Ritchie. They're going to take third place. So that's our 1, 2 and 3 to the A final. The next fastest will also make it. So there's our 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I hope are coming under pressure from way out on the outside. North End. North End, it's going to be very close to pick that 4th spot. Just going to say, well, I hope I've got they've got a nice run on there. I think the North End crew are just being affected by more wind. Yeah, they've just dropped right back there. So there we go. That's that race. There's another race coming through. 116 as we get to the end of the Meridian Otago Rowing Championship 2022. The end of day 1. I'd like to thank all the foundations and trusts and sponsors for their continued support of rowing in Otago. Otago Community Trust, Bendigo Valley, Sports and Charity Foundation, Aotearoa Gaming Trust, the Lion Foundation Here for Good, and Meridian. So, this next race coming through now is the second heat of the girls under 16 double schools. We've got Villa Maria, Waihopai, Avonside Girls, North End 3, Cromwell, Wanaka, Burnside High School, Wakatipu, and Otago Girls. Again, just a reminder that they've started at the 1,000 metre mark. 1,000 metre mark. And this is definitely a closer race. We've had a couple of crews drop off, but Wakatipu are in the mix, as are North End, as are Burnside High School, as are North End on the inside. So let's see what we've got racing here. North End 3, Sienna Hoare and Esther Whiteside. They've got their noses in front as they drive down the middle of the course. It's interesting to see all these numbers on the boats are being blown all over the show. So it's quite difficult to pick the numbers up. But that crew is crew number 4. Crew number 4 is the North End crew. So they have got about a length lead. There's 3 boats outside them, which will be Wakatipu. Yeah, there they are, Wakatipu. Otago Girls High out there as well, along with Burnside High School. So they're our top 4. Burnside High School are just dropped into 4th position. 3rd in lane number 8. Lane number 8 is Wakatipu, it's telling me here, but yep, here we go. Sorry, lane 9, I apologise. Otago Girls High School. Lane 9, Otago. So leading and going on the line is in lane 4. In lane 4, North End. They go over the line now. Second place, and it's closing up. Second place in lane. They've got lane 8 on there, but they're actually not in lane 8. Is actually Wakatipu, but they're not actually in lane 8. And here we go over on the far side. That was lane 9. That was Otago Girls High. And then back down here was in lane 3, Avonside Girls. I think there was obviously with going from the 1,000, they've mixed up the lanes they're in. Commentator's nightmare. So as we come through, and it really is black over Bill's mothers now. It's getting darker and darker. I think we're going to have a bit of rain. But anyway, we come through now Keep driving through these races. Girls under 16 double sculls heat 3. First 3 go through. Let me see if we're at the 1,000 metre, see if we're lined up. Might take them back to the 1,000 because I don't think they've started yet. Maybe they just have now. Yeah, they've just gone through. They've just gone through the 1,000. So let's pick them up at the 1,500. Let's see who we've got racing here, assuming all the crews have made it. Waihopai, Avonside Girls High School, Timaru, St Andrews College, Marion College, Oamaru, North End, Dunstanarm, Wakatipu. This is the girls under 16 double sculls. Girls under 16 double sculls heat 3, sponsored by. So thank you to Promo X. So as we run into the last races of the day, we've just got a few to go, and I'm assuming they're all going to go from the and again, they could well have mixed up the actual lanes that they're going in, because that looks to me like Twizel way out on the outside. There's definitely green there. Inside them is the North End crew. In the middle here is Timaru. Timaru seem to be going along nicely, but it's the crew on the outside. It looks like a composite crew. It could well. It's Dunstan. It's a Dunstan crew. Dunstan crew, Talia and Ruby. They've got the lead, but I know they're going to have some choppy water out there, so they're doing well with that. Just inside of them is the North End crew. Coming back into middle, of course, Timaru. Timaru have got their noses in front from the Oamaru crew and the St Andrews College. St Andrews College pair of Abby and Jessica. They are probably sitting, I'm going to say, third or fourth. Fourth, I think. Timaru through the middle. On the outside, it's the outside crew of Cameron Bates and Grace Cunneth, who are doing very well. We've got to check back down the inside here for Caitlin Hamilton and Holly Gobble. That's the Waihopai 1 crew, and they'll have a nice water, or better water, I shouldn't say nice water, on that inside lane. And they appear to have put a good charge on to close down Timaru in the middle. I think we're still looking at the strength of that Dunstan crew in that rough water. They are doing very well. Lane number 8 is what it's telling me. Dunstanarm, yes it is. Lane number 8, Dunstanarm. It's the first 3 that go through. So at the moment we've got 4 boats in this. We've got the out front is the Dunstan Arm crew in lane number 8. So they've got a comfortable lead. But then there's 3 boats. Waihopai on the inside who've got the calmer water. Then we come across to Timaru in the middle. They say lane 3, but they're actually rowing about lane 5. And then out on the far side in the red and black, that's Marion College. They say lane 5 as well, but they're way out the other side. So there's really been a mix-up. Coming down the inside here, in second place is going to be, and they have hit a nice patch of calmer water, that's lane number 1. Lane number 1, they're going to take second. So that's why Waihopai, Caitlin and Holly are going to take second. Dunstanarm go over the line now. They've taken the win. They'll be very pleased with that. That's rough water out there. Well done to Waihopai. They're going to come through second. Third is going to be Timaru. Timaru, it says lane 3, but it's not lane 3. That's Emily Caird and Olivia Huddleston. And then North End come through 4th. So they'll be hoping for the next fastest finisher. Then we get Oamaru. And there's St Andrews going over the line now. There's a mixture of water conditions there. They'll all be checking the times. I'm sure the coaches will. That was race 117. So I think we come through with 10, 11 races to go. The girls under 17. Girls under 17, double skulls. Again, we've got 1, 2, 3 heats. No, 1, 2 heats. 2 heats. First 3 go through to the A final, plus the next fastest crew. Girls under 17. And as they're well on the way, I'll pick this race up in a second. I'm just checking. Yeah, that was the under 16s. This is the under 17s. So we've just been given the all clear. I understand they are going to run the next races. I'm assuming they're still just going to take them from the 1,000. But as we come down here, we're looking at race number 118. It's the girls under 17 double sculls. Let's see who we've got. We've got the Ashburton crew of Isabel Wall and Sienna Skilling. They've got the lead at the moment. Outside of them is North End crew of Perry and Olivia. They're holding second. So there's our 1 and 2. Well done to those 2 crews. Not the easiest conditions, but Ashburton showing the benefit of training on that windy Lake Hood. There they come through, doing really well. Great work. Fantastic rowing there. Coming back down the inside here, the Wakatipu crew of N4. Olivia and Mia. They're going to come through to 3rd. They might nick 2nd, but they're looking like 3rd at the moment. And next fastest is going to be the Marion College crew, N3. They've really put a charge on. That's Francesca and Cara. So let's just confirm this. Over the line first is Ashburton. They go over the line. 2nd, North End take 3rd. There's our 1, 2, 3. Marion will be hanging on for the fastest time. Let's hope they've got it. Villa Maria now crossing, and the 2nd Ashburton crew. Burnside High. And another Marion crew there, just closing down the last of the course. So well done. Girls under 17 double sculls. The next heat, charging down behind them, we've got Wanaka, Otago, Burnside, Marion, Columba, North End, Waihopai, Ashburton and Villa Maria. Let's see who we've got here. And again, we've got a good race developing. A little bit of a wobble there from Burnside High, but they are in the mix with Ashburton. Ashburton, again, are looking really quite strong. Have a look across, the pair of them. So that they've got lane 8 on their number, but they're definitely not in lane 8. That's Honor and Rosa. They're more like in lane 6. But down on the inside here, we've got Otago coming through in lane 2, with also Burnside High in lane 3. Make sure, yeah, Burnside, Katie and Sam, they've actually gone through. They've gone through Ashburton. I tell you what, they've gone through Ashburton. Oh, and right down the inside, Wanaka are coming into it. It's the first 3 that go through, and it is going to be Burnside High School. It's going to be Otago Girls, and it's going to be Wanaka. They have absolutely, those 3, well done. I think there must have been an issue out there for Ashburton because they were in front. Well done, those 3. That's 1, 2, 3. Ashburton, they really deserve to get fastest because they were out front. I think that water out there has affected them. Marion come through now. Another North End crew are coming through. Marion College coming through now. And there we have Waihopa Columba College coming through. So tough conditions, not easy for these rowers. There's definitely there's more wind further out. So, wow. Race 120. The girls under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. They're lining them up. Let's have a look. Under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. Thank you to the Otago Community Trust. The previous sponsor, by the way, was the Bendigo Valley Foundation. So thank you to them. Sorry I missed them on the last race, but this one is the Otago Community Trust. The girls under 15 coxed quad. They'll be lined. There they are being lined up. It's got them lined up. You can't quite get it perfect. You just got to get them straight. And they're off. There they go. That's a pretty good start from everyone. They're all away. They're all away here in race 120. Wanaka, Villa Maria, Wakatipu, Rangiruru, North End, Timaru, Rangiruru, Christchurch Girls High School, North End and Twizel. So that's great that we're managing to get through the full day of racing. That's really good work from the officials to make that decision quickly, move it to the 1,000-metre mark. We can all come back tomorrow. Just gets everyone a race, gets everyone a bit of a blowout. Even though it's a shorter course, at least they've had a row, which is great news. Well done. Well done to the officials there. That's fantastic work. So coming through now, they're all pretty much together, like the charge of the Light Brigade. Let's see if I can pick them at the 1,500 metre mark through the TV. Thank you for whoever's picked that up. That's certainly helping. Just with this cloud cover now, it's a little bit tricky to pick up the crews when they're further out. Once they're a little bit closer, it's fine, but yeah, I think we've got a very even spread here in this quad. There's maybe North End have just dropped off the back, and maybe one of the Wanaka crews has dropped off the back. But I'll just look to pick them up from the 15. Right, let's see what we've got now. Now they've had a chance just to get out of it. But yeah, Wakatipu are in the mix. Definitely. Timaru in the middle of the field. Middle of the field are going along quite nicely. Just outside of them is Rangi, who are probably just a length back there. The Ashburton crew have on the far side have dropped away, and definitely it's these inside boats again. Wanaka, they've just given a length. They've given a length up to Villa Maria in lane 2. In lane 3 is Wakatipu. So, as we call it at the moment, it's Wakatipu and Timaru. They're who I'm calling 1 and 2. I'm going to say Wakatipu have just got their noses in front over the Timaru crew second. But we know it can all change in this last 150 metres. So Villa Maria are just slightly back from this Wakatipu crew. Rangiruru have dropped off, which is unusual to see that. North End are a couple of lengths back from the Timaru crew. Outside the Timaru crew, we have the other Rangiruru crew. They're a length back, and then there's 3 crews, which is Christchurch Girls, North End and Ashburton, who are all just dropped a couple of lengths back. But charging through now, Wakatipu are taking this race to Timaru. They've got their noses in front. Those ducks are just scampered out the way. They heard them coming through. Villa Maria are trying to hold on to third, but maybe that Rangiruru crew on the outside have just closed it up, and maybe they've just got their nose into third. Wanaka, don't take them out of it yet. They've got nice clean water there, or better water at least. So as we see, yes, it is indeed the yellow boat with the black tops here in lane number 3. Lane number 3, the Wakatipu crew. They've got a good length of open water, and they've done well. Timaru are now coming under pressure from Villa Maria and Wanaka. Villa Maria and Wanaka. Wanaka are having a quick look around. Timaru have answered the call. It's going to be tight. It is the first 5 going through, and there we go. Over the line is Wakatipu. Second is going to be, this is going to be too difficult. We've got Wanaka, we've got Villa Maria, we've got Timaru. All very close. They're all through. And I think it's Rangiruru are just going to hold on to 5th. Yes, they've just held on to 5th against North End. Was that 1, 2, 3? Yeah, that's right. And then we've got Yeah, that's Christchurch Girls out there, along with North End and with Twizel. Twizel, yes, coming over out there, and the other Rangi crew. So, well done, everyone. First 5 go through to the A final. The rest go into the B final. That's the Coxed quadruple schools. Now we have the girls under 15. Heat 2. Again, it's the first 5 going through to the final. Remembering our sponsor here is the Otago Community Trust. Girls under 15, Cox quadruple schools. Well done. We've got Rangiruru, Burnside, North End, Villa Maria, Christchurch Girls, Wanaka, Dunstan Arm, Otago Girls High, and Villa Maria College. As we look down the course, I'll see if I can pick them up on the TV from the 1500. Again, with these boats, there's always a nice spread, and they're charging down together. See if someone's got their nose in front. Looks we appear to have a composite crew. Wanaka are in the mix. Villa Maria are in the mix. Down on the inside, Burnside High School. Burnside High School are in the mix. One of the Rangi crews has just dropped back on the inside, and also the North End crew have just dropped off. Villa Maria are still in the mix, probably sitting about 5th. That'll only be enough to get them into the A final. So as we look across there, I'm trying to pick that crew there. It certainly looks to be a Rangi boat, but they're not wearing their normal tops. So I'm going to say we've got the Wanaka crew coming through the middle, just got their noses in front over the Dunstan Arm crew outside them. There's a Dunstan Arm crew there. Then further outside of them, I can't pick that, but it looks like a Rangi boat. But it could well be Otago. I'll have to wait till we get closer to the front. But down on the inside here, Burnside have really snuck through. And I think they've just been quietly going about their work. Lane 2, Burnside. They've got away from North End. They've got away from Rangiruru. They've put some water, clear water against them. Villa Maria, well done Burnside. Burnside are going to take this. Then we're coming across Wanaka, Dunstan, and Q8 is actually Otago Girls High. So that's our next 3. So down here, Burnside High on lane number 2 are going to take the win. Dunstan just look like they're getting their noses in front in lane number 7. And they've dragged Otago with them, and also Wanaka. So that's our 2-3-4. 2-3-4. Villa Maria look like they're going to hold on to 5th, but they're coming under pressure from North End. North End have found another gear. There they go. There's Burnside. They're the winners. They've taken it. Oh, there's a big change. Otago Girls have come through. Out on the far side. They're going to take 2nd. 3rd is going to go to Dunstan. 4th is going to go to Wanaka. And North End just miss out and go to the B final. That's certainly fairly challenging. Well done everyone for keeping going. Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Schools Heat 1. This is Women's Novice. Sponsored by Sharon Bennett Photography. Let's see how many heats we've got here. It appears we have 2 heats. 3 heats. 3 heats. Yes, 3 heats. As we come through to the last of the races. So we're lining up the race 122 and they're away. This is the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Schools. Villa Maria, St Andrews College, Wakatipu, Union, Otago Uni 1, Avonside High School, Christchurch Girls High School, Timaru and Invercargill. So they're off, they're underway. Again, we're seeing these inside lanes. That's a go from the Invercargill crew further out, because it's definitely, those breezes are definitely getting up. Timaru and Invercargill are both doing well. I'm going to have to shut some of these windows. So, as we look now, let's check down the inside here. Oh yeah, that's the Otago Uni crew. Otago Uni in lane 5. Otago Uni look to just have their noses in front. Invercargill way out there in the far lane are doing well, battling those slightly rougher water. Timaru, a couple of lanes inside them. They may be holding on to third. Down on the inside, let's see what we can get. On the inside is Ashburton of... sorry, not Ashburton. Villa Maria have dropped back on the inside lane. Outside of them says St Andrews, but I can't pick up St Andrews. No. And Wakatipu probably sitting in about 4th or 5th. And through the middle we have there they are. There's the St Andrews crew. They're in a different lane. Yeah, and again, one of the joys of the mixing the lanes up with their numbers. But Otago, they've got a bit of experience in there in lane number 5. That Otago crew of Olivia, Marnia, Hannah, Summer, and Cox by Kaylin Wren. They've really gone away from those other school-based crews. Good strength to get through that rough water. Invercargill, way on the far side there, are still holding in really well, and they're holding on to second place. So again, we remember here that it is the novice coxed quadruple schools, and the first 3 go through to the A final. So the first 3. So as we stand at the moment, Otago, lane number 5, comfortably 2 lengths of clear water from Invercargill and probably 4 lengths of clear water from the other boats. So let's have a look. Otago coming through quite comfortably. They're going to take the lead. They're going to take the win. That is Otago. They're going to take the win. Invercargill are still holding on to second, but down here in lane number 4 is that Timaru crew. They've actually got jackets on or something, so I can't see them. But going off their number 4, R4, sorry, Union, apologies, R4, Union are going to take third. So well done to Otago Uni. Well done to Invercargill. They're going to take second. Union are coming through now. Yeah, Union Rowing Club are going to take third. Fourth, there's 1, 2, 3. We've got St Andrews in a battle with Timaru. Timaru have got their noses in front. Down on the inside here, in lane number 3, is Wakatipu. No, Timaru have taken it, and then St Andrews, and then Wakatipu. So, wow, that's really good going. Race number 122 just finishing. And race 123, which is heat 2. So, again, it's the first 3 who go through. Just get a quick drink of water. As we've done a long stint here by Mills and I, we did 2.5 hours on this second stint. So, Women's Novice Coxed Quadruple Schools. Sponsor Sharon Bennett Photography. The crews will be lining up. Justin will get them sorted. Otago Girls High School, Villa Maria College, Wakatipu, Timaru, Cure, Boating Club, Columba College, Marion College, St Andrews College, Union 2. TV screens are showing the 1500, so they're underway. Quadruple schools. I'll see if I can pick them up on the TV screen from the 1500. Still, but there's some 8s heading down. That'll be a great, I think that's the last race of the day, if I'm not mistaken. A few races away, we've got the under 15 octuples. We've got the women's Open coxless quads. We've got the men's club coxed 8. Looks like there's 7 boats in that. Yep, 7, 8 boats. So, anyway, let's focus on what we've got in front of us right now. Race 123, Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Schools. They're making their way down. The lead boats are about to hit the 1500. Yeah, here they come. They're hitting it now. There's a yellow Villa Maria.